the gravy, please.
Thank you all for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866 We Be Big, and Alapuca is your early intern today. Cam Solo will be joining him shortly in the Rick and Bubba I almost said university. Well, yeah, Rick and Bubba University, not podcast because I say that so much, but Rick and Bubba University internship program, where they get their degree in common sense. And they are here ready to go for another edition. Don't forget Bible Study Live today, noon Central with Rick. We have Travis Taylor with Skinwalker Ranch scheduled to be with us today. He is going to react as best he can to this whistleblower information about, apparently we got an alien aircraft and some pilots and all this kind of stuff that he's coming out and talking about. We'll see if Travis can comment at all about that and his involvement with the feds and being on programs and in charge of things and Skinwalker Ranch. So we'll talk to Travis, or at least he's scheduled to be with us in about 3 hours from now. All right, over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess back in the saddle again, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
How are y'all?
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Greg, glad to have you back.
Ready to go?
Glad to be back.
How was yesterday?
No, it's fine. Productive.
You like productive days.
I
Those are
did.
good days.
It was a good day.
You get stuff off your plate.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Like checking those boxes.
how about when you get things off the plate? It also helps declutter.
It does.
Because you got things that have been laying around.
Yeah,
You're like,
well,
okay, those are gone.
Yeah, that's just a small step in that direction. But
What do you do with all the old ones, by the way?
Going by the dump on the way home.
Oh,
So they're in the back of your truck right now? Oh, gosh.
so the mulch is out and the
Mulch
windows
is
are
out,
in.
yeah. Of course, 20 bags wasn't enough. I had to get a
I
little,
never get enough.
I know.
I can get the same exact mulch and pine straw that I got the year before, and it's not enough.
drives me nuts.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I've never had a bale laying there and go, hey, I got a little extra.
I got a little extra here.
It's
I'm
never
gonna
happened.
thicken it up.
Yeah, dialed it in. No, I always have to go back. I had to go back last year and get some more, but then I got 2 bags too many, so now I have 2 bags over on the north side of the house, just sitting there, and they're still in their bag. So I got to remember they're there when I go back, because it's time. It's time for me to do the same thing. Terry does not like pine straw. Terry is never the type of person where she goes, and no. She's pretty like, yeah, whatever. But when it comes to pine straw, she's like, and no.
Yeah.
No. And she's more of a mulch person. So that's
I'm
kind of
dealing with.
my world. You go big bark, just a big bark, or
No, the big nugget. You get the big nugget, or you get the large nugget
you
there,
go-
Greg?
you
I know
go-
you like them nuggets.
It wasn't huge.
You go mini,
No,
the
it
in
ain't
between,
mini. It ain't
the
the
mini,
mini.
Just the
so it's
original.
the originals, yeah, because the wind doesn't blow them as bad.
Yeah.
I was talking to do a mini one time, and they
No.
just constantly were blowing
I
all
like the
over
way the
place.
mini looks, but
Yeah. They look good just as you put them down until the dogs run through them and kick them all over the place.
yeah. They put it out on the
How many
side.
plants do you have to pull up? You said
About 3.
pea plants.
Yeah, we used to. For some reason, we got to pee on them.
Right. Yeah.
How about
Got to
that?
mark our area.
Just peeing somewhere else.
Could
That
you
tree over,
please?
that big old tree can handle
Could
it.
you
the
please?
big trees.
Yeah.
You know, the big pine.
Right.
You can handle it.
Yeah.
You can't hurt it.
Please go do that.
Boxwood, not so much.
Yeah. All right, so full staff back in as we are looking at the stories of the day, and we'll jump into stuff. We held a story that Helmsy was wanting to discuss yesterday because he wanted the full Good Time Gang here and get our reaction, both of us. But he claims he's got some new feature idea that he wants to present us with. Greg.
Is that right?
Yeah, like some
Well-
new segment idea.
Does that mean
Yeah.
you got to come up with a theme or something?
Well, I don't know. I got to wait and hear what it's all about.
I've been thinking about it this morning. I don't even know that I want to do it now.
Oh no! Now you're scared.
Oh, we
Well, I
was it
just
one
know
of those
how
things?
y'all
You
are.
backing down?
How y'all are.
Was it one of those things that it was a great
Yeah.
idea and now it set with you for a little bit?
Yeah.
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 I'm sorry, bud.
I mean, I may still bring it up and talk about it, but I'll let y'all pounce on it anyway. but yeah, I don't think it'll go over well.
Oh well, I mean, we've been teasing it for days.
Days.
Okay, one.
I'll go with it.
So we got that, and
Days.
we'll try
Months.
to months since last June. We got that. We'll talk about that. We'll discuss with Helmsy what his idea is, and I cannot wait to hear it.
Got him.
Really building it up.
Yeah. We got something going on in the family today, and it's something that I don't do enough, but I don't know when's the last time you had your eyes checked? Now, Greg, I know
I go once a year.
Yeah. Did you see how confident he was? I go once a year.
Yeah.
But you have glasses.
But he doesn't listen to anything the guy tells
him. He doesn't. He doesn't like wearing his glasses. No. There it is.
And he won't wear contacts.
No.
Don't like either one.
Yeah. And because you have this weird thing where in here, you need to see your laptop more than you need to see the TVs across the room.
So I just go with that.
So you go no glasses. But I'm driving, I throw my glasses on.
Yes.
Yeah. And now I look smart. Like, let's say when you take the puppies to go get their first shots, you got your glasses on.
Not when I go in.
No, but when you're driving, you do. Because
why is that?
I see pretty good up close.
No, but that's not what I asked. Why do you take them off?
They're irritating. They fog up. They're on your nose.
That's the answer I wanted.
Like
now we're getting there.
And I don't like contacts either. I don't like either one. So
we tried that. That was, I think, on the last best of Helmsy trying to coach Greg on how to put the.
When I had to keep calling my daughter who lives down the road to come take them out.
I
thought, well, maybe I'll give her a break.
Do you feel like if you would have maybe stayed with it, it would have come around?
My son went through the same thing.
It's still a touch in your eye all the time.
Last year.
Take it in, take it out. Oh, let me put this on it.
He's got the throwaways, which makes it easy on the takeout part because he just take it out, throw in the trash. And then the next morning he gets some new ones and throws them in. And
there was a lot of frustration from Tyler. Out of my three, he is the one that has contacts, and he does the dailies too. There was a lot of hollering from the bathroom for a while.
Yeah, it was about a month for Braden.
Yeah.
It was,
can't get him in. Good night. Yeah. But he got through
if I'd
it.
have stuck with it a little longer, I probably would have.
Well, JC has an eye appointment today because we've never really stayed on top of their eyes, and we got a little bit of history in the family, so just nothing's wrong with him. He's not having problems with it. It's just a one-over. It's like where are we at? How's the pressure in the eye? All this kind of stuff.
So is that something you should do?
Yeah, you should.
Every year, two?
Yeah,
what?
I go every year.
I think so, yeah.
But you have, you have correctable issues.
Before that, I didn't.
I always went.
I never went before.
I always went, and then when I got the LASIK surgery, nothing has changed, so I never go. So is that something? I hadn't been to the eye doctor in 15 years.
And I haven't either. And this is really, they're young and all this.
Now.
There's no problem with them, but it's just let's get a baseline. Yeah. How is there something, it's really mainly, let's test the pressure in your eye. Let's make sure everything's going good, or eyes. But I need to go, I know, because
I just wonder if that's one of those things where whether I had LASIK or not, whether you've had no issues or not, is that something like every 5 years you should go to, like you would get your blood work done?
Yeah,
probably.
If my dad could get in right now, he would say most definitely. Stay on top of your eyes.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, okay. and hey. We don't see any problems, and then they can tell you.
Yeah.
It's like
that's what we always want to hear.
I don't need to see you for 2 years or whatever. Or hey, once a year, come back. Let's just make sure. And with glaucoma running in my family, then we just want to make sure. Glaucoma, whatever. It's hard to say.
It is.
So we gotta stay on top of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's when you smoke pot to treat.
I don't know.
I think so.
I don't know.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the only way you treat it, but I think there's some people who claim that. Little doobage. Just telling you.
Okay.
Look it up.
Look it up.
Look it up.
All right.
I'll tell you this: if I ever diagnosed with something that requires that to fix it, y'all gonna have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But I know what's coming because Tyler goes regularly because of his glasses and contacts and all that. JC's first, then Reese, and then. Hey, Dad, you got to go.
Yeah, you might.
Yeah. So then it's me.
Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're hosting the crew or just looking to bring a little summer to your table, HelloFresh has just what you need, from seasonal recipes to crowd-pleasing eats like a bratwurst bar and s'mores bundle for the kids. HelloFresh makes summer entertaining a cinch. Relax and enjoy summer with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids' mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Before you pack your bags for vacation season, be sure to secure your home with Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe, enjoy greater peace of mind knowing your home is monitored around the clock by trained agents. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick
22 minutes past the hour. What's up? It is the kickoff hour, and we're live. Alapuka, your early intern, Cam Solo, will join him shortly. Then Rick, Bubba, Adler, all will be here at the top of next hour. So we got a lot going on today. Don't forget Bible study with Rick, noon Central today, live on the YouTube channel. And then shortly after, it'll be published on the podcast. And enjoy that today as we're going through the Revelation with Rick. He's doing a phenomenal job. And explains it extremely well. I know it takes a lot of work, and I know I appreciate him doing it, but you don't want to miss that today. Bible study live today, noon Central. And speaking of the revelation, it was actually a topic of conversation with the family yesterday. All this alien talk that's going on, and so it was going through the revelation with him. It's kind of makes you wonder, you know what I'm saying? What we got going on here?
Yeah, I vaguely heard that story. That's
Yeah.
I'll have to look into it.
Got this whistleblower today.
Between that and LIV Golf and PGA merging, it was a big day.
It was. And Travis Taylor should be with us today to get a perspective on this alien thing, on what he can and can't talk about. Because he's in the know. He's on these committees and stuff on things that we can't talk about or we don't know.
Talk about it. Sorry.
You can't handle the truth, Mr. Buddy.
Oh.
Y'all,
all right.
So
So
you were on me with your text yesterday about about him.
what's he more concerned about?
Well, that and the fact that he for some reason wouldn't respond to you and the comments you were making about that. I thought y'all'd give me more on the Riley Green comment too.
No, that was good. That was good. I laughed.
But that is something that goes on around here that we feel like we overdo it with people and.
Oh yeah, we can come in hot.
We can.
Yeah,
we can.
Wear out the welcome.
Oh yeah. If we get a cell phone number, hey, watch out.
Oh yeah.
When you ask the question, why is he responding to you and not me? Those kind of things.
On your behalf.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious. All right, so you got some idea. What are you doing?
I don't want to do this now.
Well, you've been talking about it for 3 years.
Okay, now it's 3 years. We've gone from just a few days, really 24 hours.
Well, you said you've been thinking about it, and you said praying about it. I don't know what that means.
Dang, he's serious.
He did. He came in the other morning and said, hey, can I talk to you?
If you're wanting me to actually
to
take this serious, you can't pounce on me right off the gate.
He said, I've been thinking about something.
This is why I didn't want to do it. I just said I was thinking about a segment that's something we should do, maybe incorporate in the audience with.
Okay.
I don't know. I was listening to some music over the weekend as I was doing some yard work, and I thought, this was it. Y'all make fun.
Here we go. Here we go.
I thought, how could we, at the first of the week, let's say, and here's where we're going to have a problem because it's going to take us to do some work. Okay, we're going to have to, we would have to research. Well, I'm not worried about you.
Oh,
I'm worried about that and right over there.
Oh, sorry about that, Greg.
But
welcome back, buddy.
And I'm worried about myself because I'm really not a creative guy on this front. But I was thinking,
creative.
what if at some point during the week and the clock started on Monday and we had till Friday.
Okay.
And
we got
deadlines and crap.
Here we go.
This thing lasts a week.
And see, this is why I didn't want to do it right here.
It's like what the helms of ideas.
You
don't even know what it is yet.
All right,
so
go ahead.
I haven't changed anything.
Right.
Okay, so it's not what the helm. What I would thought about doing is we try in that week.
What week?
In the week that we have, when we start on Monday and then on Friday.
Right.
In that week, we have to
What if we're on vacation?
See, here we go. I can't even get it out.
All right, go ahead.
This is why I didn't want to do this
I just had to ask that. I wasn't sure.
Right.
Well,
we got to do this.
Here's the thing: if you would wait
Okay,
until
you're
I'm
right.
done,
I jumped the gun.
Braden and Caroline. When I'm done,
Who's Braden and
then-
Caroline? Who's Caroline? Who's Braden?
Holidays off. Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I don't want to saddle you with either one.
No,
of
go
them.
ahead. I'm not going to
Here
say
it is.
another
I
word.
want-
I'm not going to
I
say
want
another
something
word.
last a month. Go try it.
Yeah, last a month.
Yeah, I wanted it to be a whole month.
I was thinking Monday through Friday, we, as in all three of us, in our conversation, no matter what we're talking about, have to throw out a music lyric as part of that conversation and see if the other two picks up on it. Do you see what I'm saying?
It's going to be.
So let's say,
what
for
I'm
instance,
saying is,
we were on a Wednesday.
but how many?
Here's an example. We were on, say we're at Wednesday, and we're just, and this, you would know this, but I'm not good with music lyrics. Greg, you're pretty good with music lyrics.
It's fading, but I was at one time. Yeah.
But just say, for instance, part of the conversation, we throw a music lyric out there as if it's our own words that we're using, and see if the other two pick up on it. They catch it. And if they don't, here's how the audience wins. The audience can immediately email us and go, here's what he said that was a lyric, and then we give them something out of the store.
But here's the thing. You got to come up with a lyric that pertains to what you're talking about.
That's where I said you got to be creative, Greg. That's why I said it's going to take some work.
I may have some on standby, but we never have a conversation that I could use.
Well, that's why I said you got to take some work. It's kind of like when we go.
Thinking involved.
This was your idea.
I know there is. I know
it looks
there
great
is.
on paper, but it'll never happen.
That's why I didn't.
Nah,
do
let
it.
the hell with it. It's not going to happen.
How long you been thinking about this?
Just a few hours.
What you've just said is
And
one
it
of the
doesn't
most
deserve that.
insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought.
That's a little harsh.
Okay.
But
okay, maybe it is a little harsh.
But that statement's a little harsh. But because I'm trying.
So if I said, "Hey Becky, look at her butt,"
yeah. That's
a lyric.
Sir Mix-a-Lot.
it is,
right.
but we would all know that right out the gate.
right? But what if I said, "Hey,
What if you threw
have y'all seen-"
Rumple Smooth Skin? What if you put that in there?
For instance, look, let's just say this. Let's say we were talking about some city and story that had to do with with a murder.
There's a lot of moving parts.
I know that's why I knew.
And
y'all
somehow
wouldn't
the
wanna do it.
audience is going to win something. I don't know how they're going to win.
But
I just
I've
told
been
you.
saying we're going to go a lot of weeks where there's no conversation that leads to a.
Well, that's why you got to have them up in front of you. You got to grab about 10. It's no different.
I said, please.
It's no different than when we're speaking. Let's say I'm speaking at an event and I'm about to walk on stage.
You're
and
at an
you
event
two,
now.
and you two go. Hey, work this word in.
Yeah,
It's the same concept. I don't know why y'all can't pick
that up. I don't know
that
if
up.
it's the same concept.
How
Take
long-
some work.
Wow, it's a good idea, bud.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Summer is calling our name, and this year you can actually get the free time to enjoy it like we will with HelloFresh. Figuring out what's for dinner, not the top of anyone's summer activity wish list, but with delicious HelloFresh recipes delivered right to your door, pre-portioned and ready to cook, you can skip the planning and shopping and get back to what you were doing, which is whatever you want. And it tastes so fresh. In fact, HelloFresh's ingredients are picked at peak ripeness and travel from the farm to your doorstep in just 7 days. Plus, it's 25% less expensive than takeout, and HelloFresh isn't just for dinner. They have finger food, snack board, kid-friendly s'mores bundles, new summer selections available from HelloFresh Market. They're a hit at parties. How about this? It'll be a cinch to serve them, so why not take it easy this summer with America's #1 meal kit? Sign up today for 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. 2 words, junk science. That's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science, because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables, and they have few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support the immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and a healthy weight loss. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that the next time we get a physical, the doctor says, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. Now, this wonderful product is powered by a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. Join us and take Field of Greens, too. Now, if you want to get started, we've got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
All right, it's 25 minutes until top of the hour. You got the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy. To my left is Greg. To my right is Helms. There's Alapuka. He's your early intern. So turn around every now and then. I get a little bit lonely, and you never come around as we are rolling on back. 866 We Be Big. Adler will join us. Rick, Bubba, all after top of the hour. I think Cam Solo's joining them too. So it's tricky. Rock a thing. I'm sorry, I missed that one.
What? Yeah. You're
tricky.
Well, you know the veteran dreams.
Y'all are missing.
You know the veteran dreams up the fight.
Y'all
fast asleep at the traffic light while the children silently wait on the ice cream vendor.
True.
Out into the evening strolls the pretender. I just want to.
Right. Well, you know, hello, it's me.
I'm trying to.
Good looking.
The point is for you to hide it.
Oh.
Well, see, I'm just putting out lyrics I like.
Yeah,
that has nothing.
The point
to do
is
with it.
for you to embed it in a story, and we catch it at that point.
Well, you know, been around the world, don't speak the language, but your booty doesn't need explaining.
You're just reading the lyrics.
And this bird you cannot change. From the great Leonard.
Like, for instance,
if you're just joining us, Helmsy came up with an idea.
Good example?
Yeah, we don't know what the heck he's talking
Well,
about.
that's because you're not listening to his lyrics, pouncing on it.
All right, well, we can move on.
You're looking to dog it before you even hear it.
I got a 2-pack habit and a Motel 10.
Yeah, y'all are not getting it at all.
Oh, okay.
Let's say somebody out there does something that we all think is good for humanity, whatever that may be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and we do this story.
Yeah.
And then one of us, we'll just say Speedy. One of us says, "So if you ever get that chance, buy that man a beer."
Oh, I see.
And I said,
and you go, "Wait a minute,
believing.
time out. That's Riley Green."
Okay.
Oh.
You got to make it sound. Might got to make it go with the story. That's the point.
Good night to the end.
Like for instance, no. That by the way, we'll discuss that. I don't think we even discussed that on air. We may.
What's that?
Because see, you missed what he said. He goes, but Speedy would add good night to it.
Yeah, to the end of it.
And
okay,
but we'll get to that in a minute.
Thank you.
I don't even think we talked about that on air. We
we did.
have.
I asked you
we?
on air
Okay.
yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but you know, Tommy
it's
used
weird
to work
when
on the docks.
See, I'm
Union's
not,
been on strike.
You're missed. It's not supposed to be. We do it every single second.
Well, I mean,
you're trying to hide a
I'm just
music
trying to see
lyric
if I hide it.
to see if
I
one
got
of us
Mary
will pick it
pregnant,
up.
and that was all she wrote. And for my 19th birthday, I got a union card and a wedding coat. Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, yeah.
The river.
Push
I'm
it.
done trying
Push
to
it real
explain
good.
to Jax.
You could use that, though, in the conversation.
I could. Yeah. No, so seriously, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Are you
I'm
done?
completely
Okay.
done. I've tried. I've attempted.
I got
all
a
I'm going to
union
attempt.
job and a wedding coat.
I gave you my example on what it should look like, and if y'all don't pick it up, where the audience comes into play is where if they picked up on it and y'all didn't, they could email us and then we could revisit it.
Okay.
To go, hey, y'all missed it. Audience picked it up.
Okay.
Well, I got some
when
it comes to music.
Just trying to get the audience involved, guys. I love the audience. Want them involved. Like to see you guys be a little more creative.
Yeah,
I'd like to see myself be a little more creative, and that's all I was doing.
Okay. I like that.
But I knew that was a lost cause when I thought about it on Sunday afternoon in the yard.
You had that feeling.
Speaking of music, I know Morgan Wallen. If he stopped, we'd lose you.
Yeah, my goodness.
And
like
you're on
Morgan.
that kick.
I want to know what's going on with his voice. I'm concerned about him.
Well,
rumors.
He said he's been cleared by the doctor to sing again, and he's coming back.
Is that what this update's about?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He announced he's ready to perform again.
Good.
He
Does that
shared
mean I've sobered up?
I don't know. He shared an Instagram story. You can ask everybody at Ole Miss. They're not real happy about it. Wallen shared on Instagram on his story. He has 5 million followers, by the way, Tuesday evening with the surprise of his return. He said, the doc cleared me to sing again. We back, he said. And he said also the doc cleared me to talk and sing. He wrote on his Instagram story. So I guess it looks like he is on the way back. But, say it ain't so. I will not go. Turn the lights off. Carry me home. So we'll see what happens.
That means he's back.
Who was that? Who was that I saw?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I like
It was Blink 182.
Really? Blink 182?
I've got a country playlist, and
What do I win? Do I win something? Do we win something?
Hey, you had to ask him.
Okay.
Let's see.
Do we win
It's his
something?
rules, his
There's
game.
probably 50 songs, 60 songs on my country playlist, and I bet 45 of them are with Morgan Wallen and Riley Green.
45 is a big number.
Between the two, between Riley Green and Morgan Wallen, they consume my.
Have they had that many?
Matter of fact, I said the other day when I was talking to somebody, I said I'm gonna go now and listen to my country playlist, which really is Riley Green and Morgan Wallen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might want to branch out.
Riley Green to me is he's like when I feel him mature, I listen to him.
Oh,
When I'm
wow.
feeling like I need to be, young and bold and crazy, I go Morgan.
Okay.
How about that?
Pretty good.
Okay.
He said he's definitely been
Buy that man a beer.
having throat issues. He said he took 10 days off for vocal rest. He performed 3 shows last weekend in Florida, and he said by the third one I felt terrible. So he went in and got scoped yesterday, and they told him he had re-injured his vocal cords and had some vocal trauma there. And so that's why he had to cancel so many and take some time off. But now, apparently, he says he's ready to go.
Back again.
There's two sides to it. You've got security guards and whatnot at Ole Miss saying he was clearly too drunk to perform, blah, blah, blah. Then you have like school teachers that took pictures with him that day that said there was nothing wrong.
never know
His voice was bothering him. You could tell by the way he was talking. He didn't feel good, those kind of things. So who knows what to believe.
Yeah. People get stuff started.
Yeah. He had said something about wake me up before you go.
Yeah.
Here
I'm
on in
hanging
here.
on like a yo-yo or something.
Yeah. Huh. What? No, I'm just saying that's just I was on third
You're
page.
not playing the game right.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Just so you know. Just in case you're wondering.
All right.
He's trying, though.
But I just don't know. Do we win
Is he, though?
something? Do we win something? Like if we
Well,
thought about
that's
you?
see,
What
I,
are we going?
I wanted.
I don't know.
I
That's what I'm
wanted.
We're
wondering.
going to win some merch.
I wanted to play that out to come up with some ideas, but y'all butchered the whole thing. So,
Really? You think?
Yeah.
We're just a little confused.
He's got a new game, Rick. he wants
It
to
makes
play.
no sense, but
It doesn't.
It makes perfect sense. Huh?
Out there, wear something out.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, he just announced it.
Rick, it's just a new announcement.
Yeah. It's kind of the bit.
I'm gonna read this email from this lady just to make me feel better. She said, "Good morning. I think it's a great idea. Love it. Very creative and gets audience involved.
No, how's the audience
Think it
involved
could
again?
make for some good laughs. You could even use movie lines. That could also
I
be
like
allowed.
a good movie line every now and
Have a
then.
great day.
I do like a good movie line.
Well, that's the thing. We could kick these things around, but y'all take the first thing and you run it in the ground, and then we're done.
Yeah, we're just having fun.
Now, how's the audience benefiting? What's she saying?
The audience, I've explained this twice already. Y'all just not listening.
I hadn't heard it.
If you two don't pick up on the line, the music line, they can email and go, hey, Helm said this at this particular time, and then we give them something.
Can't spam.
That shows you how. That shows you. Nah, I don't want to do that.
Give me spam.
That's a lyric.
That is. I think that's good, Hal.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm gonna do that. I may go with the movie line too every now and then. Let's just call it entertainment.
We're not playing it.
We might
What do you mean you're going to go with it?
Dabble in it.
We're not doing it.
know.
What if we decide to do it on our own?
Well, y'all can. Y'all can start a podcast and do it. For all I care.
That's a good idea.
Y'all back to Morgan Wallen, and we've probably talked about this here recently. I just can't remember.
If he could
what's
join
the last?
LIV
Have y'all
Golf,
been
y'all
to?
be so happy we know what to
Have
do.
y'all been to a concert in the last 2 years?
And
what?
I haven't been to a concert in 20 years.
Oh, 20.
Yeah.
Maybe I was
15.
just wondering. It just made me think of he's had to cancel concerts, makes people mad, and all this. And I'm thinking, what if if I was into stuff like that, and I'd bought tickets and spent time to get there, and traveled in, and then all of a sudden, like the one at Ole Miss in Oxford, it was pretty bad because people were there ready, and it was right before the show he canceled. There's all kind of rumors. Was he too drunk, or is it his voice, or whatever? I have no idea. But I honestly cannot remember the last concert. I mean, it's been that long. Might have been Tina Turner in 2020. But, 2000, the year 2000 in October, which Terry still can't remember if she's going.
I can't.
I'm going to be in the minority on what I'm about to say, I believe. I told Greg this the other day.
I know the last one I went to. 3 Doors Down and Seether over here at Oak Mountain about a year ago.
Okay.
Yep.
I probably should go to more concerts.
Oh, I used to love it. That was my deal. And like I say, we used to get really good seats too, but now we can't. But
probably going to be in the minority here, and I did tell Greg this the other day, so he'll have to hear it for the second time. As much as I like Morgan Wallen, I don't think I would enjoy his performance live.
Oh, really?
And here's why. Because every single song, everybody sings along with him.
Oh, I don't like that.
And I didn't come there to hear everybody sing along with him.
Now, if you got one song that everybody wants to sing,
because I think that's cool. I think if you got one and everybody's doing it, there's 55,000.
Don't go to a Taylor Swift concert.
And I'm tired of them filming with their stupid phone.
Yeah.
Because first of all, you ain't going to go home and get that phone out and watch it. You're not. You just all fired up about it. You get in everybody's way. You'll probably never watch it again. It's just, and it don't sound great.
Yeah.
That drives me nuts. They ought to say, all right, we're going to do this one song. Y'all can film it, and everybody else put it up.
That's what I do like it to an extent, but every song we're singing along and we're filming.
2 hours I'm doing this.
So that would probably deter me away from a concert.
Yeah, they don't need to sing there. I kind of like to hear the artist sing it. That's what he's getting paid to do.
Does Chris Tomlin count?
See, if he counts,
because I've gone to see his Christmas.
I was thinking
you were
there.
there.
Yeah, I would say Christmas concert. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
You can host the best backyard barbecue. You find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around.
Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
The Dell Technologies Summer Sale event is on with limited quantity deals on top tech. Save on select PCs powered by the latest Intel Core processors like Thin and Light XPS 13 laptops, Inspiron laptops, and 2-in-1s. Plus, get savings on select accessories, free shipping, and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. It's the perfect season to power your passions during Dell's Summer Sale event. Save today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. Offered to U.S. residents by WebBank, who determines qualifications for and terms of credit.
Hi, I'm Chris Riccobono, founder of Untuck It. We created the original Untuck shirt for busy dads like me who want to look sharp but still feel casual. So this Father's Day, get Dad an Untuck It shirt he'll wear over and over. Untuck It has super soft, wrinkle-free shirts for the office and the weekend, with no dry cleaning required. We also have polos, tees, Henleys, and even shorts. Find the perfect Father's Day gift at untuckit.com or at 80-plus stores. Untuck It, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
DQ presents how to get the most from your next DQ treat run. Step 1, grab the new Oreo Brookie Blizzard. Step 2, dig in. That's it, because this triple-decker treat has brownie and cookie brookie pieces, plus Oreo pieces. Oh, that's a mouthful of DQ goodness in every red spoonful. Guess it's time for a treat run, because the Oreo Brookie Blizzard is here for a limited time. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
9 minutes until top of the hour. It's the Good Time Gang Kickoff Hour Live. This portion of the show sponsored by helixsleep.com/Bubba. Sleep better. It's summer, folks, and unlike a lot of mattress companies out there, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility, and each mattress is made in the great USA by a team of skilled manufacturers and shipped directly to your door from their facility. And right now you can enjoy 20% savings. That's right. All you need is to take the sleep quiz. It takes less than about 2 minutes. You've heard Greg talk a lot about that. And then they can figure out what mattress is best for you. Helix is a premium mattress brand at an affordable price that provides tailored mattresses based on your unique preferences. So their lineup includes about 14 unique mattresses, including a collection of luxury models, a mattress for big and tall sleepers, and even a mattress made just for kids. So you take that sleep quiz, they figure out what mattress fits you best, and then your personalized mattress is shipped straight to your door free of charge. And they offer a 100-night risk-free trial, too. If you're interested, and you should be, save 20% right now at helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba. Save 20%, and it will ship right to your door, and you'll be saving 20% again at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Get a truly amazing night's sleep. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right. I know, Helmsy, you wanted to address something, and then I got to ask y'all a question about a story we have today.
Real quick, I just want to tell you, and maybe we haven't given it long enough, but I don't believe you're saying good night as much as you think you are.
Okay.
Because you asked us to check yesterday, and Adler and I picked it up. You said it. I picked up one time in the 5 hours that we were sitting in here.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good because,
and maybe not enough.
And we'll go to
time's
each
gone
other
by,
sometimes.
But I'm not hearing it.
We'll go to each other sometimes and say, "Hey, I need you to hold me accountable on something."
Good night to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just ask for y'all's assistance, and you're saying so far so good.
I'll keep my eye
and
out.
that sounds good.
I'll keep my ears, ready for it. But I don't think you're doing it as much as you think you are.
Okay, good. We have a story out today, and Greg, my first thought is, okay, is this like a setup, and all these people are working together or whatever? And it's this security or game footage that a woman saw of scantily clad witches munching on a deer carcass in a bizarre security cam footage. Do you think this they're working together just to have some bizarre footage?
Yeah,
because no way that's possible, right?
Because first of all, it's kind of weird, the story, and I read my part of it. The lady found a deer carcass on her property and puts a camera up to watch it to see like what
comes out,
come
right?
That's kind of weird anyway. But then she looks up there, and these two half-naked, skankly-haired women are basically, it looks like are they eating the carcass?
Yeah, they're bent over. It looks like they've got some type of
who's
ritual.
labeled them witches? I don't know.
It just says here
scantily clad witches.
That's
right,
as opposed to witches with a lot of clothes on.
Right.
It says here the nurse and nature lover in Canada reported capturing footage of what she said appeared to be two witches holding a carcass eating ritual.
And I saw the picture.
It is disturbing. I just wonder, and nowadays you can't trust or believe anything. And I'm just wondering if
go viral.
Maybe they're just kind of
in cahoots on
right.
this. I don't know, but that's why I tell you this: it's creepy looking.
So the next day she puts out this camera. Y'all just set it up, and the next day
on her property,
Grandpa said that he had gotten naked people on the camera, and she said, "No, don't.
No.
That's that. Whatever." And sure enough, she looks,
Grandma.
and
there they
you
are.
can't really tell from the photos, but the it says the hoof was brought right up to her mouth. I don't know if she was kissing it, smelling it, or eating it, but a touch of a decayed carcass like that is just gross, full of bacteria that you can imagine.
Imagine checking your game camera, and you're like, wait a minute.
And it could be, she said, maybe they're just paying their respects, and they come across it.
Really? So I'm
whatever.
half
Maybe
naked, am I go look for dead animals to pay my respects? Is that what I do?
I just think it just the Greg Burgess in me when I
Sounds
saw
like a
this,
setup.
I was like, this is a setup just to get a story out.
I agree. It sounds like a setup.
Gross.
Social media erupted about it.
Really weird.
Yeah. And now a lot of people are saying, hey, it's a prank, and others speculating that it was some type of satanic
but if you
paranormal element at work.
Look at one of the pictures, and it even says that you can see like a man's leg with a boot on just beyond.
Really?
On one of the pictures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me zoom in on this thing here.
Yeah,
where's the man's leg?
It's in one of the pictures. I don't know if you look at the same article I was.
All right. So you're thinking, okay.
There it is. See, look, standing right there.
Where?
It's like there's a guy standing that you can't see. See,
is that the other girl? Because there was two girls, right?
Well, they were naked and barefooted. That's a shoe and some pants.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see what you're talking about now. Yeah. I think one of them just had shirt off.
Weird.
One of them had shirt off and blue jeans, and the other one had So you go to the first picture they show where she's standing by the horse on the New York Post article.
Mm-hmm.
The one that's kneeling down next to, I don't know if it's a man or woman, it may be with long hair or whatever, but there's clearly wearing blue jeans that you can see.
Yeah.
But when they stand up, you see the boot. Or when they change positions.
Huh.
Does that make sense?
What's your
Just
take
at the
on
bottom of the page, it says a male leg.
Yeah, see, like right here, look. That's the picture you're talking about where you see that, right?
Right.
Okay. But if you go,
Yeah.
if you
Okay,
go
that person's
here,
standing up. I see what you're saying.
They're kneeling down there. You can't see the boots, but you can see the pants.
So are we dealing with a scantily clad woman and then just a dude wearing just jeans and boots
with a wig?
Yeah. Or either
Or just long hair.
or too scantily.
Because
with
I think in
one
the article
with-
they said they looks kind of like it might be wigs, which goes back to the
Which
setup.
goes back to the prank.
Oh yeah, you know what? You can see actually right here. That looks like a wig, and then that looks like her hair.
Okay.
Underneath
So are we all chalking this up as to, hey,
prank.
we tried to, hey, I saw Bigfoot. Look, I got footage, and it was all set up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that
that kind of stuff that you see all the time.
That bottom garment on that lady looks like something you'd buy at like a store for.
Mm-hmm.
But
if you're
I
trying
will
to
say
spice
this.
things up, if you're trying to spice things up.
Yeah,
Here's the thing.
Like I'm gonna dress like Jane.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some
You ever done
lady,
that?
some ladies quoted saying,
Twice.
"There's rumors around town about a cult that collects animal bones."
Oh, great.
So if you're a part of that and you want to disguise yourself, you don't want people to know that you're on their game camera, you would put a wig on,
Or somebody's made the whole thing up, started that rumor.
which I think that's what it is. But
And Grandpa apparently saw it.
He
We
did.
got naked people on
Grandpa
the
got
camera.
naked on the camera.
He got excited. He's like, we found something here.
Adler.
Rick and Bubba.
It's a bit of a tidal wave of people defending the Chick-fil-A morning biscuit.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've got some here screaming, "Have y'all lost your minds?" And we for years have said that Chick-fil-A is an excellent organization and they have excellent products, and we patronize them quite often. But I said, as far as my preference for the type of biscuit I like on a breakfast biscuit, I don't think it's up to their excellence. And there are people that are just, I'm talking about, they're passionately disagreeing, saying that they like it just like it is, and it's just a preference. Now, it does seem odd to me that I know this is a small sample, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us, and all of us feel the same way about it. You would think there would be one person on the staff that would go, "Oh, I love it."
Where's Adler at on this? That explains a lot.
But I mean, you like
Never
it.
mind.
You like it better than the others.
If you had a biscuit, okay.
Do you like it better than the others?
If you had a
like
choice
the
of
way-
your biscuit right now, what would it be?
Yeah, I think
you
I'm
go-
okay with the Chick-fil-A biscuit.
I didn't say okay with it.
Yeah.
I said, do you like it as much
Is
as
it your
the others?
first choice?
First of
Are
all,
you tolerating it?
I'm not a biscuit guy.
Well, then-
so
okay, well.
this
then,
is
goodness.
That, that's
Well,
not to
let's
say.
go. All right, get out of here.
All right, how do you
That's
like
not
the,
to
how do you
say
like how do you like their granola they put on top of their yogurt?
That's very good.
That's your area.
Oh, you were joking.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that was a
Rick,
setup.
Don't
He's
wear
got
the
his
pony-
hair pulled
That's
up
right.
with a rubber band.
Don't
so
have
you
your
gotta-
hair pulled back like that if you don't want that comment.
That's true. Okay, so but I do like biscuits, but I don't. It's not my go-to. But I gotta go against what Greg is saying as far as how they cook it, and it's a little bit doughy. Is what
Doughy.
to me that's moist, Greg.
No,
that's
dough.
moist,
It's
Greg.
a big wad of dough
Greg,
with a
it's
piece of chicken
moist.
stuck in it.
Well,
No, I do like them a little doughy sometimes.
say okay.
But I'm
That's
not
how I
a
like my-
big I'm not a big biscuit guy anyway. But I think it's not the one we grew up on. I think that probably has more to do with it because in college we lived off those Hardee's biscuit, steak and biscuit. Man, you had to have that.
You know what this means?
Voice your opinion on the Rick and Bubba official.
What it means?
Quick poll.
That means that now the audience must weigh in at 866 We Be Big on a quick poll. Now, we're not asking that you tolerate the biscuit because you love the delicious chicken breast. We're not asking that. The question is, do you like Chick-fil-A's breakfast biscuit as much as the other choices are better?
By itself.
Yeah, by itself.
Yeah.
We all know the chicken breast is
Right.
fantastic.
Right.
We're strictly talking about the biscuit because I think some of us are tolerating the vehicle just to get to the meat. We're saying, the biscuit's not horrible, it's good enough. That's not what I'm looking for. This is Chick-fil-A we're talking about. I'm talking about, is it the walking dog of biscuits to you or not?
Have they hit the excellence mode in their biscuit? Yes or no?
Yes, that's it.
That's the
Do
question.
you find their breakfast biscuit to be excellent or not? Because everything else on the menu is.
Right.
Okay.
And the services.
You like that, don't you?
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Let's go to Steve. Steve, it's a Rick and Bubba quick poll. Your comment, go. Speedy, get ready.
I just want to say that I agree with you 100%. That biscuit is horrible because it falls apart. I love everything else about Chick-fil-A.
Me too. It falls apart. That's my biggest issue with it, is it falls apart.
Yes or no?
All right, let's go to John in Huntsville.
So that would be a no.
John, go ahead.
Got it.
Hey, guys, the answer is no.
Okay, thank you, buddy. All right, Rick and Bubba show. What's your vote?
Hardee's biscuits.
What's that?
Hardee's biscuits.
All right, then that's a no.
That's correct.
Okay. Hi, Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please.
Give me a Jack's biscuit.
Okay. Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please. Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please.
No.
Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please.
No.
Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please. Hello.
I love the biscuit.
There it is. One in the column.
Hi, Rick and Bubba show.
Yes.
Your vote, please.
Biscuit is too doughy. Hardee's or Jack's, baby.
Thank you. That's a no. Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please.
Biscuit Beaver.
Okay. not a nickname. Not looking for a nickname.
No.
Hi, Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Oh,
This is making more sense to me.
It is. Me too.
Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, hard pass on the biscuit, but the minis are good. And just a quick nugget on the minis. Did you?
That's enough. It's a quick poll. It has
It's
to
not
be
a research
quick
paper.
poll.
It's a quick
It was simply a no.
Right.
Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please.
I totally agree. The Chick-fil-A biscuit needs improvement.
Wow.
Hi, Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please.
No, and it's too sweet as well.
Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please.
Jack's.
Okay, that's a no. Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please.
Love the biscuits of Jesus.
No, look, be honest about the biscuit. You ain't got to throw that in.
Yes.
Do you think?
Yes, you can put that in the yes
We'll
column.
put it in yes, even though I think that guy was big.
He was.
I do too.
I think that one had tongue in cheek with doughy
Yes.
biscuit on it.
Yeah.
Hi, Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please.
Yeah.
No to the biscuits.
Mm.
Rick and Bubba show. Your vote, please.
No.
It is 6 minutes past the hour, and here we go. A brand new hour has begun. We sure are thankful that you're here today. Got a lot to cover. Interesting stuff today, as hopefully are most days. This one starts with the national anthem. Let's go. 7.5 minutes past. It is the Rick and Bubba Show, a brand new hour on a brand new day. Thank you for being with us. Kickoff hour behind us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've handled that on all the various Rick and Bubba platforms. Whether you go live or archive, you can get the entire show just like you like it in a number of ways. Find all that at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Interns at Rick and Bubba University, Alapuca and Cam Solo. They bang out a degree in common sense. Eddie Van Adler settles in for the YouTube option. That's one of our options. It features a live option and an archived option, and even a best of hour that finds its way to Blaze TV, as we are also part of the Blaze TV family. We'll unpack a lot of stuff for you today. A couple of things I will pass along to you for those of you that are looking for gift shopping for Father's Day. When it comes to the Rick and Bubba store, spoke with the gang yesterday. They said if you get your order in by this weekend, you should be able to get whatever you want to buy for Dad out of the Rick and Bubba store to him or to you by Father's Day. If you're wanting to get the 31-day devotional signed for Dad, today is your cutoff. Need to order that by today. So you'll see that link at rickandbubba.com and under show notes today as well. So just a little information for those of you thinking about what you're going to get for the dads on your Father's Day list, or dads, something you may be wanting to get for yourself. Sitting right there is the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Let's go, my peoples. Come on, Bubba.
That's a little kicker there this morning.
Tell you what, I had to turn that up outside the other day. Realized I was a little loud. I was trying out there doing a little bit better, and I was talking to Sean. I said, Sean, we got to take Crowder. We got to get some more volume there.
That's good stuff.
Well, come on, let's that right there. I might get in a couple more reps. So there we are. All right, so let's talk about some things that are before us today. My goodness, I've watched.
There's some real oddities out there today.
Well, I watched you and Speedy yesterday trying to talk to Travis Taylor. Travis has been on a lot of things, has been part of a lot of things. Right now, best known probably by the audience for what he's doing on Skinwalker Ranch. He's been on 2 podcasts. He's been on the big show. Well, I mean, I'm not going back to Rocket City Rednecks and all that, but
well, you can. He's been on several.
He's been on
times.
several times, and he is on the inside. And a lot of things. And Speedy, I know you were concerned a little bit yesterday, which is one of the things we always are concerned about. Are we a bip? And because we can be a bip. We watch. We're sensitive to bipness. Our audience, I like now when they're picking up saying, "Hey, I don't want to be a bip." I even thought, could that be the next Rick and Bubba shirt?
Right.
I don't want to be a bip.
Yep.
Or don't be a bip.
Bippage.
But anyway,
ahead.
So we have these stories that keep coming out, and I have to say it's a step beyond the Area 51 stuff, because we have had things that we all sat and watched. Hey, we got stuff flying around, we don't know what it is. Okay, and then you have this so-called whistleblower. And then, of course, Bubba, you immediately thought, let's get Travis on. He's on the inside of this. He knows what's going on. and then can y'all tell me what happened? I watched y'all go back and forth. Speedy, you being concerned about being a bip, which all of us should care more about. Appreciate your sensitivity to that. And then there was hey, he's coming on, he's not coming on, he is coming on today, but he can't talk about certain things. Is that where it landed?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
when somebody doesn't, and they're busy, but when I send a text message
Absolutely.
and it's like 8 hours later and
Yeah.
no response,
Yeah.
I'm like, ugh.
They got a lot
You got to be
going-
careful. You got to
do.
sprinkle in your contact with people that you have in, like their cell
Yes,
phone and
I
stuff. You
know.
can't call
Oh,
them
you
too
think I
much
don't
or
know?
text them too much because now you've got like, oh gosh, here they are texting me again.
Look, I've been on both ends of that spectrum.
Yeah.
I've been the person doing it. I've been the person receiving it.
Yeah, yeah.
And
So I'm sensitive to that.
And you know what, Speedy? I wish the rest of the world shared your sensitivity. The
Right.
world will be a better place.
Yeah. It
Because
would.
apparently
It
there's
really
some
would.
people it doesn't concern
Yeah,
them at all.
right.
I mean, they don't even think about it. You know,
I agree.
you were so.
Well, there was a little bit of comedy in it yesterday,
Sure.
and Hams was enjoying it. The fact that Speedy couldn't get Travis to answer him, and then
Right.
I got him to answer me right away.
Right.
And I'm sure it was just a timing issue.
It
It
was
was
a
just
timing
because
issue.
I'm that way too.
But-
Sometimes I can't reply to something, and then when everything
Yeah.
breaks free, another one comes in, I reply to it right then. Then I go back and get the other ones that came in earlier. So, but it's Ricky. It's there's a lot of
It's odd.
strange stuff going on out here,
Strange.
and I'm, more so than we've ever had in the public forum on UFOs, and I'm going to use that term. I don't like UAP.
So is that official? We're not going to accept that because sometimes they'll change. Well, you and I never accepted the changing of the football conference.
Right.
I just stayed with one AA, 2, 3, and 1. That's it.
That's right. So I don't know what is stranger. We've had two pretty major UFO stories break in the last 2 months. And I don't know if that or the fact that the PGA and LIV Golf merged is the strangest thing out there today.
That is funny stuff.
And we've got stories on that. That merger took place. No one picked up the phone to ask Tiger Woods what he thought about it.
Or Woods.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to
Him
ask
too.
y'all today, and I saw people tweeting that yesterday. Are these who took a high moral stand? Which when Tiger Woods takes a moral stand, I'm always paying attention.
Right.
But when somebody draws the line and says, I think all these people that are going to live are sellouts and evil, and I'm standing on my scruples and I will not go there, and now it's all the same. Are these people just not going to play golf anymore?
Rick, they have all gone together. I got to laughing at some of the social media posts from Koepka yesterday, who left the PGA, made $100 million with the LIV Tour, was being scrutinized by some of the golf purists, and now they're all together again.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
So he looks like the people who left and took a big paycheck to leave.
Yes.
Look like geniuses now,
Right.
Because they're restored to status.
Yeah.
In the golf world, and they've got hundreds of millions of dollars in their pocket.
But if you dog them, can you now stay? Because now you're right there with them now.
Well, that's a question for the PGA golfers.
Right, yeah. Now it's back on them.
I doubt you're going to see any of them make any big high ground speech that they're not going to play golf or accept money anymore.
Yeah.
I doubt it.
We'll
I
come
doubt
back.
it. I may be wrong, but I doubt it.
We'll talk about this military whistleblower, which I understand Travis cannot talk about today, right?
Well, we can't talk about him not being able to talk about it, Rick.
Oh, we can't? We can't even talk about it. He can't talk about it.
No, not yet.
All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
I mean,
wow.
I mean, see.
So that's totally opposite the email.
Yes.
Yeah,
you're
well,
right.
guys, I got a total of 5 emails. I mean, it's not like I was overwhelmed with
right.
it. Yeah, we ain't but
Guys, that looked like the first 8 minutes of Alabama, Tennessee.
yeah. I mean, guys, did y'all hear
That
the
was
Okay,
crazy.
so guys, we're not off base here.
Got it?
We're not
Pal.
we're not off base here.
One voice your opinion on the Rick and Bubba official quick poll.
So a resounding no.
Yes.
On whether this meets the excellence that we expect from this incredible company. I don't see how anybody could be okay with it falling apart. No. I mean, I really don't.
Rick and Bubba.
bombs are in the mail, and they're definitely targeting liberals and people who have been very, very critical of the president and are at war with the president. And of course, the different scenarios are being talked about. And I think on this show, what we want to try to do is just because what you're going to have one group of people that are going to give you one narrative, and then the other group of people are going to give you the same thing in the opposite direction. But we're going to try to sit here and say we're not going to have any kind of bias here and just say, well, none of us believe we should live in a society where bombs are going to people in the mail. I've got another story.
Rick,
today.
I'm even against harassing people who are trying to eat.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not.
Forgot that.
I'm not for any of this.
No.
Where we, like I said, we look like some kind of banana republic now, and we got some big issues that we need to take on in this country. I'm not for this story that Speedy showed me that we've had two middle school girls that wanted to kill 15 people and drink their blood. We got some problems out there, folks. We got a wicked, evil society. But now let's see if we can be level-headed and actually talk about the different scenarios that could be possibly the issue here.
All right, so let's play FBI armchair quarterback here, okay? The motive behind this. I see three possible scenarios. You tell me there may be another one that I've looked over. You could have a deranged Republican Trump supporter who's tired of hearing these people run Trump down and said, hey, I'm going to get you. That is an option.
That's option number. That's one of them.
You could have a deranged demo who is mad at their party leaders for the way they've run their party in the ground.
The least likely, but yes.
You could have a deranged demo who is mailing this to them, trying to draw sympathy for them and change the national narrative. Have no intention of it going off. They're just trying to draw attention to it.
The only thing I put a little caveat on 3. You threw the word deranged in there, which certainly I guess you'd have.
I'm going to put deranged on all of them.
All right. But it could also be that scenario 3 was this has been a well thought out and very precise October surprise to try to make the president look unstable and problematic and causing our country to be thrown into chaos, and he must be stopped.
Well, you can be deranged and be very good at what you do.
Right. But I guess I know it would be deranged. Even if you're doing that, that's deranged. You're right. So
yeah, I would put Hitler in that for sure.
Yeah. So,
deranged, but he was very good at doing what he did when he did it.
Yeah, I don't know why everybody gets so upset. Because I had a guy call yesterday and left it on my office phone, and I was looking for the number because I was going to call back because he was being civil on it. But people listened, and I know that people. This is the problem when you have a show that is so long. And, and the way people's listening habits are now, they grab little points. But there's never anybody who suggests we do have a political leaning on this program that we don't hide. But anybody to suggest, like in this situation, that we don't discuss all the different scenarios, because when we brought it up the other day, we said, here are the different scenarios when there were just a few bombs out there. And then you get some call of somebody saying, how dare y'all to even suggest, that Trump did this, Trump did that. Well, we said it could possibly be a crazed Trump supporter. Mm-hmm. It certainly can. Look, I don't.
It also could be an October surprise stunt.
It could. It could. Guys, look,
you cannot rule out any of this if we're going to really get.
Past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. The revelation today continues in the Wednesday Bible study. We'll get through the first half of chapter 12 today. So be sure you catch that one. It's just something light today, the beast and the woman. So we'll just kind of walk through that today to show a little casual life application Bible study today. Catch that live at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. Adler archives that pretty quick right after it, and then it's available on your own time, also on the YouTube channel, and then the audio archive goes to the podcast channel for your consumption on your own time. All right, so can I just try to get all the stuff and rabbits we're chasing and everything? Here's what I want to know.
We got a bunch of them today.
Somewhere later in the show, I'm going to be talking, and we're going to be talking to Travis Taylor.
Dr. Travis Taylor.
About something involving the these current UFO things that we have been talking about. So we're not going to talk to him about Skinwalker Ranch, or is that part of it too?
No, he is going to be talking about Skinwalker Ranch, the hit show on the History Channel.
Right.
We're
not talking about the other stuff.
He can't talk about some of the other things.
All right. Okay. So in other words,
we need him to talk about.
Let me run down what's happening.
So he can't talk about why we reached out to him. So we're pivoting back to, hey, how about Skinwalker?
Well, it's Rick. It may be all strangely tied.
No, I don't even. That sounds good to me, especially if you claim they saw something out in the middle of the field in the middle of the day on last night's episode.
There's about 3 or 4 things tying together here, and
Can he talk about this story?
No.
Okay.
Because, but let me tell you the tie-in, and this is why.
Right.
There's 2 events that have happened in the last few months.
Can we talk about this story?
We're going to talk about it.
It's on FoxNews.com.
We are going to talk about it. Right. There's 2 events.
Right.
Do you remember we played the clip from Tucker Carlson where he said a man had contacted him.
Mm-hmm.
He checked him out. His name was Dr. Gary Nolan. He is a PhD at Stanford University.
I remember all this.
And he said he had been called in as an expert witness in lawsuits dealing with military people who had died, who had been ordered to approach what appeared to be a flying saucer.
I remember that.
And this guy's not a quack. He's a real guy.
Right.
There he is right there.
That's kind of like quack.
So this was the first story that seemed kind of bizarre out in the public domain. We follow that up with a story yesterday, a guy named Dave Cush, and that's who you're Grush, Grushsh. He is an Air Force veteran, and he is blowing a whistle on an alleged U.S. secret military program, which he claims has been retrieving craft of non-human origin for at least several decades.
Okay. See, we still have that going. And of course,
I warned y'all yesterday in the text because I was warned in the text.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't know why we keep tampering and going over and kicking this anthill that is Skinwalker Ranch and all this. I really don't. I don't understand it. It's at one time I thought everybody here had kind of a hypersensitivity to the things that cannot be explained.
I'm telling you.
Okay,
especially things that keep like hurting people.
This guy, Rick, is a 36-year-old decorated former combat officer in Afghanistan. He served on the National Reconnaissance Office, acting as their representative to Congress. Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force from 2019 to 2021. That's where him and Dr. Travis Taylor overlap. Travis was also on that committee, that task force. Okay. So they work together.
Mm-hmm.
He is now at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Okay. So he's got a long list of credentials. He has come out and filed an official whistleblower complaint to Congress and the Inspector General on classified information that he insists proves the recoveries of partial fragments through and up to an intact vehicle that have been made for decades through present day by the U.S. government, its allies, and defense contractors. He says the recoveries have been determined through analysis to be of exotic origin, or what he describes as non-human.
So now
it's Independence Day.
So what Tucker Carlson talked about, we had weeks ago. Now he's become a whistleblower. And if you said that Tucker Carlson, who now works for Twitter, put out another 10-minute or so video wanting to know why this is not more. Why are we not?
Well, he was covering a variety of topics. I did not hear the whole thing.
But you said this was mentioned.
He said, why is these UFO stories not the lead story on every newscast in the West?
Well, that's one of the things this show has asked. When things like this happen, it seems like you ought to be like interrupting programming,
right?
Saying, "Hey, by the way, y'all, we got problems,
right?
Or we got something going on."
Now, this whistleblower, he's just trying to draw attention to this and says, now, if I understood what he said he had not himself physically seen it, but several people he worked with had.
Gotcha.
And it's one of the top held secrets because we're trying to reverse engineer some of the technology we have found and use it in our military.
And we're not supposed to talk about that. Travis can't talk about it.
That's probably one way to put it.
Okay. He's not going to comment on this today.
We can
I don't
ask
think-
him for clarification, and he can probably clarify that.
Could you say
Can
this?
I pretend nobody told me about this and also I'll just blurt it out and see what he does? Huh?
Bubba, say this,
would
because
say
of the
this 'cause
task
what-
force and the committees that he's on within the federal
There you
government,
go.
he is restricted on what
There
he can
you
say
go.
and can't say.
Right, which means they're hiding some.
Right, clearly.
Um,
And Bubba, how you feel about the Russians coming out yesterday? I don't know, two Russian scientists or whatever says they can confirm what the whistleblowers claiming.
No, the Ruskies, they love confusion.
I wanted to give you the best explanation of what we can and can't
Are we going to talk about episode last night on season 4?
We are going to talk about SWR, Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah, but didn't you
or
say
standing wave ratio, whichever one you prefer.
Didn't you say like that they claim like last night it looked like there was some orb out in the middle of the big field?
Yeah,
right in the middle of the day?
that was the trailer I saw of the upcoming episode. But see, I'm like a week behind because of the time it comes on.
Yeah,
but it's getting good. I mean, this is really getting good. We've gone from hey, I see something in the sky and there's a dead cow to we have ground radar. We know something's in the ground. We're trying to get to it. We got a lot of video evidence of these orbs following the helicopter and other things.
Rick and Bubba.
The bottom of it.
I think I would have already ruled out that scenario, and I'm certainly not saying that's what happened. Okay. The reason why I haven't ruled it out yet is I do find it interesting, and I'm thankful. I truly am, with all the sincerity of my heart, that none of them have gone off. But I do find that to be interesting.
Well,
that these bombs would be, and not one of them has gone off.
Well, we've covered possible scenarios now to the devices themselves, and we have limited information, and we may not even be right on it.
Mm-hmm.
That is, and you make a key point. They didn't go off.
Mm-hmm.
None of them went off.
Right.
So many times when you have these type devices, they will accidentally go off the wrong time, whatever. But let's get to the motive again. If you're really trying to get to a person, a timer on a bomb it don't work because you got to know exactly the time they would be opening that package or be close enough to it that it would actually hurt them.
Right.
So we know, again, from past, and we've had, terrible events even in our state dealing with this, where someone opened something and it went off and they were killed or hurt real bad. So we know that this is not the best way to do this. So that again points to what's the plan here? Are we just trying to create a terror issue? Are we really trying to do damage, or what's the deal? I was really interested in hearing what the trigger device was because I think that tells you a lot about what goes on with this. And when I heard it was a timer, I was like you. I go, well, now this is not. If you have a trigger device that either a bomb on opening or they can remote control trigger like the Boston Marathon thing was, or some of those through cell phones, that's a much more effective route to go. I'm talking about history. This is not secret information. This is common knowledge. So you have to wonder about that part of it. Then they said, and we're referring to the timers as Amazon timers. Now, I just assumed that meant a timer ordered from Amazon, right? You can't go to a store and get an Amazon timer, can you? So, again, somebody ordered that. Speedy had brought up, and some other people had mentioned, commentators, the way this labeling was done on the package. It was almost to draw attention to it. Now, I know there is a thought that if you handwrite it, that the authorities can trace your handwriting. So you go with a label. But when you put a label on there and you put tape over it, or it's a sticky label, you're leaving fingerprints, DNA material, all that. Even if you're wearing gloves, there's certain things, hair follicles, all that's falling on it. So the FBI is very good at finding and tracing bombs that have been made, especially those that don't go off. They can do it even after it explodes.
Oh, yeah.
But they're real good at doing this with ones that don't explode. So it's going to be, to me, very interesting where this leads back to. Very, very interesting.
Well, one other scenario, and we'll come back, and I know there's callers that talking about too. I guess you could add a fourth.
Which one is that?
And
what is that?
And that would be that there's an outside force that's just trying to throw chaos into our country's elections.
Foreign actor?
A foreign force that is just trying to create more chaos, like they did. They tried to create what they could in
I'm gonna call it foreign
on
actor.
social media. They tried to impact our. Now no one's proven that the Russians ever were able to get in any kind of voting machine and change votes. We talked about that the other day with one of our guests.
But we know they've tried to sway public opinion through social media, and it wasn't just for Trump. It was for Trump when he was losing or behind in the polls. The minute he won, they swapped. And started holding rallies against him. They want H&D, hate and discontent, in our population.
So it is possible it could be an outside force.
Okay, I'll put that down. That's
an enemy of our country.
But you would think a foreign power could use a more sophisticated way if they really were trying to do damage. Or were they just trying to send something crude that would be caught? That's the other question.
Well, I think the two scenarios that have the most merit are the one that is just a crazed Trump supporter, or it's a setup by the Democrats for the October surprise. Those are the two likely ones.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. If you have thought to yourself, you know what? I've been listening to Bussy and Burge and the gang down there from Sweet Home, Alabama, wherever you get this program. You're saying, I'd like to take a trip. I think I'm going to go to Alabama. Let's plan a little weekend, plan a little time to go down there, see the boys. And then look at this beautiful state. Maybe you've never been here. Maybe you live in the state. You just never been to this part of the state. I'm talking, of course, about the Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association. If you're thinking about summer travels, this is a great prospect to plan a trip to go to this beautiful part of the country. But you're like, well, I want to know what's going on there. Well, good. You need to go get the podcast that they have just put out. It's called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And this is a beautiful part of our state. It's where more of our mountain ranges are and all that. And you can go to this website, northalabama.org/podcast, if you'd like to listen to it. Or just go out to wherever you get podcasts and just search that name, Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. Hear what they're talking about, make a few notes, plan your trip, and come see us here in Sweet Home, Alabama. All right, so we're going to move on, right, till we talk to him coming up a little bit later on in the program. But Skinwalker Ranch did have their latest episode from season 4.
Yeah, Tuesday night.
You have discovered that you are not able to watch it live because it's too late.
Yes.
And
it doesn't start till 9, so even though I could be up at the beginning of it, I usually am not, I can't grasp it.
So it doesn't
all
start
of
till 9 Central Time?
Right, middle of the night.
Yeah, it didn't work.
Yeah.
That didn't work. But there's ways to watch them, the archives and all that, which I guess you'll do binging here when you can and catch up a little bit.
Well, I'm usually about a week behind.
Yeah, okay, about a week behind.
Maybe 2 weeks.
But you seemed a little bit, I don't know, enhanced, that it's really getting intense.
Yeah, well, it's really, I mean, they've worked over 4 years to bring a lot of, and Dr. Travis Taylor's been, kind of the guiding force in this, to bring technology and some logic to this process. And they've got a lot of video evidence of things that are happening there. These orbs, they've got ground radar. They've got a big domed thing in the mesa that they've tried to dig into. It's about 40 foot.
Yeah,
looks like I hate to say it looks like a flying saucer buried in the ground. They've got these orbs following a helicopter, and they've got numerous times that the helicopter has been messed with when it goes into this one area. So So I don't know, but it's getting real interesting.
So we'll talk to him about that.
Yes, he's going to catch us up on SWR.
Okay, so should we just pause that?
Do you like the way I hipped it up?
And wait till we talk to him. Just pause it.
Probably that part.
Okay, yeah. So I do think that you're shaking hands with danger with all this, and I've made that clear.
Rick,
you know what I mean?
I'm not at Skinwalker Ranch,
right?
But I have I just have to know. I ask questions. I have to know. I love science, and I need to know the answers to these.
I do want to put something before you, and this is like when you're talking to an alcoholic that says, "I've been there."
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not like I'm somebody that doesn't know how you can mess up.
Right.
Just be careful and don't do what I've done. When somebody has information or somebody you want to talk to and you contact them too much and you overdo it.
I got you.
I just want you to know that I've been there. You know, I've spooked a few people.
Yeah.
So I'm warning you.
I understand that. I've seen the spookage you've left.
And I don't know how many times you contact Travis and all that, so I can't give you a read that watch out.
Right.
But I'm just giving you a general warning.
Right.
That it can happen.
Yes.
And,
I think,
and usually under the best of intentions.
Right.
You just desire to honestly interact with the person.
But, this story is a national story right now.
Right.
These stories.
It is.
And it kind of all ties in. We had the story about NASA. They have their own bunch that's investigating this.
Right.
And they said they had documented these silver orbs all over the planet. They've got the Predator drone that has been out in the battlefield has captured video of this.
Right.
We played the clip from the meeting the other day.
Right.
And these are the same kind of things they're seeing on Skinwalker Ranch. So it all kind of ties together.
No, you're right. It does. It does. So.
And we must get to the bottom of it, Rick.
Right.
We must.
And then on things that I'm dealing with. So Howie Long probably doesn't want to come fish, right? I need to step that back.
If he's in town, he might.
Yeah. And Greg, he just will not release Riley Green's number to me for some reason.
No, but I'm gonna tell you what. Right now, I don't know what.
Look,
Helmsy, I don't know when this country music switch flipped with you.
It's always been there hiding out.
Has it?
Yeah.
Do you think it's one of those things? It was. You know how somebody says it's gone dormant. And then it wakes back up?
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
It's always been around. It just hadn't been to the level. And it'll go away. It'll go away probably, I don't know, in the fall.
So you say kick?
And then well, it's not a kick. It keeps coming back.
I got you. Reoccurring kick.
Yeah.
Or reoccurring enthusiasm.
It'll peak and then it'll die.
Yeah, because it can't be a kick if it keeps coming back. All right, so
it's always there. Yeah. It's just it's at a level right now that
And you seem to be locked on two artists.
Yeah, it's always I'll lock into a few people. I don't branch out.
Riley Green and Morgan
Wallen.
That you seem to be really locked on those two.
When I feel more mature, I go Riley Green. When I feel like I need go back to my college.
I see. So Morgan's a little more
young
party
adult.
Music.
Yes,
he's a little more party music.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. I feel like Riley's. He's a little more.
Any
mature.
shot you'd see either one of them live?
No, probably Riley. I can't go to a Morgan Wallen concert. Too many people. Well, too many people sing along now.
Okay,
like, not just one of his songs, every one of them.
Okay,
that gets on my nerves. I came to hear Morgan Wallen, not everybody in the stadium.
That's an interesting moment because I remember the first time. It kind of goes back to anything that's a sprinkle format.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the first time that I heard Tom Petty stop singing Breakdown and let the crowd finish it, and it was cool.
Yeah.
But he didn't do that his entire catalog.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so that can be an emotional moment. But if the whole concert features that, I guess I could see where you like. I'd kind of just like to hear them.
You would think he would be loud enough to overcome.
Well, and maybe so. Maybe I'm. It just seems like every video I sing, and it doesn't matter. I mean, no matter what song I'm hearing, they're all singing along.
Right.
Like now, listen. If I'm at Riley Green concert and there's 60,000 people there and everybody's singing "Wish Grandpa's Never Died," I'm in for that.
Of course, they're going to say Coors Light now.
They are, or Busch Light. He's been throwing Busch Light in there too.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, same company.
It is, but I think he only did it a few times, and I keep seeing a very similar reel.
Probably got on the bus after that and said, "Gosh, that's the same company."
Rick, I could. Rick, as a friend, I could let him know that if Greg would give me his number.
See, and that's what I'm talking about right there. Because
Greg won't give up that number.
This is hard. It really is because when you have these contacts that we have, you don't want to blow text up going, "Hey, I saw you on TV," or "You did this," because now you're being a bip.
I know.
And so you want to look back at the history, and it's hard.
Of course, you have it. I know.
You know, I've got. I mean, what I'm saying is, but I don't just text him regularly. I want it to.
And I
if you
wouldn't
look back,
either.
If you look back
You
to
do
the
it all.
history, I want it to be like meaningful. Hey, could you be on the
I
air?
will
Could
say
we do
this.
something? I'm not trying to make small talk.
What if
I will say this year at Regions, we had a moment.
Had a moment.
That was we need to talk more moment.
Right.
Why do we not talk more? And I don't mean like every 2 weeks. I mean like every 6 months, check in. What's going on? Is anything I can do for you? Anything you can do? That kind of thing.
Speaking on somebody again, like I just spoke to Bubba, somebody who's been hurt.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
Yeah.
not like I don't know. Sometimes we have to be careful that we don't misinterpret that somebody
I know.
just handles public situations with people who like them well. Is that somehow they're treating us differently than they do others, and we think that there was a special connection that wasn't there.
Yeah.
I've been hurt by that, and I just because you think what
I
you
know.
don't realize is they just do a good job with everybody, and they're always kind and nice, and you think you thought you were special.
Yeah.
And they're just being really,
There's
really
just
nice.
been a-
and because they could meet it in the moment.
Well-
I've meant it in the moment, and then went back and said, "Boy, I could never really
There's this ongoing
pull that off." You know it?
Yeah. We have this ongoing occurrence with Riley. Riley, I mean, when we had the outdoor expo, he came to it, just hang out, and
Did my golf group last year?
Yes, there's been many times
Greg
at Jacksonville
discovered him?
State that we all have been a part of that we run into him, and there's been several times at the golf tournament, and there's been just several times where we have said things to each other that I thought, why are we not connecting more?
Careful.
And again, it's not a
Careful.
it's not a hey,
You sound like me.
I want to hang out every couple weeks and text you bippage. Okay, don't want that world. But like every 6 months, I'd like just send an encouraging text to you.
And encouraging.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
I meant to tell you,
Adler?
I got to ask y'all a question.
All right.
Did Noah Galloway mean it when he said he wanted to get lunch with me sometime?
He did not. He did
no,
not.
he did not mean
He
it.
did
Noah's
not.
a good
I
guy.
can't-
I think he
I
did.
can't- I
He
can't
did
speak
mean
to
it.
that
He
one.
did.
Yeah, he did. He meant it.
Rick,
Hey.
why are you shaking your head?
Rick, listen.
You're
Here's the
shaking
thing.
your head no.
Now,
Rick's been hurt too many times.
and he
don't want the same.
Let me clarify what he
Rick's been
said.
the herder too many times.
Yeah, let me be clear. In
trying
the
to be nice.
in that very moment, in that tiny moment that is long gone,
Yeah.
he thought it might be a good idea.
Okay.
But there's no way that there'll be follow through on that, and it'll actually happen. It was a kind thing to say, and he meant it to be kind.
Okay.
But he cannot pull that off.
You want to sell?
Hey,
So you,
the
give
other
him
day,
Noah's, but you won't give me Riley.
He said we should do something sometime.
Has
Or we
Riley
should
picked
hang
out a puppy?
sometime.
Has Riley picked out
I
a
haven't
puppy?
talked to him yet. But he sent this after Regions. You know,
now
y'all
we're,
had
now
the,
we're rubbing it in.
y'all had the
fine.
cloud behind you. You know, he posed a picture. He said it was good to see the boys in heaven the other day, and he put the picture of y'all, and then he put the picture from Happy Gilmore with Chubbs and the alligator and Abe Lincoln.
Fantastic.
Or both.
See, that's good.
Hey,
Boy, if
Greg,
you
you're
get a
friends
text
with
like
I know.
that,
That's the thing. See, I think that's what Riley and I are missing out on with one another. And
You're
it's
jealous
really
of their relationship.
I am. And I didn't know that was going on. It makes it even worse.
Oh, I sent him some photos, and I said, hey,
Okay, now you're rubbing it in.
our photographer got some pretty good shots of you on the course, wanted to share them with you, whatever. He says, appreciate it, enjoyed it, buddy.
all right, now send Adler some pictures of you and Noah Galloway.
I liked Noah Galloway's post on Instagram, so good. We're close.
Yeah, that means you are tight.
We're good.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
Good.
Hey, I wondered if y'all noticed yesterday I was watching CNN and Fox at the same time when this stuff broke out about the explosive packages being sent. And Kumo on CNN, he was talking about how it doesn't matter on what side of the aisle you're on, this is uncalled for, and we need to come back to being united and Americans and coming together as one and putting aside our differences and letting this kind of sizzle out and cool off and whatnot. And well, then later on in the day, the CNN president released a statement, the exact opposite, and putting the blame on Trump.
Yeah,
and it
right.
seems that immediately after that happened, each side of the aisle said, forget unity. We're going back to being against one another and sticking to their guns in that way.
Yeah, we certainly both parties can argue and point fingers about who started it. You threw the first rock, then I threw one back, and blah 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 blah.
Oh, we've been throwing rocks for 240 years.
Yeah, well, right. Somebody was talking about some of the things we've had going on in the past. But the bottom line is, in this particular time in our history, in this particular political setting, if we want to bring civility back to the political process, and I'm with Bubba, certainly to different degrees. I don't recall ever when it was all that civil, but certainly we have some degrees now. So we've seen some things we have not seen before. Then both parties and everybody involved, but all the different media outlets are also going to have to decide that they too are going to go after civility as opposed to just trying to blame one person, one side or the other. The environment has been created by many more people of both parties. And if we want to have that discussion, I think that's a good discussion to have. If it's just going to turn into an opportunity to try to sway the elections coming up here in a couple of weeks, then I'm not really for that conversation because there's no sincerity in it. And what I saw, it was interesting to see, where you would see somebody talking about how Donald Trump needs to be civil while
screaming at him.
By telling you how horrible and wicked and terrible and what a scourge on the earth he is. These are the same people that showed pictures of his severed head. So if we want to talk about civility, certainly, both parties, Republicans and Democrats, need to look at themselves first and say where are some changes that need to be made here, and then work their way back to more of a civil situation. The bottom line is people are going to have to decide what they want to happen going forward on these midterm elections, and I think the choices are clear, and some people have different political views than I do, and I have different political views than they do, and I try to vote as best I can in step with the principles that I hold dear, and I know others do the same thing who oppose me. If we could just get back to that, that's probably the place we want to try to find. 866 We Be Big, Mike in Alabama. Mike, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Great.
Depending on if what the news has said so far is true, and that's a big if. According to the news, they said at least on one of the packages, the killer left a message on one of the packages that said, "Get her done." Mm-hmm. Now, if that is the case, then that is an actual message from the suspect to the investigators. That's the suspect trying to steer them in a certain direction.
Yeah, no doubt, and of course they're probably questioning Larry the Cable Guy. But
right.
But you're right. Some of it. I don't know what happened. As Bubba said, scenario one, we may just have a deranged get her doneer, and everything we're seeing and the way it appears is exactly what it is. But some of this just almost seems too cartoonish.
Yeah, it really does.
And the fact that
Adler's showing some great images and points about this too.
Yeah, just the fact that that none of them went off to me, and I'm thankful for that. But it's just in the timing of it right here. So you have to also ask the question. And again, if somebody's deranged, they're not thinking correctly anyway.
Right.
So if I'm a person who loves Donald Trump, I want to do something that might cause him to lose the edge in the House or the Senate.
Yeah.
I mean, now if you're deranged, you don't think like that, and you're just crazy and you're evil and you're wicked and you don't think like that. But you got to if you want to sit here and just be calm and think about everything and be fair about it all, that you can do that and reason it out. But again, as I said, a lot of this is like football teams. People can't see anything other than their team. And I would say that about both. There's people like that in both parties. 866 We Be Big is the number. It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. So, and they mentioned the kickoff hour, but in case you missed that, since Helmsy is now all into Morgan Wallen music, he has been cleared by doctors to go back to singing again. Sound like he had that those vocal cord deal that I had, and the only way you can do anything about it without surgery is to just stop talking and stop singing and see if you can't get those nodules to be like calluses on your hand and go soft again, so they don't keep you from singing and talking.
I just want to say,
You expert on vocal cords now, Rick?
well, you've been through it. You've been through it.
We'll throw out some stuff.
We hit about a year of
We
best
know
ofs.
that. We got to rest.
We hit about a year of best ofs that I play back sometimes, and it's like we're back, good to see you.
I
mean,
know it.
and it's
I
like,
couldn't believe how
man,
bad it
he
was.
was struggling.
Bad.
I thought it was Joe Kynes.
Real bad.
I just want to say out
That's why
loud,
coaches talk that way.
I know from hollering.
out loud in this microphone to the world, Speedy, I will handle with care.
Okay, buddy.
Okay, I will, and I
Adler,
appreciate that.
Did you get something in my text?
I got you. Really are my workplace best friend.
Thank you, buddy.
There we go.
All right, I'm gonna go easy though.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna act like you didn't even
help
send it. I mean, for a while, it'll make it.
I sent 2 contacts in the break.
Bubba, you
two
sent me
people.
a contact.
Thank
Would you? Who would you like in return? Huh? Let's do a contact sharing.
That one he sent you, you need to get on that.
I know.
Why did you keep that from us?
I just thought it. As a typical guy, you think you work through something.
Right.
You
got to have that looked at.
I'll be all right. That's what I say.
You got to have that looked at. I'm telling you, I've heard it 1,000 times. I don't know who the first person who said it.
It's not me.
The first person who said it said aging is not for sissies. And boy, they're right.
That's a good one.
Oh yeah.
It's a. The thing like I told y'all, I've noticed.
I sent you Gary Palmer.
I've told.
That's 2 in this segment. That are zingers.
That's fantastic.
That is good.
I don't know what's happened in the last
Well, I
7
wouldn't get
minutes.
in
but
on
my
that.
goodness.
Hey, Greg.
He got a little bit more serious.
Greg, you're gonna have to back off on Palmer. He said you take overtake. He said if you keep bringing up Bama stats, he said he can't tell you everything that's going on with Bama.
Where we're dangerous.
Rotates.
Where we're dangerous. We forget.
By the way, I talked to an Alabama fan yesterday. Did you know something that Alabama football fans are anxious about all the time? How long will Nick Saban live?
That's
Good night.
Look, he ain't no spring chicken.
No, I got to talk. I was dealing with a Bama fan yesterday, and he goes and he was talking about.
I've never thought about that.
He was talking about how good they're going to be again next year because they will be.
Sure. Yeah.
And he goes,
people you've never heard of.
He said, the only thing really can mess up our football programs is we just lose Nick Saban. I mean, he's getting older. And I said, do you worry about that? And he goes, oh yeah.
He broke 70.
He said, all Bama Nation worries about how much longer can Nick Saban live. And I said, well, he seems to be doing fine.
Well, if you think about it, what they
they're looking at the
time
numbers, Greg.
Coach Bryant went on in until they got to Saban. Look what all they went through.
I know.
They had to worry about that in a long time.
I know. They don't even remember Mike Price.
Oh no!
Of course, it's hard to remember him because he never got through spring training.
Well, yeah, he never coached a real
did he
game.
have a spring game? Maybe?
Yeah, he did.
He never coached a real game.
Have you ever seen anybody blow it that fast?
He put both the starting offense and defense on the same side, and that team won like 60-0 in the spring game.
Yeah, and I know that
I don't remember what it was, but it was a
Some
total
bizarre
blowout.
little way of
Yeah.
thinking.
And universities have they're historically perplexing at times on some of the hires they'll make, but that's got to be one of the most perplexing.
I'm telling
when
you.
the University of Alabama hired Mike Price, that was an odd hire.
And I believe if you were a critic of it, you were correct because it didn't last very long.
Well, but you can also.
I don't know how he coaches on the field. We never got to that.
Can I tell you what it did?
But he was kind of a hot commodity at the time, and he was having some success up in.
It was an odd hire.
It was, it was at Oregon,
Washington
State. Yeah. And
Which you can maybe go to hang out with adult performers there, and the press won't write about it. But here, if you're holding that position, you're the most popular guy in the state. You got to watch. They're looking at you.
You know that led to, and we've had a couple of just outstanding Charles Barkley moments on this show over its history. That led to one of the best. You remember that?
Yeah, when he was saying he broke the law.
I don't understand why everybody's getting on this man. I mean, it ain't like he did something illegal. And we said, Charles, prostitution is illegal in Alabama. He goes, oh, I didn't know that.
He thought he was at the bunny ranch.
Yeah, but the other thing is, if you're a Bama fan, you can actually, in a weird way, thank Mike Price because it was so embarrassing and it was so frustrating that they stopped the mindset of nickel and diamond, and they said, let's write the check we have to write to get Nick Saban and be done with this.
Yeah.
And it forced them to go, look, we got to do something.
Yeah.
And they did it. And buddy,
I say, I mean, wow.
Yeah.
It paid off big.
And now, as long as he's alive, they'll be in the hunt.
Now they're worried because he's getting older.
Yeah. Well, as long as he's there, they'll be in the hunt.
Oh, yeah.
You ain't going to go every year, but you're going to be right there being considered every year. And
the most impressive thing he's done is how he's evolved The way the game's changed, right? That's hard to do.
The consistency of the level of play is unprecedented anywhere.
Well, and again, you can't.
You have powers come and go, and they wax and wane. He's been there the whole time.
Yeah. You can only be dominant in the era that you're in. So it's unfair on both ends of the spectrum to compare eras. But to everything y'all said, the fact that he's been this consistent with teams year after year in this environment, in an ever-changing environment, makes his excellence more impressive than I think anybody before him in college football.
I have to agree.
Yeah. And his ability to, on a secondary level, I think that is top. His ability to change the things he does on the field, but not change the principles he operates under.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, yeah, it goes back to even with discipline. The great coaches, everybody has to abide by the same rules, but the way you get the best out of everybody varies wildly based on that person's personality. Yeah. Some people you ride all the time and they perform well. Some people you ride all the time and they quit on you.
Yeah.
And you got to figure out that difference, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Bubba, did you see my volley back to you?
I did. I don't know what this is.
It's that's his contact.
Saban?
I know what I'm
but
going to send
got
Riley,
Greg's
by the way.
picture on it.
Hmm? Oh, that's right. It was Greg's cell. My bad. Hold on.
Hey, can you send me? Can you?
I started to say I don't think this particular guy has a 256 prefix.
Oh well,
you never.
Can
never
anybody
know.
send me Saban's cell?
Yes. Hold on.
Because I don't contact him like I should.
You want Freeze too, or?
Yeah. Well, Hugh, I'm already talking to.
Okay.
Yeah. When he came to town, he was asking about barbecue. Top of the hour. That's when he thought I was the one that lived at Lake Martin. Top of the hour.
Got it.
866 we be big. We go phone calls next. Alapuca, Cam, y'all ready? Here we go. Right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I know. The economy, unstable. This administration, who knows what's going on. The world feels unstable right now. And one of the things that you're probably most concerned about, and I'm going to see if we can't take away some of that concern, is what in the world is going to happen to my 401k or my IRA. And that is a legitimate question. Maybe the problem is that you need to change your retirement plan and actually bank on yourself. Or if you're someone who hasn't gone down this road yet and you're kicking the tires, why don't you, unlike the rest of us that were walked into these 401ks and these IRAs, that's all we ever knew, and we didn't know about bank on yourself. Now we're working our way back trying to check on it. Why don't you go ahead and check on it before you take the step and consider that this may be a better way to go? And I'm going to tell you why. When you're in a traditional 401k or an IRA, the government controls your money, and it is your money. But the government tells you how much you can borrow. They'll tell you when you got to pay it back. They'll tell you the taxes you owe and penalties. You'll be penalized if you take out your money too soon, and you'll be penalized if you wait too long to take it out. They'll get you either way. And here's the thing. Your retirement, with all the things we know about nutrition and health now, your retirement, if you have your health, it could go 30 years of you being in retirement. Unfortunately, we've done the numbers, and most people who are in traditional 401ks and IRAs, they're outliving their money by about a decade. So maybe bank on yourself is something you should look into. It doesn't involve luck. It doesn't involve skill. It doesn't involve guesswork. Your plan doesn't go backward when the market tumbles. Both your principal and the growth are locked in. I can tell you how much tax you're going to pay. None. Tax-free retirement income. You're in control, not the government. Built-in inflation protection, and the peace of mind that the guaranteed minimum value of your retirement savings on the day you plan to tap into them will always be there in every point along the way. So get your free report with all the details on how to bank on yourself. This is the same strategy, by the way, that McDonald's started with when nobody would give them any money. Bank on yourself guarantees predictability, tax savings, and control of your financial plan. Just go to bankonyourself.com/RBS, Rick and Bubba Show. There's the initials, RBS. That's bankonyourself.com/RBS. Let's go to David in Alabama. David, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering if anybody's ever really noticed, looked at the pictures real close of these packages of these bombs that's been sent. How come the stamps have not been stamped?
Well,
haven't been through the post office.
Some of them were not. Some were because they were actually picked up through the mail system. But, I heard that yesterday that one of them, I want to say it was the CNN one, was not stamped, or they didn't think it was stamped. I'm sure you'll have to look at it closer, but it looked like it had 6 stamps on it and no when I say a stamp, it had the stamp you put on it, but it wasn't canceled out. It didn't have the postmark on it.
It never gone through. It was hand-delivered.
Right. So if it was hand-delivered into the mail bin at Times Square, I guarantee you there's closed-circuit footage of whoever had it and dropped it in there.
Well, they also think there could be evidence on it because it didn't go through the scanner because they said the stamps were these forever stamps, like the once you bought them, they were good no matter what happened on price changes and all that.
Right.
And
they were American flags.
Yeah. To the phones we go. Let's go to David in Dothan, News Talk 1039. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
Good.
I have a question or just a thought that's going through my mind. These political figures, their addresses are not public knowledge. I mean, they're pretty well kept secret, but yet the guy had enough sophistication, or whoever it may be, to find those addresses, but yet can't spell the person's name right and putting get her done on there. That just doesn't quite jive with me.
Yeah, it feels, like I said, it feels a little cartoonish, but it could be exactly what it appears to be, and I certainly acknowledge that scenario is out there, and it may be proven to be true, but there's something about the timing and these little cartoonish things, and none of the bombs are going off that just feel it's just.
And this timer too, Rick, I was reading a story on it, and again, we're early in this, so there's a lot of misinformation. But this timer has a big display on it, and you wouldn't have that in this type of device. You don't want it so somebody can open it and see the clock counting down. I mean, if you're really trying to do damage, it's almost built like a Hollywood prop, they were saying.
We have a post office worker out of Missouri says that he can shed some light on some of that part. Dave, if you'll hang on, we'll talk to you when we come back, and other callers too. And we have other stories to cover today, but obviously this is the big story across our country, and there's wall-to-wall coverage because of the latest one there in New York City at Robert De Niro's restaurant. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Phone calls start the hour. Alapuca's ready. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. So if you want to be on with us, you move right now. Gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess back. Helmsy, Eddie Man Adler, all here today. Also Cam Solo, Rick and Bubba University intern. who's working on that as well. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day.
Have you got 5 hours to spare? We're here.
Come on.
Come on. Coming up later in the program, scheduled to appear, Skinwalker Ranch, Travis Taylor's back. And,
Dr. Travis Taylor.
And there's much to discuss with the good doctor. Seth, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead, buddy.
Hey, Green Acres.
Thank you for the call. What's on your mind?
Man, I was really getting fired up about getting one of these puppies from Greg, but whenever I heard hard credit pull, I was out.
No,
yeah, she's checking you out.
Greg, is Lisa's screening process? It's
a tough one.
Yeah.
Are you trying to stay out of it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do you just send her the emails you've gotten and then let her work through them?
Yeah.
Does she just go on people's social media to check them out like a college or a job would do?
She just asks a few questions.
Ask a few questions. Yeah. Can you help any people on what she's looking for so they don't make a mistake and answer one incorrectly?
To be honest, I really don't know if there's any. If it's just all goes by feeling.
So are you down to how many two you keeping?
I hope I'm not keeping any. I don't plan on keeping any.
Greg,
has that conversation happened between you and Lisa?
No,
his defiance
we have
response
not.
changing.
Nobody has said. Neither one of us said that we want to keep any of them. Now, I'm hoping to give them all away.
Well, he could be
It's turned into hope now.
Yeah,
It's
he
turned
could be
into
a
hope.
politician.
Yeah. It's turned into hope.
At least three.
That's my goal.
Your resolve is gone. I hear it.
Hey, I don't want to. I hope that's not our plan.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
If over and under is 2, I'm going over.
At this point,
we can't guarantee everybody will have the same response. You know what I mean? Garrett,
results
We need to get them on. Get out.
Look.
Auburn, Alabama. Garrett, go right ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing this morning?
We're fantastic, buddy.
Hey, Bubba, I love you, man. Okay, and I know that you adore the show Skinwalker Ranch, but I couldn't help but notice that you made an acronym for the show, SWD.
SWR.
To shorten things up, or whatever. Yeah, I can't spell. I'm an Auburn fan. But SWR has more syllables than Skinwalker Ranch, so it's actually shorter just to say Skinwalker Ranch.
Well,
anyways,
I actually started using that because that's what Travis was using in his text.
Really?
Okay.
I'm on the inside.
Hey, I'm one of them.
Jennifer in Arkansas. Jennifer, go ahead.
So I know that Bubba is a huge astronomy fan, and so I was wondering, we have the historic solar eclipse next year. All of our hotels have been sold out. Is he going to pay $500 to stay at a Motel 6 to see this historic eclipse?
Now, you're talking about where the main viewing spot will be, Dallas, Texas?
Well, here in Russellville, we're one of the top 10, and all of our hotels are already sold out.
I will tell you this. The last one we had where Nashville was one of the top places to see the total eclipse. We actually loaded up. Adler was one went with us. We loaded up and took a plane up to see it.
Got a welding hood.
And I will say it is one of the coolest things. The totality was one of the coolest things. And we talked about on that plane going to Dallas when the one happens next year.
Go to Little Rock, too.
Well, you guys need to come to Russellville.
Yeah, I will tell you, Bubba, I flew.
I'd go to Dayton.
I flew the same plane to Russellville for a man church deal. It's not a bad plane ride at all. Russellville may be the way to go. Because y'all won't need a hotel if you do it that way.
Right. We'll probably just go. We got to find an airport that will host us.
Yeah.
Go to Cleveland, Bubba.
The one and it wasn't
Go to Texarkana.
Nashville. What airport did we go to, Adler? Do you know? It wasn't the main one. It
Charlie
was,
Brown.
I forgot.
The one in Franklin?
But they had it set up great. They had a big hangar open, and let me tell you, they were private jets there. It looked like an Air Force of private jets.
The elite was there.
And they came in and they made it open, and everybody went in the hangar, and there was one group that was cooking out there.
Oh, cool.
Yes. But how cool, Adler? How cool was it to see that?
It was the coolest thing ever.
Are y'all going to
everybody
this
ought
one?
to see it.
Are y'all going
Look
to
at
this
us just
one?
hanging out. Just hanging out in
There
a
it
hangar.
is.
That's why they call it a hangar.
Those guys welding hood on.
Somewhat healthy
Well,
snack.
you got to have it to stare right into it.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that was so cool. That was one of the coolest things I did. Just standing there, it's like me, and then there's the moon, and then there's the sun, and I'm just like, I'm just a person on the planet.
Is there ever a comment we get from you that doesn't involve food? I mean, it's. I mean, every time
That's kind of my role.
Yeah, right.
I've seen 3 or 4 different snacks.
And I don't mean the thing you have with dinner.
To the phones we go. Casey.
Wow.
Casey's out of Nashville, Tennessee. Casey, go ahead. Or is it
Hi,
or is it
yes,
Cassie?
I'm from Nashville, Tennessee.
Is it Cassie or
yeah,
Casey?
that's okay.
Cassie?
It's Cassie.
Cassie,
Yeah,
go.
but I've been called worse, so we're good.
Go ahead.
Out of Nashville, Tennessee. Thank you guys for taking my call. Love listening to you,
Thank you.
long-time listener.
Thank you.
I am calling because I'm really disgusted with something that my daughter told me that I was like, are you kidding? She is a student at Belmont University. She's getting ready to go to medical school. Very proud of her. And we were talking about her future, and she said, you know, I would love to be a neurologist, but when I have kids, I'd really like to stay home and take care of my family and my husband, but I can't tell anybody. And I said, what do you mean you can't tell anybody? And society now has made traditional women's roles something to be ashamed of instead of proud of. And it's really kind of rocking my world, because that's what the whole, to me, feminist fight was about, is for you to have a choice and not to make one person feel less than the other because they're raising their children, which is so honorable in my Southern opinion, of course.
Well, where I would
Anyway,
slightly
just wanted to
disagree,
put that out.
where I would slightly disagree with you, it's the feminist movement that caused what daughter is going through right now. I would disagree with you on that. It was actually before the feminist movement that women considered it to be an honor to if they could get in a financial situation where they could stay home and raise their children and take care of their home. Yeah, I've seen some of that. My wife was rolling her eyes the other day when someone asked her about volunteering for something, and the quote they said to her is, because I was thinking the other day, I wonder what she does all day. And she said, I wish you'd be with me all day. You'd be begging to go back to your job. You know what I mean? What do you mean, what do I do all day? Let me run you a list of everything I do all day. But anyway, and that's one of the things that Sherry prayed for. I remember the prayer vividly. She was saying, you know, before we got our first decent contract, she was like, and our pastor prayed with us. I prayed that my husband can make enough money that I can stay home and raise our children, because she was working at the time too, and then she can decide. And that was that. You know, but look what we've done. We've taken this setup that was working so well of the family. You know, husband and wife, equal and distinct, and children being raised by one of their parents, and then the dad being involved as well, versus passed off to people or set in front of an iPad and all of that. And has that really produced a better society? It really hasn't.
No. Like I say, we made that decision.
Yeah.
Tried to set it up, and Lisa was home with the kids until they started school.
Yeah.
Yep. And it was the best thing we ever did.
Yeah.
It really was.
Yeah.
We
And how about
changed
this?
our plans too when Hunter came along, and it was going to create a financial burden to do that, but we said we're going to do whatever we have to do that.
And I'm not putting down people that don't. I'm just saying we did it, and it was worth it.
Sometimes you can't help it. And honestly,
and how about this? They say it, and it sounds like cliche, that you stay home and raise children. That's a tough job.
Listen,
I would go to work to get rest.
Amen.
The way we look at it is, Betty
Wore
was
out.
working inside the home. I was working outside the home.
Exactly. They're working.
They're
100%.
both jobs. They both require different skill sets, and not one's better than the other, but you got to have both, and they work together sometimes very
Right.
well.
And some people do that. It wasn't that sacrificial for us because we got a contract that it wasn't a financial strain to do it. So I understand some of you made a much bigger sacrifice financially, but no matter, those who do it never regret it. And sometimes it's and I know it's hard.
Oh, I wouldn't change it.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. We made that decision for a couple of reasons. A, Terry wanted to be home with them and help raise them.
Yeah.
The other was what she was making at the time was just going to cover childcare. Right. So it's like,
That really makes
what
no
am I
sense.
doing?
Right.
so-
Financially didn't even make sense.
No, it didn't. And,
By the
then
time you
once
pay
the
for
boys
that.
got back into school, past middle school, she
Yeah.
went back to work.
Sure.
And-
That's exactly what
Yeah.
we did. Same thing.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Out of the shadow.
an artist who happens to be a Christian, and just like people who sing about other things that are artists that they want to sing about, she sings about Jesus and she sings about this. And so there's an article that is out because she is she's actually in concert in our town tonight at the Alabama Theater, and my wife is actually going to that show. But anyway, she has been invited to be on Ellen's show. Now, this is once again, an opportunity now when it's really the reason why I think these kind of stories are dear to us. And we certainly, let me be clear, we certainly don't always do it right. But we definitely feel a call that even though we are Christians and are in the sanctification process and maturing, and hopefully you see us getting a little more in step with what we believe as maybe we were even 5-6 years ago, and then further back. And if you don't believe there's been progress, then just go listen to some of the best of shows. But anyway, when we see somebody who has the audacity to actually do kind of what Jesus did, and step out into the world, not being of the world, but being in the world. And here she is looking at an opportunity to go on to Ellen's secular show, and certainly would disagree with Ellen's view of marriage and God's design. But Ellen, and I give her credit, who probably knows that same disagreement, just thinks she's a great artist that people could benefit from and is going to have her on the show. Well, of course, it doesn't take long for, like you've said, Bubba, on the program, and I know others have said it, but I remember the first time you said it, where we want to shoot our wounded for some reason within the church. And as opposed to getting excited, now some people are excited, I want to be clear, but she's getting some flack saying that on Facebook and on social media, her fellow Christians, and I'm putting quotes around that, within the church body, are criticizing her for agreeing to go on the show with an openly gay host. But in all fairness, you have these things that will take place. She's going there to sing the songs that she sings, which are about Christ and about salvation and redemption. Ellen is going to give her CD to everyone in the audience. And she's going to talk about what inspires her and what she sings about to a dying, lost world. And we don't want her to do that? I mean, now if she goes on there like some people have done, and suddenly Lauren Daigle says, I believe that God has evolved on marriage. Right. Now, if she does that, then certainly we as her brothers and sisters of Christ within the church should take issue with that. If she's going to change something about the truth, or claim God is something outside of his revelation about himself in his holy word, or what he's said about himself concerning marriage and his church, then you would be critical. But to be critical just for being on there, and you see we're showing shots with her now, I would take issue with that, because here she is now. Her music is so good, and what a bizarre concept. And look, she may turn around and turn into something that I have to come on here and take issue with. I'm strictly talking about where we are right now.
Right.
I hope she doesn't, because it is difficult to walk that line of in the world and not of the world, especially now when your star is starting to rise a little bit. It gets very difficult. And I pray that she will pass and that she will do great, because the theology and the depth of her songs are these are not light, corny, campy songs. Yeah. 22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us today. So, Ron is in Indiana, and Ron has been chatting with Alapuca in there. Ronnie, what's on your mind today?
Well, listen, we talked about a month or so ago, as I said to your screener.
Yes.
I've been on just about every radio talk show, you name it. You're lucky, like, struck by lightning to ever get on Rush Limbaugh, but I got on Rush too before he died.
Really?
God bless him.
Thank you.
But what I'm saying to you guys is what I tried to say earlier a month ago. The term limit thing is the only way that you're ever going to stop the swamp. You have to stop standing water. You have to keep changing the guard. Because if you don't do that, then you're not going to have nothing but a stagnant pond.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm for term limits, Ron. I don't know about that.
No. Listen to me. Just hear me out. Like, you got to take the power away from them and put it back to the people which really pay for all this. It's us, the American citizen. Joe,
Well, if I get somebody in there I really like, though, I don't want them to be run off before they been there long enough to do some good.
How can the people have more power, Ron, than going to the ballot box and making their own choice?
Stop. Listen to me. You put it on a ballot for this coming November election or whatever for president. Right at the bottom of it, just say, are you in favor of term limits, yes or no? Simple as that. You and I both know that would pass by 80%.
Well, then that 80% ought to vote against the incumbent, and
Right.
you have term limits,
Yeah, well,
right? I mean, I'm missing why we don't have that now.
Every time I vote, I can vote term limits.
That's you're giving the power right back to where it's going to be most corrupted.
The people?
These people are not.
The people are voting.
Ron, wait a minute. You said you wanted the people to have the power.
We, the people, in order to form a more perfect union.
We need just put it on there as well, just for a giggle. I mean, try it. What are you going to lose?
Well, elections are not for polling information.
Right.
But again, Ron, here's the thing. Why don't the people vote a change? I mean, the people have the ability to term limit people now.
I'm telling you, you have constituents like in California, Illinois, New York that are so simple-minded they're never going to really do anything that's. Like, so you got to take it back.
Now, Ron, wait a minute. You're saying you're smarter than the people that are making the choice?
Obviously, I'm better than they are.
Well, but you said you wanted the people to make the choice, but then you turn around and limit what the people can do. I'm not really following this.
No, it's not that at all. Term limits. If your county sheriff has two terms and they got to do it, or you yourself, the president, has term limits too, and then they're out. Why shouldn't that be across the board?
Which office do you want to have term limits? The sheriff?
So sheriff, you say you say president? Yes. We already have that.
President.
We already have that. You're saying representatives
and the vice president has it.
Yeah. Are you saying representatives and senators? That's what you think we should need to limit because we don't limit them right now.
Right. You got to change the people. Like we get something like a Nancy Pelosi, somebody been down there 50 years, and you know how dirty they are. It's right there in front of you, but the constituency is so locked into being stupid that they don't know enough not to vote for her.
Well, wait a minute. Now, you can't say the people are stupid and then give the power to the people. That we're in a circle equation here.
See, there's more of us that really are right out here in flyover country than there is there.
You're saying give the power to preferred people.
Burgess.
You're saying that you want to choose their representative instead of them choosing their representative.
I want the mass public, Joe everybody, Joe Sixpack. I want all of them to have the opportunity to just answer the question, term limits, yes or no. And I'm telling you.
Well, they do. They vote. They vote every time. They answer that question.
I'm sure there's been a poll.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can probably do one on Twitter right now.
If it's good enough for your county sheriff.
But here's the problem.
County sheriff a little different.
Here's the problem, Ron. Even if the people say 99% they would like term limits, you have to change the Constitution to change Congress and their the House and the Senate the way that they are elected and for how long. And to change the Constitution, you've got to have all these states vote on it. Then and it be ratified. I mean, you know the process to change the Constitution. It is a long, drawn out, and complicated process. We don't do it very often.
You know who gave term limits to the county sheriff? People in that county.
Well, I think you've time, but I'm telling you, that's the only way it's ever going to get straightened out.
Ron, we agree with you. We're just messing with you.
Yeah, we were just messing with you.
We just thought we'd play devil's advocate.
Alapuka said you were so passionate, and I said let's disagree with Ron and see if we can get him fired up.
You know, but I've been doing this so long that you're not going to break my point.
Well, you were in a circle equation. That's the problem.
I'm not going to break your stride. Ron, thank you for your passions.
Yep.
See you, buddy.
God bless. Have a good day.
I'm going to be looking for that poll question when I go.
Right, yeah.
Y'all don't mess with
I was uncomfortable.
I like Ron.
I do, too. I love his passion.
Now, he's from Indiana, so I'm not afraid of him based on yesterday. I heard,
don't start that.
I listened to that conversation. You're saying it owe me. By the way, some of the things we reason out. Oh, my goodness. Ron, you want a puppy?
Hey, Rick, when we get a chance, I feel like I'm scaring people off. I need to redo this puppy thing. We want people reaching. I want a lot of people wanting them.
So
I'm exaggerating.
You got in trouble in the break.
I did.
Lisa sent you a text.
But I
and you're
also
in
got
trouble.
to thinking that, I'm exaggerating her vetting. Now she just wants a picture of you, and then
do we need to call her and get her on?
No, you want to see everybody smile.
Do people look?
This is our new family.
Do people look and respond?
No, it's just when you're dealing with people, you just want to have a face to go by.
Do you want to call her in the break? Let's get her on.
You want Lisa to come on and tell us about it?
No, that's y'all's call.
Lisa could just speak on her own behalf.
Yeah, I think Lisa can speak for herself.
Said I'm portraying it wrong.
Well, because you are.
But,
really.
but we are. I'm going back to emails that we received from the beginning, and we've contacted. We're in this process, but please keep them coming.
Saying it's a process.
Greg, you
Keep
feel
them coming.
y'all sound a little bit like puppy elitists. You really do.
No.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And she's as talented as any secular artist out there. And people are starting to embrace the music, even if they don't agree with the lyrics. Raise your hand if you've ever listened to a song that you didn't agree with the lyrics. Okay, but you thought
Still do.
Yeah, and so certainly, there's lines on that too. But when you're talking about this opportunity, I look at this as a great opportunity, and I will give Ellen credit for letting her own, knowing that she probably disagrees with her because she is a good artist, and giving the CD out to the. And I've listened to the entire CD because, like I say, my wife plays it. When the CD first came out, the new one, she literally played it on repeat the entire day. So I have heard every single song on this new album over and over again, and they're fantastic songs. And so I think this is great. And this is that thing once again, and people even say it to us. And hey, let me be clear. Sometimes, and I'll just speak for myself, Rick Burgess has gotten on this show and did not reflect well what I claim to believe. And I've been held accountable for it, and I've had to acknowledge that. But then there's times when the criticism is what we call more of a Pharisee kind of criticism. And when people say, well, y'all get a lot of complaints about your faith, and I say, usually most of my email will be riddled not with complaints about anything other than denominational theology garbage. That's the most complaints I get. If you would just get this right, you'd be a real first-class Christian like me. And that's usually, my gosh, we're sitting here doing, a Bible study that's coming out of a secular business and entertainment, going out to thousands and thousands of people. And instead of going, man, great job, man, way to use the technology, way to use y'all's platform. this one thing you said, I just think I disagree with that. And, if you didn't talk about this right, or you didn't do that right, or why didn't you do this? And that used to really bother me. But what I'm doing now is I'm going to answer to the Spirit. If I come into conviction, I'm going to respond. If I don't, I'm going to ignore you. And then some of the stuff is, like saying, I don't get out and discuss any of it on social media because the Apostle Paul said, the lost are watching and you're confusing them. Yeah. You want to have a denominational or theological discussion with me, let's do that privately as brothers or sisters in Christ. And certainly I'm not above reproach. But getting out there publicly and doing all this, the lost look over and go, well, they don't even know what they believe. But in this particular case, those that are criticizing her for this, I don't agree with you.
Yeah, look at this headline right here. Lauren Daigle takes Ellen's show to church, singing about Jesus' saving grace.
Man, ain't that what we want? That's what Jesus would be doing.
When does that air?
It aired yesterday.
Oh, it did air.
Yesterday. Yeah.
Because I thought those may be advanced clips.
I did too. I thought they had taped it and was about to air.
Now, she announced it Tuesday, and it aired Wednesday.
I didn't know a lot about her background. She's from Louisiana, attended LSU. Did you know she was on American Idol twice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She got cut one time before the 24 contestants, and then in 2012 she made it, but was cut in the first round of Las Vegas.
But I want to say something.
Wow, I mean, who won that year, by the way?
Yeah, I know.
I have to ask that question.
But I want to say something, because here's a concept, and again, she's young, and let's pray for her, and I hope that she continues to. I don't see anything about her that people who know her have told me that would concern me that she can't handle it. But it is tough. We're all human beings. But in this point of her life, we need to be praying for her and supporting her, that she's presenting the gospel to Ellen, on Ellen, to everybody in the audience. Ellen's obviously listening to some of her music. So let's celebrate that. But you know how she got on Ellen's show? You know how she got her CD handed out to these people? Because she didn't do a mediocre job and claim because it's for Jesus, everybody should support it. She doesn't have people trying to support her out of guilt. She has people supporting her out of merit. It's actually really, really good, and as good as anything the world's producing. This thing, how somehow that people say, but a faith that I want to just be patted on the back because it's something to do. We shouldn't put Jesus' name on anything that's subpar. We're not sitting there trying to get people to support this show out of guilt. Man, you should support us because, some people don't talk about their faith, whatever. No, we shouldn't have that. People should listen to this show or not listen to it because they think it's good or it's not good. We should do a good job and earn ratings and revenue based on merit, not on trying to guilt you into it. And I think too many times you have some artists and products, that somebody says, I don't do as good a job as the other people, but I have a Bible verse on my business card. No, look, let's be honest. I remember somebody saying this one time, even talking about Christian radio, and he was a devout man who happened to be in the car business. And you know what he said? He said, I certainly want to use my platform. I share my faith at the car lot. When it's appropriate, I look for these opportunities. I pray about it.
Simply say.
Pass the gravy, please.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number as we work our way back. I do want to point you to mypillow.com/Bubba. Got some great stuff going on right now. The new MyPillow 2.0, we've been hitting this pretty hard, and we've got ours, and you're going to love them. The perfect pillow just got even more perfect. And that's with this new temperature regulating technology, keeps you cool at night. So the 2.0, they're available now. Buy one, get one free. If you're looking for athletic T-shirts, men, $9.99. Athletic shorts, $19.98. Fleece jogging pants, $16.99. And so there's some things maybe Dad might want. Also, you got the crew socks for $15.40 a pack. The low-cut socks, $10.50 a pack. That's also available if you're going to the beach. The beach blankets and beach towels are 60% off. 50% off on the blankets, 60% on the towels. So go now to mypillow.com/Bubba. That's the place where all that can be found. Great for Father's Day. Also, mypillow.com/Bubba can be found at rickandbubba.com right there under our sponsor button. All right, so Greg, first of all, Lisa says she wants to be defended by you, not you. She says you're scaring people off.
Well,
When I say vetting, you can't give that one example, can you?
Well, no. Here's what she says. She just likes to meet the people that want the dog through pictures and where their new home will be. She just likes seeing it. Just gives her a vision in her mind.
And that's not
But she does. She's
too much
not.
to common,
I'm saying she's doing credit checks and all that. I'm joking, obviously.
Joking.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I mean,
We don't need credit checks for free dogs.
but we are, we received when this started, because we've had a lot of coverage on the show. I'm sure it's a bit. But
no, you being in duress over stray dog puppies, no bip there.
But what we're doing, we were starting emails then, and we're trying to be fair and going back to the people that sent them first and are working our way through them. But hey, anybody that wants to join in the pile, please send.
Greg at rickandbubba.com.
That's right.
Because they're going out next week, aren't they?
I'd like for them to.
I think it's safe to say these puppies have probably had more airtime and publicity than any dog since Lassie.
Amen.
Can I make a request?
This shows how great our audience is. We've had people from far off that are willing.
Can I make a request?
Yeah.
Just to make it easier on y'all, it's going to be bippage to get them here. But the day that it's like, this is the giveaway day. This is the adoption day. Could it be here at the studio and everybody that's been
Well,
vetted?
I don't know if it's going to be like one day. You know
They're
what
not
I mean?
being vetted.
Well, to a degree. I mean, showing where the dog's going to live is not.
Let me tell you
I mean, that's
something.
not being.
A lot of these organizations that place dogs, they really get in.
They
there.
do. They do. But I'm just saying, I could just
think
see.
Lisa
Could you
look like
imagine
nothing.
all the puppies running around here, and then y'all say
kind of
goodbye
like
to
have
them?
graduation day.
Yeah.
Everybody comes to one place
Right.
at one time.
That is pretty good.
Matter of fact, I
They
will
poop
say
a lot.
honestly,
Okay, you got to back that down.
Rick, and
That's what I'm saying.
you're going to think I'm crazy when I say this. There are places that vet people in regards to pets and puppies more than they do adopting kids.
That doesn't surprise
and
me.
that
in
is
the
a
least.
true statement.
That does not.
There are people that have not
Right.
gotten puppies for reasons you won't believe.
That
could get a kid tomorrow.
And let me translate here. Lisa's not like that.
No.
She claims I'm a trainer that way.
Right.
If I have, that's
Well,
not. I'm having a little fun.
Let's get
with
down to reality. Okay, the real world.
Greg's in
Okay,
trouble.
not the fake world, the real world.
Right.
Greg has a dog named Mr. Buddy James.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my old pal.
How much of a Nimrod do you have to be that you can't take care of a yard dog?
That's it.
It ain't that hard. Okay, I mean, you just
I
feed
love a
them
good yard dog.
and you put water out for them.
You know, they made it around for thousands of years, if not longer,
right,
before humans ever lived in a house.
Right.
So they can survive.
So here's the good
yard dogs now.
Well, here's the good news. If you have a person that would go yard dog, that's not a very high standard to meet because all you have to do is be sure they always have food and water. And if it gets real cold, somewhere they can go, or storms coming up. If you are a person who has animals live in the house with you, you've already passed because you're another level pet owner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because people who do that, they go the extra step. And you brought it up to me. This happened the other day at the house with any animal. The biggest thing you have to be good at and have to remember, and it's usually we forget with animals, and that is animal waste, and that's one of the big stumbling blocks for me. And like Sherry even
Especially
put up,
if you like to cut grass.
Sherry even put up a little bird feeder. So we could see birds real easy looking out our window. I mean, the birds literally come up to our window while you're at the sink and they're looking right at you. I go out the other day and you know what I've got now on this deck that I paid with all this, what's that, composite stuff you've got or whatever.
Yeah.
And so now now the composite deck's got bird crap all over it.
That comes
and seed fragments.
You love that.
Which goes back
to there's always that. And there's always that.
Well, on that note,
requesting one big day.
the challenging part is when you have that situation you're talking about and you have 8 of them.
There you go.
Guys, the number of this thing has been the most challenging.
It has.
You deal with
Big
stuff,
number.
but that's hard to corral 8 of them.
That's a big number.
Especially now that they can.
How many of them are ready to go and you know somebody's going to get them?
I had to check.
Didn't you say 3? Didn't you say 3?
I'm not sure.
Greg, can I teach you something about marketing?
I don't want to promise something out that I can't back up.
Here's how marketing should go. Hey guys, I want you to know I got these 8 puppies and they're ready to go. 4 of them are already spoken for, so I'm down to 4. Hey guys, update 2 puppies. Got 2 puppies left. Hey, there's only 1 remaining. That kind of intensity works.
Greg, that says they want these dogs gone. You have no info on it.
Right. Yeah.
Well,
I'd have if I wanted them gone as much as you do. I'd have an update every morning before I left the house.
All I'm requesting is one last.
I have a clock on my Instagram, counting down to how many's left.
One last puppy trip with Daddy, and you bring them to the studio, and it's a giveaway.
So I'm gonna
day.
get up at 2:30.
That's
what
it.
I do, and I'm gonna load.
Yeah. When you get here, we'll help, and we'll
Greg,
have them in a confined area. But everybody that is adopting show up here on one day, so the show can have closure. Everybody, we send them to have a big
'cause a lot
send
of them,
off.
it would be dumb for them to drive all the way here when I can meet them there.
Well, no, that's what you say. You say we meet here.
You want one?
That's what you do.
I
They'll
go
be
back to what
fine
I
with
said
that.
earlier. There's 8 of them.
If they're driving from Arkansas or Kentucky, they don't mind coming here.
You know, Greg's really trying to walk a tightrope here because he wants puppies gone, but he wants Lisa to keep him.
That's the line. That's the line. It is. Yep.
They're exhausting.
Now you become
they're to the age now they're exhausting. When they were little, they couldn't move very well.
Wait a minute. When you were hand feeding them, that wasn't exhausting?
That was.
Okay.
You're right. But I'm talking about keeping up with them.
Yeah. When you were getting up every 2 hours and feeding animals?
Yeah, that was the worst. This has been quite a...
And you're not even a farmer?
No. And the mother dog
and you're not
was
getting
staying,
eggs or milk.
Right, yeah.
And she doesn't even like me. She growls at me every time I walk by.
So basically what's going to happen now
we're
going to adopt out these dogs, and you're going to be left with one dog who doesn't like you.
Yeah. Well, Buddy will be there. He's my friend.
Yeah. You got him.
Yep.
Yeah. So, all right.
I'm in the
He sleeps under my truck.
adopt Millie,
How about
and then
that?
keep a puppy.
She'd be a tough sell. I'm just going to be honest with you.
You may have to pay someone to take her.
Yeah.
It may go back the other way.
She's a tough sell.
She's tough. Not the best dog in the world.
Not to my liking.
Right.
Well, I like one that doesn't growl at me and run from me.
Yeah. How about
maybe that's me? I don't know.
How about it was funny the time that Lisa got on me when she was on here. She goes, and Rick, I'm the one that laid down that food for it.
Yeah.
Because I go back and I'm like,
oh yeah,
that boy, what a day that was. Decisions are boy, they matter. Yeah. They always matter.
Yeah, they do.
So anyway,
Ryan Greenwood has weighed in.
Yeah, all right.
And he loves stuff like this.
How many puppies
does he like? Greg Duress puppy or
no?
Or does he like corporate Greg? Who's his favorite Greg?
Corporate Greg's his favorite.
Okay,
but he says he just take one big day, one trip of puppies for Greg. Don't back down. Record watchers, more YouTube subscribers, like closing out the dating game. Win-win.
Greg, I'll make a promise to you. If you can pull this off, I will get up an extra hour and a half, 2 hours early.
Whatever, yeah.
And I'll come over and help you bring them over here.
Yeah,
Lisa said the time you get up, all you do is just goof off.
Yeah,
This
ain't no big
deal. You get an hour and a half by yourself riding around in the truck.
Yeah, because you're wide awake at 2:30. It's easy drive because you're wide awake.
By the way, here is a good one from
Who's
Kent,
not?
from Kent in email, and I'm the only one that I guess he sent it to for somebody. Must be, well, that was a gamble. But here it is. Hey, if the Rick and Bubba staff were puppies, in what order would they be adopted? We already know Adler would be the runt. All right, so what order do you think we get adopted?
I go first.
Well, sometimes the runt does.
Yes.
Yeah, that is true because they're so cute and precious.
Yes, everybody loves the runt.
Of course, a little sickly in their survival rate.
I've had requests for the runt.
Well, there's that.
Now, I'm the one that's going to be jumping up on your leg and and just real and that might turn some folks off.
Thank you for saying that, so we didn't have to.
Right,
yeah. Because I'm going to greet you. I'm going to be all into it.
You're from Mississippi.
Yeah.
Rick's kind of the bully of the litter. I'm the overeater.
Yeah.
So Rick's Tom Petty.
I'm the fat one, the little butterball.
Yeah, eats himself sing.
Right.
You see him lay over there.
I hate to say it.
Eats twice.
I hate to say it. Greg is Millie.
Okay, that's good. That is real good.
Biting everybody's ear.
Growls at you.
Pushing them away.
Growls. All
I think Helmsy probably would be one that you could probably take to like a creative school, and he would really get in. I think he would wear himself well. He'd always be his coat would always look healthy. I think he'd be the kind of dog you could be proud of. Speedy's the one that jumps on you all the time.
Yeah, sniffs a lot of butt.
Speedy would be the leg hand.
And Bubba, you're the one that wants to be held all the time. Just feed him and put him in your lap.
Feed him,
lap
dog that whines.
Adler, like I say, would be you're cute and real energetic. That of the litter. That's that energetic one. Look at him.
So tiny. Look at him.
He's so feisty.
He's a little bit. Boy,
Look at
he's
his
got
little
spirit.
paws.
Look at his little spirit.
Right.
Yeah.
And then
and look, that one little ear falls. Look.
Yeah.
So cute.
So probably, I think you probably adopt. Bubba would go first. I think Adler second.
I don't know the fat one.
Then Helmsy. Then Speedy.
Rick, what are
then
you?
me. Then Greg.
It all depends. Different people like different type dogs.
Right. Yeah.
I'm gonna get my information together and I'm gonna get a countdown on how
right.
many spots are available.
Right. Yeah.
Because I'm just not quite sure.
Right. Yeah.
I do roll over and let you scratch my belly.
Right.
That's right. That's right.
All right,
Greg, I think it's time for you to dial in on what's going on.
Well, I'm trying to get through a lot of emails.
Yeah, but once you
Keep
dial
them coming,
in, you're good. And I think today's the day.
How much for that puppy in the window? That'd be
What if
free.
we bring one puppy here?
Rick and Bubba.
And I go out, and I was told I needed to be running ads on this particular station because they play Christian music. And I didn't sell any cars. And then when I put my ads on the secular show, I sold cars. So if we really want somebody to support us, we got to do a good job for them. And then ultimately, we should be doing it for the approval of our Lord and Savior, not the approval of the world. But at the same time, if you want the best shot at stepping into a dying world to be able to talk to people about Jesus, then earn the right to do it. Don't demand it, or don't try to guilt people into giving you the right to do it. You earn it. And how about this? So far right now, Lauren Daigle has earned it, and I think what she did should be applauded, not nitpicked and torn. What do you want to do? Go to some church and sing again? There's certainly some value to that. But what about when she gets to now go out? I mean, there's people probably going to see her tour right now because they've heard about this new artist that sings really good. And we never think about the opposite end of it. So the world has done a magnificent job of drawing all of us to compromise our faith and go listen to music that's repulsive because we like it, and we don't think we can put out great music that would draw people to hear about Jesus. Maybe the strategy that the world uses to draw all of us away from Jesus, we can use to draw them to Jesus.
Yeah,
You think?
absolutely. Just like positive peer pressure. You know? There is such a thing.
Yeah. So anyway, I think it's great that she was able to go on Ellen, and I think she did the right thing to go on Ellen, and I credit Ellen for inviting her.
When the sun sets, usually you have long shadows, and see, there's no shadows out here. That's what's so strange about it all. It is noticeably cooler to me out here now. Can y'all tell?
Almost there, guys. Yeah, check that out. Look at it now. Guys.
This is insane. Y'all, this is crazy. This is crazy. Oh my goodness.
That was really cool for about 2 minutes.
That was so cool. And everything's back to normal again. Birds are singing again. Back on the plane.
Totality. We call it totality. What do we call it? Totality.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Wednesday Bible study back today on the YouTube channel. If you're a YouTube subscriber, you'll get an alert. And it goes live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. If you can't do it live, it'll be archived soon after. Revelation chapter 12 today. It'll also be audio-only archived to our podcast channel, as is norm. A couple of deadlines you have this weekend. If you're ordering anything for Dad for Father's Day next weekend from the Rick and Bubba store, try to get that order in by this weekend. If you want a signed copy for the dads on your list of Transform, the 31-day new devotional, the signed copies need to be ordered by today. Today's the cutoff. After this, we can't guarantee that we get it to you or that any signed ones will be left. All right, so let's talk about the PGA and LIV have now decided they will merge.
It's actually 3 of them, too. The DP Tour, which is the European Tour. So it's 3 of them coming together, Rick, to form the World Federation of Golf. I don't know what they're going to call it, but that was just the name I just made up.
Well, this has put people in an awkward position, including PGA Tour.
I like that name.
That's a pretty good one.
Including PGA Tour Commissioner Jay Monahan, who an emergency meeting was called in Toronto because and we have him talking about how he was handled in the meeting, and of course the big question, what we all have been saying, were you called a hypocrite? Here we go.
As time went on, and you've heard me say a couple times, circumstances change. What changed?
Money.
I looked at where we were at that point in time, and it was the right point in time to have a conversation. And we weren't, Michael, going back to the origin of LIV, and I said this, they needed to go down their path and we were going to go down ours. We've done everything we can within our control to improve and grow the PGA Tour. And, they've launched LIV, they've proceeded with LIV, they've made progress with LIV. But ultimately it was looking at the broader picture and saying that I don't think it's right or sustainable to have this tension in our sport, and to be able to organize and orient this in a way where, again, we're in a control position. We have an investor, a great and world-class investor, and I recognize everything that I've said in the past and in my prior positions. I recognize that people are going to call me a hypocrite, and anytime I've said anything, I said it with the information I had at that moment, and I said it based on someone that's trying to compete for the PGA Tour and our players. And so I accept those criticisms, but circumstances do change, and I think that in looking at the big picture and looking at it this way, that's what got us to this point. It probably didn't seem this way to them. But as I look to our players, those players that have been loyal to the PGA Tour, I'm confident that the move that they've made the right decision. They've helped re-architect the future of the PGA Tour. They've moved us to a more pro-competitive model. We have significantly invested, as I just talked to Brendan about, in our business in 23. We're going to do so in 24. And as we finalize this process, I think any player that has stayed is going to realize that the money that they're going to make, the strength of this platform, all the things that we talk about are going to put them in a really strong position. They're going to win. They're going to continue to grow. And we're in a control position on their behalf as we move forward in this structure.
Well, there's tiny little Jay Monahan.
That was tiny little Jay Monahan. He was so tiny I could barely see him.
Yeah.
You've seen this a little bit with the NCAA, and this was, I know, the case with PGA. I think Helms will agree too. They were in total control of the game, and they had a little arrogance about the way they were going about it. And when LIV came on the scene and started bringing some of these players off, the game changed. And wow, it's tiny little Jay now.
Yeah. Well, tiny little Jay, grossly, and we've seen this in industries. We've seen this sometimes in industries real close to home, where people will just stick their no golf pun intended, their head in the sand.
Yeah.
And just say, no, this can't compete with us. This can't compete with us. It's not a good product. Can't compete. We're fine. We're not going to change anything. And instead of adapting so you can compete, you just sit there till they put you out of business, and then you have to merge with them anyway.
I wonder for the players, you think, well, maybe this is good. They'll get more money. They'll make more money for playing. But when you had competing tours is when these guys made these unbelievable paychecks. And if I'm not mistaken, didn't they offer Tiger Woods, or the rumor was out they offered Tiger?
Gosh, $800 million.
Yep.
Nearly
nearly
$1 billion. It was.
And they had even said $1 billion.
$700 to $800 million.
And if he'd have took that, he would be right back in the PGA now.
Yeah, next year.
Now, see, there's so many things you can break down. Let's use the Tiger example. First of all, Tiger. Well, everybody would be okay with adding $800 million to their bank account.
Not if you really were against it.
Tiger took the high ground. I'm not being a part of this, whatever. But Tiger was he couldn't compete in 10 events. He couldn't physically
go back to when he was
it.
young enough and could have done it,
So-
and now the deal gets on the table.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So that was, that's the reason.
It was
But
convenient to
Hideki,
take- yeah, it was-
Matsuyama, I think he turned down like $500-600 million. It was unreal, some of the money that was turned down to stay.
To your point, if somebody makes me an offer that I know I can't fulfill my end of it, suddenly I become very, very, I'm above the fray.
Exactly.
Now, if I was young, could have done those 10.
There's so many
put it back on the table
elements
then.
to this. So where the PGA Tour hoped it would go their way, and it would still be, if you would have had the Masters, the U.S. Open, the British Open, all these majors say, hey, LIV golfers, you can't play in these events. If that would have went their way, we may not be talking about this today. But they didn't. And they started allowing, and then one of them won the PGA Championship, Brooks Koepka, and that's kind of what's put this in motion.
Yeah, really, they had a standoff and LIV won.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Jeff Ogilvy, we don't have time to get to it now, but he came out of the player meeting at the Canadian Open that the commissioner flew to, and he said it got extremely heated. But
well, let's hear that when we come back.
To the commissioner's credit, he said he stood there and took it. I mean, but everybody was screaming, some saying he ought to step down, but a lot, like Jack Nicholson, he's like, hey, this is going to be good for golf. But, sitting back looking as one of the greatest to ever play and retired, he's just going, hey, we got to learn more, but this might be great for golf. But then the others that have been carrying the PGA flag, like Rory and all them, they're like, what in the world? We didn't even know.
Went to battle for you, and now you undercut us.
Feels good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Top of
you
the
shot
hour.
us right in the back.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And anytime there's something involving, animal attacks, we cover, because I've been trying to bring everybody's attention to the fact that I do believe animals are now on the attack in unprecedented intensity. And then we really go double down if we can find a story concerning a beaver. We've had various beaver updates on the program. I think we have a correspondent you've heard on the show for a long time standing by. Can I set up the story, and then we'll talk to our correspondent representing beavers everywhere, Bucky Beaver. It says a German couple narrowly escaped death now, after a beaver topples a 20-meter high tree onto their yacht. So what they're saying is almost like he designed it, the beaver chewed on the tree to land the tree, trying to kill them onto their yacht. Guys, anybody that thinks that I'm not onto something here with animal attacks, and so this obviously is causing some backlash and some fear on what could be now the mindset of beavers everywhere concerning human beings. Standing by, there's a picture of the tree going down on the yacht right there.
Look at that.
Standing by to shed some light on this is Rick and Bubba correspondent Bucky Beaver. Bucky.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, what y'all boys are doing?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Once again, Bucky, we're a little concerned about some of your brethren.
Well, listen, I'm just so happy to be on the air with y'all again.
There he is.
I'm seeing the picture for the first time. You like my new snapshot? I had that on social media this weekend.
Did you? Let me tell you, Bucky, that's a great picture of you that we're showing on TV right now.
Well, thank you very much. The missus likes it too.
By the way, when he talks, you go,
yeah, no, well, look, the picture, it looked just like he was saying it. All right, so Bucky, should we be concerned?
Well, Rick, let me tell you, I was actually on the scene of this incident. I'm here in Germany visiting my cousin, Schultz.
Oh, your cousin Schultz. Okay.
He's my German covered. He's a cousin called Schultz.
What was that?
So I didn't realize you had family in Germany. I'm sorry.
Yes, I do. I come visit them about once a year. You know, we putting in a hard day today. We're about ready to knock it off.
Okay, so what was this an accident, Bucky, or should we take note?
No, I think you need to take note, Rick, and you probably need to look at your cell phone to that text I sent you. Let me just ask you this. How would you like it if somebody kept driving a boat through your den?
Well, you know what? That's a great, nobody looks at it that way.
I mean, we just can't keep having these boats come through here like that. This is water's taking. This Schultz and his family.
Right.
So this is your cousin's family that did this.
Yeah, that's cousin Schultz. Yeah.
So the last name is what is it again?
Oh, well, Rick, we're Beaver if we don't have last name. He's just Schultz. I'm just Bucky.
I'm sorry, you're right. Animals don't really known for their last name.
Rick, if you think about it, we don't have a lot of paperwork. It's hard to keep it dry.
That's true. Paperwork and dams don't go together, do they?
No, they don't. I like to call it damn paperwork.
Yeah, you're not the first one to say. Oh, look, I hear your little tail just patted away.
I had to get a little work in there. That's good. Put it right there, boy.
I'm going to show you the pictures, and some of the footage is really making this a new experience.
Yeah, well, you're welcome. I love social media, too.
Your profile picture.
Your profile picture is so good.
Thank you.
All right, so Bucky, what you're saying, if you're going to drive boats to our living room, expect a response. We're tired. We're not taking it anymore.
We're not taking this laying down, Rick Burgess and Bill Bubba Bussy. Bubba and he out there in the kitchen snacking again.
Somebody broke Goat Drop cookies, and he told me to handle this interview on my own.
Yeah.
Oh, I understand. He likes him things like I like a good poplar tree.
Well, he does. That's your favorite?
Good stuff.
Well, Bucky, I appreciate you updating us. I'm kind of concerned that this is war, and I guess your message is if you don't want trees on your boat, keep them out of our area.
Well, we've been working on Schultz's project here for a few months, and then here it come ripping through the den. I tell you what. You know what I told him, Rick?
What'd you say?
I said, you can't have nothing.
Okay.
But Schultz thought he could have something.
He did. That was his first mistake. I had to enlighten him. I said, nope, no, you can't have nothing, son.
Oh,
well, that's good.
Dropped it down a little
when
bit.
you coming back home, Bucky?
Well, I'm about to head that way for long. I got to find somebody that needs a comfort beaver with them on the flight, and I'll make it back.
A comfort beaver. Just find somebody needs a comfort beaver. Take a ride.
That's funny.
Yeah, I'm on standby. I'm waiting on a call. I expect to get home sometime next 2 weeks.
Well, Bucky, thank you so much for that update.
Well, let me tell you what. If I see any more of them boats come through this den, you know what I'm going to do?
What? 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Scheduled to appear sometime this hour, Dr. Travis Taylor, Skinwalker Ranch. He's reoccurring on our show, and I know a lot of you love those updates with Travis, and we'll have him on maybe sometime this hour. All right, so we're continuing hearing interviews. Woo! PGA, LIV, and DP. Is it DP?
DP Tour.
DP Tour.
We got any theme music for this?
All merging. Greg has said that our show is the place to go for the latest LIV updates.
That and puppies. See, we cover the full spectrum.
We got them all right here. So if you love puppies, you love golf.
And UFOs.
We got that.
We got that too.
We got that for you. But anyway, so tell me what we're doing next.
And by the way, if I could, last segment I did what a lot of folks. I said Jack Nicholson. It's Jack Nicholas.
Yeah,
I
think
mistakenly
Jack Nicholson
did
may
it.
be playing now.
We all do that.
That's an easy mistake.
We all do that.
That's an easy
Tiger
one.
Woods.
This is Jeff
How about, do
Ogilvy.
we all know what we're talking about? Yeah. The only reason why I'm saying that is I would be in that camp of people that I wouldn't care about this.
Right.
But I know a lot of people do. So I only just pardon me because I don't know all the names.
Of course.
So tell me what we're doing.
This
now.
is a PGA Tour professional, Jeff Ogilvy. He came out
Okay.
of the Canadian Open.
Let's clear it up.
Play. Why are you such
I'm sorry. I know. He's. You're not going.
Hey, you need to be working on puppy graduation, pal.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I'm going to get little hats on them.
It's really, I said what he said, so it's probably meaningless to play. I don't know why we're doing it now. But he said, he was asked the question, did anybody call the commissioner a hypocrite? Because they said the PGA Tour professionals got into a heating shouting match, and he stood there and took it. He was asked about it.
Did any players call Jay a hypocrite in the meeting?
It was mentioned, yeah.
And
he took it. He said, yeah, he took it for sure.
He took it for sure. He's not. He's basically.
I will say
Something
this
about his accent, man.
I will say this.
For sure.
How big of a secret they kept this is unreal this day and age.
Mm-hmm.
No player knew. No former players knew. No one. Not a soul in sports knew this was going on.
Jack Nicholson didn't know?
No, he didn't.
But I would love to hear his commentary.
And
on
listen, and that's another problem.
Maybe somebody catch him on his back porch again.
Is the PGA Tour executives have always said this is a players' tour. We take care of our players. Blah,
But
blah,
they
blah.
didn't consult them.
But not a one knew what was going on.
Didn't consult.
And I do feel bad. Listen, I think we're going to look back 10 years from now, and this is going to be great for the game of golf. From a global standpoint, from a growing the game standpoint, from a you make a ton of money playing the game standpoint, I think all that's great. Okay, I do.
It's a fun activity that a lot of people do just as a leisurely activity with friends, and so if you do that. You know, you pay attention to like, hey, what's going on? And this PGA LIV stuff was a big sports story for
Adler,
sure.
you
for
got
a
this
long
down.
time.
I want to see what Shooter McGavin thinks. You got video.
Hey, that'd be good.
Shooter.
If he wins the Waterbury Open, he's in.
All right, so Trump has found his way into this, of course.
Well, yes.
Because he predicted on his social media
predicted it
in July 2022 that this was going to happen. And he says all the golfers that remain loyal in quotes to the very disloyal PGA and all of its different forms will pay a big price when the inevitable merger with LIV comes and you get nothing. But a big thank you from the PGA officials who are going to make millions of dollars a year when they merge. And this was back in July 2022.
Well, in all fairness, I think that was an easy prediction. That would be like us declaring it's going to be hot in July.
Right, yeah.
I'm probably going to get that one.
Yeah, but
I do feel bad for these guys who have now, because of these guys leaving the PGA and going to LIV, it's opened up some spots on the back end of the rankings list for people to jump in and get in tournaments and play and start careers that they probably wouldn't have, or they missed. They didn't have to go play on the whatever tour, minor league tour. They jumped right into the PGA, and now they're about to be demoted. So that is sad.
One of the things that will be kind of cool that comes out of this, Netflix was doing a behind the scenes
Full swing. Yeah.
full access special called Full Swing. They had their cameras on all these people when they were told.
Can't wait till that episode comes out.
We're going to see the real how the whole thing, the emotion of it.
Speedy, you've seen that. You've seen most of that series, I think, Full Swing on Netflix. Is it a lot of banter back and forth about LIV Golf?
Yeah, there's some, because when they followed Bruce Koepka around, they was mentioned. And then when they were in the players, like, pre-tournament massage room, they're all getting treatment. Roy has some things to say about Phil Mickelson. So they've had a little something going back and forth. But, yeah, they do talk about it. They do mention it.
Well, I see here that Phil Mickelson took a dig also at Roy by saying he didn't think that anybody would want him on their LIV golf team because of all his BS.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to know what Trump has said today,
I'm very proud of myself.
It says
because I've accomplished something that nobody else has been able to accomplish.
So here's what Trump put on his social media. Great news from LIV Golf, a big, beautiful, and glamorous deal for the wonderful world of golf. Congrats to all.
Big, beautiful.
Big and beautiful. Big, beautiful deal.
And I do think for the fans, it is going to be I think it's going to be a good thing. I do. And I know people don't share that same opinion. I'm getting emails right now from people that, you're traditionalists, and some people that actually have family members that are currently playing on the tour. And they're getting caught up in what I was just talking about, how they got an opportunity, and now that's probably going to change a little bit because of this.
Sad but funny, but when you hear the professionals say they heard about it on social media and they all thought it was a joke, they were going through training or they were out playing, and all of a sudden somebody goes, "Hey, man, did you hear about this?" They're like, "Yeah, hush."
Trump, well, we thought it was too when we first saw the crawler come up on it. I thought, well, we need to. This is odd.
Trump is now bragging on Truth Social about how he predicted this in July of 2022. He told a magazine, all these golfers that are remaining loyal to the very disloyal PGA.
Whoa.
Stop, buddy.
It happens to all of us.
I just read all that.
It happens to all of us.
That just happened?
Yeah, I just said every bit of this.
Did you say pay a big price? Did you say that part?
I did.
The inevitable merger?
Yeah.
You said inevitable merger?
I did.
So this has all been said before.
Right.
Like 3 minutes ago.
About 3 minutes ago.
But read the tweet he just sent out.
I will.
I read that one.
I will.
Have y'all seen what Trump said?
He predicted it. He predicted it. Trump, the fortune teller.
Like Bubba said, look, it's like, let me tell you this.
Happened all over.
No, let me say this to Bubba, because I've done it too. Let me tell you what it is. Can I tell you what doing a live show is? It's the same exact thing they tell you about driving distracted. If you look down for just a second and read
how many feet you're traveling,
and read a few lines of a story while everybody else is talking, you don't know what everybody said, and they can say so much, and you don't think you've been looking down that long.
Yeah. It's easy to do in here. I can't imagine in there.
I thought I could read and listen at the same time. I can't.
You can't. Yeah,
you know what happened? You know why this happened?
Passionate about it.
You know why this happened? It's because I got a big W today, guys.
What's that?
Noah Galloway messaged me back on Instagram.
Well, look at you.
And so with that win, I was up one, and now with that L, I'm back there.
Back to neutral.
You're back.
Yeah. You know
I
what?
thought I was ready to get hurt again with this relationship with Noah Galloway. Evidently, I'm not.
Yeah. How about this? The good news is that's one step closer to you and him having lunch.
Hey, he said I was serious about wanting lunch with you, buddy.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good. Of course, that's.
He doesn't mean that either.
You added to buddy.
Of course, I don't know if y'all have ordered what y'all want to, for an appetizer yet, but that's still, what I mean. That's it feels good.
Do y'all
feels
think
good.
Okay, he didn't call me buddy. I added that part. All right.
Well,
do y'all think that we've just been damaged and hurt so much in our life that we don't think there's really nice people out there, or is it just that none of us are?
No, I think
a little combination.
I think really that we are painfully realist.
Okay.
Painfully.
Do you think
we honestly we just know we don't? I don't even think that it's me thinking someone's a bad person.
Mm-hmm.
I even think that a lot of times when things are said in the moment, they're meant in the moment. What I'm saying is, but we know reality so well. We know the carrying that out to the end. I can't tell you the number of times that I've ended conversations with people like this. They've either said it or I did. And we both know in the moment we're just using this to mean we like each other, but what we're saying is never going to happen. Hey, we got to get together. We both know that we're not going to get together.
That's true.
But what that means is that it's something to say I like you, and every time I see you, I'm glad we see each other.
Right.
And that's okay.
But we go there so quickly.
I know.
See it?
Well, now that may be tied to pain.
Yeah.
So will we get lunch next week?
The speed of it could be tied to pain.
Yeah, wow.
So we're not getting lunch next
You're
week.
not.
Rick, when we get back, Adler's got a quote from Trump.
Hey, y'all hear Rory? He was dogging Jack Nicklaus' son. Jack.
And we get back, big news out of golf.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So much fun.
Oh my gosh. Bucky, message heard. Message.
Bucky, over now.
I see. Message heard.
There you go.
Well, I mean, it's an attack straight up. Bucky didn't. He didn't even sugarcoat it.
He did.
I want to try to see if he could say Venuswitzel or whatever, Schnitzel, but I didn't know what happened. That's it. So he's visiting his cousin Schultz.
Yeah.
Right. And
he's had it.
And Beavers don't have last names. That's on me. I should have.
That's right.
Very few things slay me, but I'm telling you what.
I don't know what it is about that. And those of you that have the pleasure of seeing the picture and seeing the footage,
just adds to it.
It really added to it. And how about it really probably is true now at this point that Bubba really is with the goat drop cookies. You know what I mean?
I think you're all over there.
That's exactly what it is.
He's looked up and said, almost to the break. I think I'll wait till we start.
Give me one.
We had a kitchen cam. That's what we'd see.
Oh, very sorry. America today, and I'm not even going to read you the headline. I'm going to work my way to what is, it's all alarming, but when I get to the final part of this, you're really going to start screaming, what in the world are we becoming? So we're in Florida, and this is a school, and I'm going to hold to me the most shocking part about this to the end for effect. They've taken into custody some girls who wanted to kill at least 15 people. They were waiting in the bathroom for an opportunity to find smaller kids they could overpower and kill. They admitted they were Satan worshipers. They were willing and wanting to drink blood and possibly eat flesh. And they found a butcher knife with them. They also found, when they went to their homes, different things like go kill in the bathroom and plans about how they were going to kill people, eat their flesh, and drink their blood. Are you ready for it? They're 11 and 12.
Unbelievable.
11 and 12 little girls.
That's crazy.
Middle school. Good night. If that isn't just a... they had knives, scissors, pizza cutters.
At a pizza cutter.
Yep. This is when they.
How was the attack foiled?
Let's see. I'm looking at how they found out about it. Arrested, connected. They had a plot. I'm looking in here to see how, because one of the
school staff stopped it.
Yeah, so they must have got word or picked up on something going on. When you think about, you talk to some of the arresting people who say, they thought they'd seen it all. And then they said watching 11, 12-year-old girls admit all this, where they were watching the interviews, said in order to protect yourself from just completely losing it, they start thinking, is this a joke? This isn't real, is it?
Right.
And they said, unfortunately, it is they said this came from the thing that everybody's been saying about school killings. If you see something, say something.
Right.
And they say it worked in this incident.
Yeah. So somebody saw something, turned them in, and they acted on it. So good for them.
Yeah. And so they say, and he's thanking the school staff for stopping the plot from becoming another American tragedy. Unbelievable. 11 and 12 years old. Look at those weapons up on.
I know. It's unbelievable.
11 and 12. Now, keep in mind, there's not a gun in sight there.
I know.
It's all things to cut and slice people with.
It looks like evil will be evil no matter what the tool is.
I'm going to say this again, and I guess I'm just going to keep on saying it until the world ends or I pass, whichever happens first. If we don't get and start addressing the problem of darkness, because these little girls, and I use that term loosely now, who are saying there were Satan worshipers and they want to kill smaller children at the school. Think how small they'd have to be smaller than them.
Right.
And then drink their blood and eat their flesh. I'm going to say that's a bigger issue than guns.
Yeah.
Way bigger. Because it covers a lot of things. It covers guns, knives, cars.
Yeah, you look at the headlines.
Rocks.
You look at the headlines today with the political stuff that's going on today and the bombs and all that.
Bombs.
If we don't get to address what is producing this sick and twisted generation and this sick and twisted society, we better deal with what the real problem is. And I promise you, it's not guns.
No.
That's going to be a waste of our time over here. We better start dealing with what sort of twisted, sick society produces an 11 and 12-year-old girl like this. "21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And thank you for being with us. All lines are open now, and you can join us. I'm actually editing a post I just put out on Instagram earlier. I'm actually teaching Revelation 13 today, not 12. All the guys are saying, you keep promoting 12. That was last week. Okay, you're right. I forget. It's 13 today. The first half of 13. So anyway, that's live at noon today, 1 o'clock Eastern, 12 o'clock on the Central Time Zone. All right, so all lines are available, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Now, the phone troll's a little bit of a different situation. The phone troll is designed for us to get a lot of people on in a short amount of time, and the buzzer will now, of course, be our friend. And that means that there'll be no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, anything like that. This is designed for comments, questions, and getting information to the table. Use your time wisely. Don't lean on the possibility of a timeout because there's only one apiece from Helmsy and Bubba. And, those could go quick or that you're not guaranteed to get one. So let's start with Whitney out of Prattville, I-92 WLWI. Whitney, 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Hey, guys. I wanted to tell y'all that I had, almost the exact same experience with puppies.
Mm-hmm.
Our two dogs got together unexpectedly. I thought one of them was 6. They were not. And they ended up having 10 puppies. So
wow.
Built a whelping box and all that stuff. I watched her give birth. I was there every second of the way. I changed out sheets. I did everything.
Now your female dog knows how Al Pacino's girlfriend feels. I thought he couldn't do this anymore. Let's go to Lance and Warrior 104.7 WZZK. Go right ahead.
Hey, guys, I sent a couple of y'all Shooter's tweet from yesterday, but Shooter McGavin tweeted, breaking, PGA players have informed Jay Monahan that the 4 p.m. meeting today has been moved back to 9 p.m. tonight and relocated to the 9th green, and it blew up on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, when they pulled the trigger on the 9th green.
Let's go to Chris Withers. Chris, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Greg, I'm just going to have to tell you, brother, you stuck with them dogs. I got cats, and I can't get rid of them. It started out with 1, now I got 7. And I got 4 kids, so that don't help matters none. I love you. First time caller.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks for the encouragement. I hope you're wrong.
The only thing worse,
I feel your pain.
The only thing worse with being stuck with 8 stray puppies is to be stuck with 7 stray kittens. That is the PR a little tougher there. We continue. James in Birmingham. James, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Listen to ZZK.
Hey, Rick and Bubba. This is James Outland. I'm here with my mom. Anyway, we've been longtime fans of your show. Been hearing you since I grew up. And we're residents of Birmingham. We love the community. I know you all do as well.
Sure.
And we just want to let everybody know that today there's a Birmingham Legion soccer game going on.
I think that's a shout-out. I think that's a plug.
Big game today.
I think that had a shout-out and a plug all in there together.
Rick, what time you going to be there?
It's crazy that you're going to that tonight. That's
what
crazy.
time
That would be crazy.
Are you kicking out the first ball?
Let me tell you something.
On the pitch?
If you find out I'm there, the next stop should be getting a mental evaluation. You say Rick's lost
Rick
it.
Legion,
Rick has lost it.
That's a little much. That's a little much.
No, there's one scenario that would get me to any adult soccer game, one and one only. Somebody who is blood kin to me is into it and doing well, and the family is going to support them. Okay. There is no other scenario.
What about Rick and Bubba night?
Never.
Rick!
Never.
Because he would decline it. It would never
I would say no, thank you. I can't do it. Now, if somebody got like PGA, if somebody got a big check, I can come down there and talk about soccer. Okay, but let me tell you something.
What if it's a LIV Golf?
Hey, it's gonna be a big check.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I mean, it's
life changing.
It's gonna have one of those like when people make fun of me and I tell them how much I got, they go, "Oh, I would have done it too."
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah. Let's go to JC in Talladega. JC, go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing today?
We're good.
Good.
Hey, I'm going to go ahead and complain real quick. All the Taco Bells these days open for breakfast at like 8 or 9 a.m. When do these people think that normal folks eat breakfast? Good God, I'm about red-butted over it.
That's
Who
hilarious.
opens breakfast that late?
Yeah, just go on and wait for lunch. If you can't do no better than that.
Yeah.
It's hard to get people
Yeah.
nowadays.
By the way, did y'all see the story? And every time somebody brings up Taco Bell, it reminds me of how Babylon Bee treats Taco Bell, which is gold. Okay, absolute gold. You know, when they did their little bell with rainbow colors for June and everything, it says they have committed to give everyone, no matter what your worldview may be, equally explosive diarrhea.
Oh.
And so did you see? You know, anytime that word explosive is used,
Oh, Rick.
did you see there was a cruise ship?
Oh,
that everybody on it got that? And
I keep hearing stories like that.
I did.
Yeah,
And they use that term, Rick.
they used that term.
They
I'm
did.
not giving that term. That's the term they
Did
used.
it overrun the system?
I had a friend of mine send me, say, have y'all talked about this? And I said, no, we haven't. But he said, notice that they're using that
They are.
they're using that in the story, the word explosive.
Yep.
And it was 175 passengers aboard Celebrity cruise ship. And does anybody know the stomach ailment virus Noro? N-O-R-O virus?
No.
It's not
Is
good.
that it, Adler? Do you know about that?
Isn't that the kind of the standard one?
Yeah. They used the word explosive, and they said that they're trying to tie it back to the midnight buffet.
Oh boy.
Something on the midnight buffet went south,
That can
and
happen.
they started spreading it around that ship, and here we go.
There you are.
No, must have been a great buffet.
Let's go to Jerry in Piedmont. Jerry, go ahead.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, Jerry. I hope you're okay.
Doing good. Listen, I never heard the follow-up story. It may have been done. I don't know. But I was just wondering if Speedy ever figured out who his date was at the Tina Turner concert.
You know, good news. Good news for husbands everywhere. Speedy actually ended up being right, and in a rarity, it rarely ever happens to husbands. They're able to tell their wife they forgot a special moment they had together.
That's it.
Isn't that a great feeling?
It's such a great feeling.
And it doesn't happen
Well, I bet
very
you
often.
don't get a lot of
I bet
wins.
you've been using that. I bet you
No,
can.
you kidding me? All weekend.
Oh yeah, I bet you start playing the Tina Turner catalog. Said, of course, you don't remember us being there, but I do. It was special to me.
I even looked it up as Helms and them did that day, that it was an October
Panic
2020
just a minute.
deal. Well, no, I knew it was her, but we were married. I wouldn't be with anybody else.
No, I know that, but what I'm saying
is, I had that to verify, honey. This was the look. She was out on that little catwalk thing.
Did she ever acknowledge she was wrong?
She won't give in, but
Right.
she's like, "Well, I don't know who you went with." I'm like, "It was you.
It had to be you.
It was.
It had to be you.
I remember holding hands with you."
By the way, to you, because you need to
kinda
know
made
this.
that part
You need
up.
to know this producer who has to deal with these things. Today, I've been at about 80%.
Oh, that's solid.
So I'm working my way
I'm
there.
noticing a difference too.
Are you?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know what we're talking about. That's
Little inside talk there.
I started out at a low 40%, and I worked my way today to
Takes time.
80%.
That muscle memory takes some time.
Yep. We'll be back. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We better look into that. Don't you think?
Yeah.
All right. So
I was just listening to the press conference from the police chief that talked about this, and even he was a little shaken up.
Well, yeah,
like
he
this.
couldn't believe what he was seeing.
No.
He couldn't believe it. Now, now we're almost going, all right, point made by the guys. Now maybe let's start looking at some of the things we can address that is not helping. And it's things like this. Parents that had not been notified, and this is in Thornton, Colorado, that at their middle school, Rocky Top Middle School, that during career day, a drag queen was brought in to speak to the boys.
Career day?
Career day. And parents said,
What kind of career we?
people say, we sure would like to have been known that a person who is an adult entertainer would be talking to our 12-year-old students. So back to what are we doing? I mean, what is and it says that now here's what you love about Principal Chelsea Bahana, I guess is how you say her name, or Bahana. She's apologized only for not informing the parents. She is not apologizing for having the drag queen come to career day.
I just didn't give him a heads up.
I wish I'd have told you, but I want the drag queen to be here to reflect diversity. And I wanted this drag queen to talk to these boys about the damage that bullies can do. They always need to put kindness and acceptance ahead of short-sightedness and judging.
Mouthful.
Well, I can't. Again, I think how about this? I almost now want people to call me and tell me the story I've got is wrong.
Let me tell. I'm not condoning any violence on it for anybody, but let me tell these boys one way not to get bullied: don't dress like a woman.
You are correct.
That'll do it.
Right.
Just saying.
Yeah, it said that students.
I mean, you better have tough skin if you are. Let's just say that.
Got a toothpick in his mouth.
Right. No, you're right, Greg. And
life is probably hard enough if you just dress normal.
Right.
It is.
Yeah.
But, Greg, how about this? It said students have a lot of questions, and one parent said, did any of them ask, why is a guy wearing a dress?
Yeah.
So,
Wow. Why is this chick's voice so deep?
Right.
Anybody ask that?
Yeah.
Is that Adam's apple? What's that?
Why is our guest standing?
My God, she wears a 13.
Right. Greg, why is our guest standing to urinate?
Okay.
So
there it was.
Well, I said
Draft
it.
brother, huh?
Well,
there they go again.
He stirred me a little bit there. You know, keep in mind, you know,
it's just ridiculous.
Well, you know how it is. You can get the folks in the Jesse James gang to behave as long as you don't let them get together.
Yeah. Don't let them get around the same campfire.
Guys, good night.
Good Lord.
Good night. Yeah. How about this? I'm ready to not do Your Americas now.
I know. Well, Rick, you just.
Well, it just had to happen.
It's all when I hear that music,
you're just further down the road than me.
Yeah,
I'm with you now. I've caught up.
Good night.
I mean that, but what I'm talking about is we sit.
I feel better if I don't know about it.
Look at the things that we're trying to address, and look at the things we're not addressing.
Oh, I know.
That's what I can't understand.
Right.
What have we said on the show 1,000 times? What people get upset about is shocking, but not near as shocking as the things nobody gets upset about.
Yeah.
I mean,
look, this is the kind of thing we ought to have a caravan marching on.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, there's somebody sitting there, 11 and 12-year-old in front of some slasher movie going, what harm is this? It's just entertainment. Go, Bubba. Thank you. We're going to go down. We're going to go down. Swing. Everybody, come on. Hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, working our way back. Dr. Travis Taylor, Skinwalker Ranch. He's been on the podcast a couple of times, been on the big show a couple of times, many times. Even floated up an idea about the show being involved in this season of Skinwalker Ranch. By the grace of God, we were not included in that. But now season 4 is underway. Every time we turn on, it seems like the news, we see some sort of government official admitting that there's been UFOs, and of course they're trying to change the name of it. Bubba and I are not going along with the new name. UAP, yeah. Does that seem? I mean, why do
Rick,
we?
It's just part of this culture where we have to change everything. We had a very good name. Everybody knew what it was.
Right.
UFO.
Right.
Why don't we just stay with that?
Right. I mean,
kind of how I feel about it.
Right. I mean, we're coming up with all kinds of new phrases. You know,
why change it if it's working for you?
Gender assigned at birth. Every time you turn around,
just everything.
It's just it's a fake world in which we now live. So we're trying to get Dr. Travis on the phone to talk about.
He's very busy right now, Rick.
And there's things I'm not supposed to ask him about. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, we'll clarify that with him.
Okay.
Because we've had two stories in the news. We've had Dr. Gary Nolan from Stanford, who says he has been brought in to give expert opinion and testimony on U.S. service members who have been killed approaching UFOs or UAPs. And then we had the guy who's come out this week who says he's a whistleblower and has complained to the Inspector General that the U.S. actually has pieces of a flying saucer, and he thinks it's time it becomes public. Now, that guy served on the task force with Travis, but I don't think he can comment on that. So we're going to focus on Skinwalker Ranch, my understanding.
What's our obsession with whistle analogies? Dog whistle, whistleblower.
A lot of whistle.
A lot of whistle talk. So Dr. Travis Taylor joins us now. Travis, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. Good to talk to you again.
Morning, fellas. How are y'all?
Well,
Travis, I know you're busy, and thank you for taking time to talk with us. You got a lot going on.
Well, I appreciate it, and I enjoy interacting with you guys and the people that are listening, because there's a lot of questions and information, and I think the public needs to know.
So, Travis, just to be clear, because Rick has asked me, and I want to just clarify this. There's two pretty big stories in the news right now,
right?
And you can't comment on one of those, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, I've been told I can't comment on it for now.
Does this mean that you're merging with LIV?
No.
So
and Elon isn't buying me out either.
Okay, good.
So to the project at hand, Skinwalker Ranch, SWR.
Okay.
You guys are documenting some amazing phenomenon.
Yes, absolutely.
Talk a little bit about where you are in this season. And I'll be honest with you, I'm about a week behind because of the time it comes on. So I did not see this week's episode last night. But the promo or the trailer looked like you had a picture of some type of silver ball that was over the ranch in the middle of the day.
That's exactly what we had, and I guess that's a spoiler for you. I won't tell you all the details of why if you can plan to watch it, but for the folks who did see it, the previous week's events, the purple light and the other things that the cow and the burn post and all that stuff out in the field on the south end of the ranch led us to add more sensors on that end, and we actually captured a thing that, when you compare it to the recently released Mosul orb videos, or recently leaked, I don't know if they were released or leaked, they look very similar.
Yes.
And the sphere that flew by the F-18 that they took a picture of with the cell phone, that the guys on the HIPSI briefing last year couldn't seem to stop the video and show a still frame. They look very similar, and that's really surprising to me.
All right, so let's go back to the analogy that it's a shame children that weren't in the 80s won't get. Let's go back to Ghostbusters, the original. So what you're saying is, do you remember the time that Bill Murray, he got slimed, and they finally find this ghost, and he goes, "Yep, that's the one that slimed me." Was that the moment when you see these things the government is releasing? Was there a moment you're like, "That's the one we keep seeing"? Was it one of those moments?
It absolutely was seeing and of course everybody should get that reference, because if you haven't seen Ghostbusters, there's something wrong with it.
There is something wrong with it, and the original is what we're talking about. Be careful with anything after that.
Yeah. But absolutely, when we saw that, we were like, "What? No, that can't be." And we've seen a couple other things like that when we see it at the ranch, and we're like, "Why here? And why are they seeing this in Afghanistan? Or why did they see it in Puerto Rico? Or why?" It's really, it either says they're everywhere, or for some reason or other those places are of the same sort of interest.
Travis, you also had this kind of silver orb-looking thing on a high-speed camera that was following the helicopter at Skinwalker Ranch, right?
Yes, we did, and that's really interesting. Now, I would say the color on it is a little bit unclear on the one on the helicopter because it looks more silver when we put an embossing filter on it, so it'll stand out from the clouds better. But it does look shiny in the normal video, and is it clear? Is it opaque? Is it opalescent? You know, I don't know.
So, based on, and sometimes these things are kind of hard to compare because you don't know the distance. How big are these things that we're seeing? What kind of physical size are we talking about?
That's a good question, and that, since we only had this one in one frame, we couldn't really tell exactly where it was and how big it was, but that field between the trees and where the camera is, it's at least a half a mile. And so it's somewhere, if you take a ball that would show up that big, it takes up, say if you take a normal size 27-inch, just say a 27-inch computer monitor, the ball would be about as big as your thumb in the middle of the monitor. And in the background, you got trees a half a mile away, and then up close, you've got bushes a few feet away. So it's somewhere in between that. So it's anywhere between the size of a baseball to one of them big balls that people get in and roll around in the ocean, at the beach.
So that was my question. If we have to speculate here a little bit, but that thing probably is too small for a human to ride in, right?
Well, it depends on how big it is on the inside, Bubba. I mean, that's the key question to ask. It looks small out here, but how big is it on the inside?
So what I'm saying is, would you speculate that it's probably more of a drone or an automatic type craft versus somebody riding it?
So I'll tell you what that is right there, Bubba. That is what we would call analytical overlay, where we're applying what our thoughts are onto the topic and just assuming, because that's what we would do. Right. That's what it is. Now, it could be a drone. Sure, that's one solution. It could be something weird that Mother Nature's invented we've never seen before because we didn't have cameras everywhere. It could be that it's some other phenomena like a roving opening in space between two different points that are distant apart, or it could be something like I don't know if you are familiar with the Doctor Who vernacular, but the TARDIS is the size of a little bit bigger than a phone booth, is an old 1930s police box, but on the inside it's as big as a skyscraper. And in general, in physics and general relativity, in fact, I was just reading a paper yesterday where they show in warp theory you could have an internal space-time that's bigger than the external shell.
All right.
And so,
Travis.
But I'm serious. It could be bigger on the inside.
No, I got you.
Well, we're dealing with things we don't know that don't fit the norm. Because if it is more of a straight up situation and it was alien, they'd be tiny. Yeah. I mean, they would be little things. Right?
Travis, if I were on the team, and frankly, I think that was an overlook on y'all's part. If I was on the team, I'm the guy, and y'all have this when you're talking about this. I'm the guy that says, and you do some of this too. Let's talk about what we know. Let's talk about the things that are not up for debate, and then start from there. Do you find that when these things seem to look similar in different parts of the world, where they are seen, the terrain and all that seems to be similar to this ranch? Is there something about this environment there?
So if you paid attention last night, which apparently you two didn't.
No, we missed it.
Come on.
We were asleep at 9 o'clock Central, Travis. Give us a minute.
Well, so we have a spin-off investigation that comes on immediately after now. It's called Beyond Skinwalker.
Oh, now you want us to stay up till 10 Central.
Yeah, I know, right? and so Brandon's got these two new guys. One's a former CIA agent and one's an investigative journalist. And me and Eric will send them out to places around the country and soon around the globe that seem to have similar phenomena. And we're trying to gather data and compare it and see if there are other places, and it seems like there are. In fact, I can tell you these guys found fascinating stuff they brought back to Eric and I, and we went through they did a few things that we said, no, that's just that's birds, or that's a natural phenomenon, or that's an airplane, that's a satellite. And then they had a handful of things that were like, holy cow, what is that? And it looks just like what we've seen on the ranch.
Okay.
So I think there are places around the world that are very similar. But why? Why is it so prevalent?
And we'll unpack why they're similar. Why? What? Something about this setup draws this. So why?
I wish we had a craft that we could examine.
Travis, do you have one more segment?
One more segment.
Come on,
Yeah,
Travis.
sure.
Okay.
We come back. We're going to ask you about this whistleblower. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Travis. We're not going to do
Travis, we do want to ask about the Mesa. Are we going to dig in and find that thing or what?
Come on.
I mean, hey, you get the backhoe out there. I'll dig in that Mesa. We'll find this thing. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. More with Travis Taylor next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, Bubba, I know we've been talking about. Did we want to talk about this Megyn Kelly thing at all?
Oh boy.
I mean, well,
I thought you want to get away from those.
Well, this is not. I mean, it's nothing like 11 and 12-year-old girls want to cut people up and stack their body parts at the front of the school and drink their blood and eat their flesh.
The only thing that
you really
sounded like 11 and 12-year-olds in that story was the fact they thought they were going to kill somebody with a pizza cutter. That's the only part. The rest of it was just, you know.
Let me tell you this, though. The other weapons they found look like they could get the job done.
But why do you add that to the selection?
Yeah, I don't know how much damage you're going to do with the pizza cutter.
Yeah.
Well, that might have just been, I don't know.
Well, they were 11 and 12. That's the only part that actually looked like something 11, 12-year-olds.
Can you imagine showing up at the school and I say, I understand my daughter's in trouble. What happened? And you're like, you have that attitude, and they said, you might want to sit down for this one.
Yeah, we got some bad news.
Yeah.
We're going.
Of course, the fact that that'd be going on in your home, you didn't know it, probably not the best sign that you might not be. You know, I mean, look, wow. But anyway, so, but keep in mind, it's, let's be sure and get more gun control. Maybe that'll straighten everything out. I didn't.
Rick,
the
Megyn Kelly if we're going to cover this thing,
well,
what a mess.
It's a big story.
What
I mean, everybody's talking about it. I mean, it's not.
What a mess.
I mean, one of these things too. I mean, this is one of those things, and I don't mean to be insensitive here, but it's as if Megyn Kelly, when you hear her explanation, that she had what I would call a blonde moment, that she wasn't aware somehow that, you know.
Rick, you can't say blonde moments anymore.
Well. That's right. Now, if she's a Democrat, I can. If she's a Republican, I can. Which one is she?
Well,
she kind of goes back and forth. But because isn't she claiming that she did not know, she had just missed?
All right, so let's back up.
When this conversation about this topic became something that no one should talk about?
This is one of those battles that's just not worth fighting.
No.
You know?
No,
Megyn Kelly came over to NBC. Her contract was up at Fox. There was quite a bit of interest in having her. She signed a $69 million deal. And they've kind of had a problem finding where she fits in with NBC. I think she would even admit that. They tried her on this, tried on that.
Hasn't been.
They've got her on her own midday kind of talk show thing now. There was talk that she may move to the evening news or part of it, but we don't know how all that went. But they had a discussion about Halloween and somehow got on the topic of blackface. In other words, a white person putting black makeup on their face to act like they are black.
Right.
And she seemed to be defending that if it's Halloween or if it's a costume or something like that. And, of course, it's just a topic now that is off limits. You just don't do that.
Right.
And so she was kind of justifying it, playing it down a little bit, and there was just this huge backlash about it. So she comes out yesterday and gives a speech saying that she's sorry and she was uneducated to the history of that and all that kind of stuff, and her audience gave her a standing ovation. Well, it seems like then the backlash was about her apology and the standing ovation. It just seemed like it kept snowballing. So now today they were supposed to have the cast from House of Cards on, and they've refused to come on the show if she's going to be the host.
Because they're so offended by.
Yeah, I started saying,
House of Cards is offended.
Yeah.
Okay.
Megyn Kelly Today is the name of the show. So
when did the people in the House of Cards decide they were up on the high road?
Well, Rick, I know you're talking about any group that shouldn't be throwing rocks.
And again, Rick, it goes back to what you said. These people aren't sincere. They just think they're supposed to do this.
So Megyn has been taken off the air for today and tomorrow. her rep, her agent who handles her business, has dropped her as a client, CCA. She has acquired a new representative who is more of a legal counsel courtroom type representation, and they're anticipating that she's doing that in defense of a legal battle that they are expecting from NBC to try to get out of her $69 million contract. So now you have all this speculation. Well, where is she going to go? Who wants her? She's saying, no, I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to find somebody else to handle my business. So you got all that going on. She's off the air, the whole controversy about what she said, and now we've got the House of Cards bunch. It won't come on. It just seems like it is spiraling out of control for Megyn Kelly at NBC.
We tried 8 minutes to the top. Dr. Travis Taylor with us, and he's currently working at Skinwalker Ranch, and among other things, season 4, the latest episode out last night. So if you watch it on the archives, go catch that. We've done a couple of spoilers, but it was already on live last night, so we're a little more freer.
Yeah, we don't mind the spoilers.
A little freer to talk about it. All this does is make me want to watch the archive even more. So I'm hoping you're having a similar experience. So I know we don't have a lot of time, but
well, let me ask you this, Travis. The thing that you have found under the mesa.
Oh, here we go.
And you've tried drilling into it a couple of times. You've got chips of metal that were not natural. What's the next step to get to that? When are you going to just tear into that thing?
Got to deal with the reservation and with Brandon that we're not going to destroy it because it is sort of a natural resource. It's a place that's kind of historical, and so we got to be careful about. We can't just go in and dynamite it. Besides that, if we did, we might damage whatever it is inside the thing. Although I'm weary of that, since we pushed with a drill with 8,000 pounds per square inch of pressure for 30 minutes and never never budged. It's pretty strong, whatever it is. So the problem is it's dangerous. Those boulders shift, and we have rock slides often, and every time we walk up there, everybody's scared to death. And so our plan, I think, is to go from the top right now, and I don't want to spoil too much of it, but I'm telling you, it's not as simple as it seems. This is a really dangerous, difficult thing, and there's no way to get equipment in there because there's no road to the top, and there's a canal in the way, and so we have to build temporary culverts to get equipment across the canal, and so it's not easy. And everybody just said, "Oh, just go dig it up." Well, if you ever go and you look at it, these boulders are bigger than pickup trucks. And they're rolling around, and you don't want to be under one of those things if that happened.
In other words, if I was going to hide something, I hid it brilliantly.
It looks like, and we all think this too, and we think we've found with that snake cam down in some of the rocks pictures of primacord or old-timey blasting cord, actually, that's probably in the 1890s-ish time frame, that it looks like that whole area right there was blasted in and caved in on purpose. And that's our current working hypothesis. Now, my thoughts were we get 100 people with 100 picks and shovels, and we spend the time like old school archaeological dig, Indiana Jones, that thing.
Right.
But that's not as easy said and done either, because there's a layer of rock that we can drill through, but picking through isn't as easy.
Could this be another spaceship ship that the government's hiding from? It's like the one that was found from the whistleblower.
All right, Speedy.
What? I'm just asking.
Well, I mean,
but Travis, eventually,
most people say, and you did this too.
Wow.
It's not like those of you that may not be familiar with this. You hadn't started watching it yet. Don't think that they haven't started with every theory is on the table. They've gone down the road of let's start with, is it something our military is doing? That's kind of being ruled out, or at least it doesn't appear to be on that road. Is it another, one of our enemies? Somebody's, every time you come on, is it near a military base? Could this be some sort of spying operation with one of our enemies? All this is on the table. Y'all work through all these theories, right?
Yeah, we do. And one of the things is why they're in the middle of Utah, right?
Right.
And if it is some extraterrestrial asset of some sort inside the mesa, Speedy, that means UFO.
Yeah.
And no, but sorry, man. But anyway, if there is some ET asset in there, and it could have been there for millions of years. It could have been there, no telling what caused it to be there, or it could be there as soon as 100 years ago. But the Freemasons have been there back in the 1830s.
Sorry, Greg.
Looking at that place.
Mm.
So people have been studying that place for a long time.
What if something's laying there dormant and you wake it up?
That's always a concern.
Well, one of my thoughts is that it's using some sort of technology that interacts with your consciousness, and it's looking for its occupants, its pilots or whatever, and that's maybe why people keep having weird visions, dreams, hearing sounds, seeing weird things they attribute to poltergeist type activity or whatever. It could just be some sort of interaction that we don't understand that's going on with whatever this thing is.
Well, I know there's difficulty, and I know there's issues with digging and getting to it, but I mean, this is the key piece of physical evidence that you guys are going to have to explore. And let's face it, if you do come on a spaceship that crashed there a long time ago, that's the biggest find in history.
I agree with that, Bubba, and so we're really focused on. But think about what it costs to get into there and do that. It's not as simple as people think it is. Just go look at how hard it is to dig a mining shaft. It's millions of dollars involved in something like that.
A lot of jack.
And
Brandon's got a lot of jack, but I mean, we're talking about big jack, bigger than Brandon jack.
But how many people would come to see it if it was a spaceship?
I know. Mm-hmm. But Travis,
well, we'd certainly show everybody what we find, and that's the intent, is for this to be a public investigation for people to see what we find. Now, if there's anything dangerous, we're not going to release that to someone that's going to use it against as a terrorist kind of thing or enemies or something. But we certainly want people to know.
Says everybody who opens portals. Look,
yeah.
If you were watching this movie, and this is real, but if it was a movie, you'd be sitting in your seat in the theater screaming, "Leave that alone."
Travis,
don't go in there.
Travis, what's next, Travis? I'll stay in the graveyard. Y'all go ahead. I'm fine.
Travis, let me ask you a general question with all your dealings and all this. If the U.S. had a crashed spaceship or some type of alien equipment, wouldn't you know about it?
It depends. If there was a group of people that didn't want anybody else to know about it, it'd be like a Skull and Bones kind of community. You'd have to find a way to get into it.
Tiger didn't know about.
I'll tell you this: they don't have the right people working on it, or our physics would have advanced a lot more than it has in the last 50 years.
That's good.
Okay,
Travis, thank you as always, buddy.
Good nugget right there at the end, Don.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Travis.
There he goes.
All right, see y'all.
Dr. Travis Taylor.
Rick and Bubba.
Let me throw this out because there's very little sincerity in any of these kind of stories by the people who are offended. They just think they're supposed to be offended.
Right.
And certainly Megyn Kelly, what a foolish commentary she went on by not understanding she was going a place that you did. I understand that somebody says, wait a minute, I was just trying to. It doesn't matter. You cannot talk about this topic as a white person in any way, shape, or form.
No, it's just off limits.
And cast it into any light that is remotely trying to say, well, if somebody's trying to dress up as a person who is African American, it's a respectful portrayal. It doesn't matter. It goes back to horrible, horrible things, and no one's going to hear that. It was foolish to do it. However, do you think also this goes back to Colin Kaepernick versus the other players who have knelt for the national anthem that are still playing? If you're good enough and you're a ratings monster, you're treated one way as opposed to, hey, we're in a contract with you that's really, really hefty.
You haven't really been killing it.
And you have not been producing, and I think we got you. I mean,
there seems to be probably a little amplification due to that, as opposed to numbing it down.
Yeah.
But it's really turned into quite a soap opera there at NBC right now.
This blackface thing, it falls under the category of just like certain words. we as a society, we've decided intent doesn't mean anything. We're not going to take time to see what the intention was. And she was trying to make that argument like, yeah, I get if somebody's being disrespectful, but if someone's trying to dress up like a celebrity who happens to have dark skin, again, just forget all that. I understand what she's saying. It's not the same thing as when Al Jolson was doing blackface. It's not. Okay, but it's just like certain words. Well, you can't, intent doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, right.
I mean, we're changing names of schools because Lynch, we don't have enough sense to realize that that's a person's name.
Right.
Even though, I'm sure that word is used in another. Of course, I don't know what Dick's Sporting Goods is going to do if we're going to follow those rules.
Oh, here we go.
But I'm just, I've said that before, but I mean, if we're going to do that, if we don't have enough sense to know the difference when you have a word that has more than one meaning, then what are we supposed to do?
Oh, my gosh.
Right?
What's wrong with you?
I'm just saying, is that the name of the business?
I can almost read the story now.
But do y'all
in the
not
paper.
understand what I'm saying?
I do understand.
Yes.
Somebody distract him. I'll grab the toothpick.
I'm not saying.
Got it.
I understand what
Get
her
that
argument
medicine,
was.
put in his mouth and rub his chin.
But you can't make that argument, which is sad. It's sad. It's sad.
But she should know better.
She should know better.
But she should know
better.
better.
My fault. I got comfortable listening to her.
She messed up by thinking that people's intent matters. It doesn't matter what your intentions are.
No, like I was saying,
because we don't want to take time to actually figure that out.
I was just saying, if there were two, I
always go back to the Lynch school thing. That's just my thing. I always go back to because that was the most ridiculous thing.
Yeah, it was.
That we don't understand. That's somebody's name.
Right.
It's not the other meaning. So why would we change it?
I know. But
anyway,
it doesn't matter. Words have their own personalities.
If you want to call it old number 65, call it that.
Right. But what I'm saying is, if somebody was, say there were two slightly overweight African-American young people that wanted to dress as Rick and Bubba for Halloween, and they made their skin lighter so it would look more like us, so that's
See, I would think that's funny, but I don't have that history.
I understand there are plenty of people.
It hasn't been, beat into a
the example I had
the problem that it is today.
Understood. But Greg's already made the point. It doesn't matter about intent. You just can't go there on certain things.
You should be able to bring it up.
That's not very wise.
But I was saying, if you had a school then there was a class, a history class, and in this class there were no African American students.
Right.
None. And they decided they were going to, as schools do for history, depict all the presidents of the United States.
Right.
And every kid had to dress up as a president. My kids had to do this before. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, somebody said, and we also want to honor President Barack Obama, and you, Tommy, will be President Obama. So Tommy's lily white, blonde hair, blue-eyed. So if he tried to make his skin brown to walk out and depict the president,
Can't do it.
Can't do it. That's racist.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we even had a few years back, the people went to a Halloween party as Kanye and what's her face, his wife. But the guy went blackface because I don't know if you know this, but Kanye's actually black. And he wasn't being. I'm not saying he should have done it, but he wasn't being disrespectful. There are times when people are, but you can't do that either. That's the point. Thank you.
Switch it.
Now you're not going to win the contest if you don't, but you
right,
can do
because you're not going to look much like.
You're not going to look like Kanye and Kim.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. We thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Man, Adler, all here today. Wednesday Bible study back today, Revelation 13. I got corrected by the guys in the group. We did 12 last week, Rick. 13 today.
Come on, Rick.
That's coming up, as is the norm. Also, one cutoff today. If you want to get a signed copy of the new 31-day devotional, Transformed, Embracing the Death of Self and the Power of God, signed copies, this is the last day to get those. You must use the right link. I'm a little bit anxious that some of you have ordered the devotional thinking you were using the right link and you weren't. A little concerned there. If you want a signed copy, there is a special link for that lets us know that. It's in show notes today, so that's simple. Just click on that. You're there. If you go to themanchurch.com and go to the store, it's a banner right there at the top of the store, so look up there. And if you go to rickandbubba.com, it tells you to go look for that banner. So be sure you're using the right link, and today's the last day for those. As far as any other item that you're getting for Dad from the Rick and Bubba store, you got till probably Sunday. Need to get that order in, and we should be okay if you'll get it in by Sunday. All right, welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. So, Bubba.
Rick, glad to be here.
This is where we recap. I mean, we talked to Dr. Travis Taylor. He couldn't talk to us about the military whistleblower. We don't really know why he couldn't talk to us about it.
He said he was told not to talk about it. Mm-hmm. And that guy was on the UAP task force, the same one that Travis was on. So they've worked together on this.
I don't know what's going on with Travis. I know he must. It's the Travises of the world that have gotten us answers. They'll put themselves in danger, but it's this video you have. Adler's what now? What is this?
This is the whistleblower. You want to hear him in his own words?
The one that Travis couldn't talk to us about?
That guy.
All right,
and then we'll talk about our interview.
All right, here we go.
When you say crash retrieval, what do you mean?
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will. It's probably not the right parlance, but no kidding, non-human, exotic origin vehicles that have either landed or crashed.
We have spacecraft from another species.
We do, yeah.
How many?
Quite a number.
Quite a number.
We have spacecraft from other species.
Does it make it even scarier
Are
than
you
a guy with a
telling
British
me-
accent's interviewing him?
Yes.
Oh, my.
It does to me, too.
I am perplexed
Not South Africa.
by your commentary.
Good heavens.
Good heavens.
So,
Tally ho.
Travis was very generous with his time to come on and
Except he wouldn't tell us about the whistleblower.
spend a few segments with us.
You did, Speedy.
I assume with his security clearances in the past, he can't discuss that yet. But this guy's out.
He
and
sure is
open about
blabbing.
it. Yeah, he's out and open with it.
He's a tattletale.
So, how do you think the interview went? Or do you think we're bipping Travis,
Yes.
or is he all right with us?
Bubba, I must say this, and this is rare for me to say this, even though I've proven in the past I must be the way I really am. When I'm on a fact-finding mission, I have to work through the discomfort of coming in too hot.
Right, I know.
And because
the truth
right.
is what we garner.
We're
here.
after it. And I think what Travis is telling us without telling us is that what they're researching at Skinwalker and what Whistleblower's talking about, they're tied together.
Well, I think so. I think we have video evidence of that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the Tic Tac video and some of these orbs they're seeing, these are being photographed by military vehicles. I mean, they're not. This is not Joe Blow out there on a lawnmower with a kite, bringing these reports in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and it is. It's interesting. We've talked about the three things that the possibilities. We hit those every time.
Right.
And that is, we are experimenting and we're hiding stuff from the public, which
Right.
we've done in the past. So that's on the record.
That is,
and
that's
I
on the
understand why we do it. That's not
Yeah.
even an indictment, okay?
Right.
Other countries are way ahead of us. That's the other scenario.
That is a possibility.
And they're spying on us and they're gathering information. They're not from another planet. They're just from another country.
I think that is the least of the possibilities, but it is on the table.
And then there's a big number 3, and that 3 is a big one. It's a big O3. And that is somebody or something, because they're not human, from somewhere else is gathering information.
There's so many
from
of them
another
being
place.
reported, and we had this documented in the NASA press conference last week.
Mm-hmm.
And we've talked with Travis about this before on one of the podcasts we did. Is it possible they have a base here or established a base here to study us a long time ago? And we're just now getting enough cameras out there.
like it's not active
and
now.
aircraft that are advanced enough to be able to actually get a glimpse of these things.
Well, but then just when you go down that road, which I love that road, or I understand that road, but then why are we seeing current things happening? Are they trying to protect what they left here? Or?
Well, maybe they were here doing this all along. We just could not get a picture of them.
Right, and they're big procrastinators. I one of the things
Well, I don't know. Or are they trying to stay hid?
Well, here's one. But for what? I mean, what are they doing?
Well, it's like when we go to study, different animals. They'll, a lot of these videos you've seen in the Serengeti, they set these cameras up and hide them, or they set them up in a dummy animal so the other animals interact with them. I mean, they don't want to. They spook them if they go out there and go, "Hey, here I am. I'm a human. Where did all the leopards go?" They run off.
Yeah.
This is a great question from an emailer, and this is something y'all have discussed before. But I think when it comes to creation, it's a great question. It says, so if they're aliens, did God create them, or are they out of His realm? It's something that has always confused me. Which, of course, nothing is out of His realm.
He's the beginning.
But where do they fall in place with y'all?
A better question is
that's just for the question from the.
Okay, I would say to answer that, no. I think everything is under God's
correct
authority.
Yeah.
Authority.
He's beyond. He's the beginning of everything outside of the earth. Now, the Word of God is about what happened on earth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it doesn't take this on. Some people say it does indirectly, but I don't agree with that. This everything involving Scripture is focused on what took place on this earth, and it says that over and over again.
Well, it does say that He created the stars and He rolled out the heavens.
But here's what happened here.
So they would be under His authority.
Of course.
And here's what we've talked about with Travis before, too. On your number 3, it's really split into two things. It's a physical thing like what we deal with. We just haven't met them yet. Or is it a spiritual, dimensional traveler type thing, which sounds the most far off, but because of our Christian beliefs, we have to look at that because we already believe that there's interdimensional travelers and angels and demons and princes and powers and places that, we're warned about.
Oh, yeah. As I'm rolling through the Revelation, I've said this many times. I honestly don't need spacemen from another planet. There's a lot going on that is absolutely documented in Scripture that's plenty for us to be concerned about.
Right. Oh, yeah.
And so if you pressed me, and I've said this before, this is not new, and you've said it too, I absolutely do not believe in spacemen from other planets. I believe this is 100% spiritual. If there's anything to it, if it's not in 1 and 2 category, if it gets in the 3 category, I don't go spaceman, I go spirits.
Certainly agree with you. It could be. Yeah. I do think, though, that the cosmos is so large that it is possible that there is life in other ways we're not familiar with it physically in other places. I do think they still answer to God. I don't have a problem with that. Yeah. But I don't know. We've never seen proof of it. We're just playing math with that.
Right.
So there is no. I can't take that case to court.
Yeah, because there's even the angels and the demons themselves. They are really, really perplexed on why God Almighty seems to be offering something to these human beings He didn't offer to them.
Right.
Even the ones that stayed with Him are perplexed by it. Right. Why are you tolerating these people? And then, of course, the ones who rebelled are like, how did they get redemption and we don't? And so
the fact that technically by biblical standards, we are at a higher level than angels.
When it all is ended, we'll take that place. Yeah, absolutely. Our sin has limited us right now, but in the glorified body, when we're co-heirs with Christ, that's about as.
Which makes you very important which brings to another point how precious a human life is.
Right, which we have been dumbed down by spiritual forces to not see it that way, which is exactly what the person who wants to destroy all of us would want us to think.
So you say all of that to get to this. Let's dig that mesa up.
Yeah.
Portal. Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We'll unpack different stories going forward. Bubba, I hope you're well. You're getting here. You made it to the end of another week.
Rick, I am just, I'm just excited to be here. Glad to be here, blessed and glad to wake up and come to work for another day. And, at whatever point we don't, we gain too. So it's a win-win scenario.
I can't get Adler's confounded graph out of my head. Here we go. We're about to have to not mark off another square.
I know.
I mean, that's
and I'm just glad to be here with the gang and the sergeant of arms over there. And, that got me this morning.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
We did. We were having fun with his jacket.
Him's his jacket, Rick. He looks like he looks like he's a member of the neighborhood watch. They got together and they got their jackets so they can identify him.
And Greg called him the sergeant of arms,
and that got me down, Bubba.
Look, even Helms has got to say,
he's had an hour of it, Rick.
Yeah, sure.
Rick, basically, they're taking the neighborhood back.
Him said he's glad it's Friday, so he didn't have to see these two again. Look, I know. I got you. I feel your pain.
I'm ready to have at least 48 hours without you jerks.
Look, why do y'all think I'm going to the beach with other people?
See you Monday.
That's it. I'm out.
I really did. I got in the closet this morning. I thought, you know what? If there's ever a day where I can wear this jacket, be comfortable, and it look okay, today's the day. I tell you what, I was wrong.
That's right.
I was completely wrong.
So
the neighborhood watch look is not a bad look.
No.
You should have timed it the day Greg wasn't here.
Right. I know.
And
Rick, and only one of them wears a beret. Just one of them. It's not required for the whole group.
It's like the major.
Well, no, you're right, and people think we exaggerate about being gripped in fear on what you're going to wear every day. But if you work here, it's a true statement.
Well,
that's why I'm only wear 4 or 5 shirts.
I started to say I have about 3 outfits I can mix and match.
Yeah,
and I do that because I know Greg doesn't get on me about them, so it's a safety zone.
3 may be a little high.
Wednesday,
no, it's 3. But if you mix and match, so you can make it look like 6 different outfits.
Right. I was Wednesday. I thought to myself, I'm going bold Wednesday. I'm wearing something I hardly ever wear. About the time I was called spearmint for about the 4th time, I said, "Well, no, put that one back up."
Yeah,
that'll do it.
I got a whole closet of stuff I need to clear out just because I can't take the attacks. I'm gonna do that over the holidays.
Look, I'm gonna wear something new and try. No, I won't put it back up. Go.
No.
That's why I wear so many. You can't really make fun of many black polo shirts.
No, it's tough. Well, we got a lot to cover today. A lot of media news today. We'll get into that. Don Keith is going to be here. He is the one that wrote the book that the new movie is coming out this weekend. This weekend, and a lot of people don't know he also wrote the book We Be Big.
Yes, he did.
The book from Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, we met Don when he, I guess, released the first 2 books. The first two books he ever put out, and he worked in radio, and we talked to him about that, and he had one called Wizard of the Wind that was about radio, and we had a great time with that. Well, he's gone on to write multiple novels and books, and now he has I understand Rick, when we talked to him, this is just the beginning.
Rick, this is a big leap forward. I mean, this is awesome for Don, and you've known him. He was a neighbor of yours down the road, and a ham buddy of mine. So
still is a neighbor. I see him walking.
Not a ham buddy.
Yeah,
73,
ham
baby.
Radio. He's a good old ham operator.
Yeah, when Speedy, I thought, okay, Don's got a movie, and that was nice. Nothing wrong with that. But when Speedy started rifling off who was in it,
I know.
I'm like, whoa, this is big budget.
Well, see, it threw us off because they changed the name, and we'll talk about that today.
Yeah, and I remember him mentioning to us, because these things take so long, that he had a book that was being considered for a movie, and I remember us going, and then, of course, we lost interest in it because it didn't happen in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So we were like,
I talked to him in Huntsville at the Huntsville Ham Fest, and we were talking about it, and I think that the conversation got cut short. I was running to get away from just John, and we didn't get to finish it. So it was...
Well, I hate to say it, this movie looks like it may be a little bigger deal than Rusty.
You think?
What's the one you in, Greg?
Tangled Web.
Yeah, it's a little bigger than Tangled Web.
Bigger than Tangled Web.
It's got big hitters in it, and it is hitting the theaters today. And we'll talk to Don King, the author of the book that inspired the movie, coming up this hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Phone calls coming in. And you could be one of those if you'd like. At 866-WE-BE-BIG. Cam Solo, Alapuca. We'll take care of that for you. So let's start with Russellville, Alabama. Adam standing by. Adam, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Morning, fellas. How are y'all?
We're good, man.
We're great. First off, Rick, I look forward to the Gridiron Men's Conference. I always look forward to the years you speak.
Thank you.
And first question, are you planning on being out in the lobby on Friday or Saturday?
Both. I plan on going. The team's going up. The ones that are going from the team, we're all not going, but the ones that are going, we're going up Friday. Got us a hotel room, and we will be there because I like also when I can to hear I benefit from hearing what all these men have to say. And a lot of times when you just go in and go out, and sometimes you don't have a choice, you can get up and repeat things that people have already said because you didn't hear what the other guys taught and all that. So I love being not just someone who speaks at the conference, but also one who attends the conference because I need it too. And then so I'll be in the lobby Friday and Saturday, the whole weekend.
Awesome. And I'm like, I think for the alien thing, I think it's, the greatest trick that the devil ever pulled was make people believe he didn't exist.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it's, a spiritual warfare thing where, I believe it is angels and demons. And it would be another way for mankind to think, oh, God doesn't exist because we have people from other planets.
Yeah, we talked about that before. If you look, and one of the things that's interesting about studying the tribulation right now, and that's what we're doing in the Wednesday Bible study, is one of the things that John keeps saying, and of course we know he's being told this by Jesus himself, and that he keeps saying is God is going to get to the point in the tribulation where there is no way to explain away what's happening, that everybody will come to the conclusion, and some still rebelling, which is very interesting, that these things are from God, which means what? There'll be an attempt to explain them away that they're not of God, to your point. Right. And we've made, Bubba and I've made that point too, and I think that's pretty valid because my mind just works this way. I want to concentrate on the things that I know and work from there, and what I know from a biblical worldview is plenty. I mean, it's plenty, and so it takes up most of my time, most of my study, most of my free time, because it's got eternal consequences on knowing what's going on, and so that's definitely, I think, the most likely scenario if you have a biblical worldview. Rusty in Montgomery, Rusty, go ahead.
Yes, sir. How y'all doing?
We're good.
I have a question, and this might be kind of far-fetched, but I'm sitting here listening to y'all talk. Where do we stop on the digging part if, come to find out, this thing is, what am I looking for? Not dangerous? The Holy Grail, but I'm sorry?
If it's dangerous?
Well, not dangerous. I'm talking about like religious. The Ark of the Covenant. If we find out this is the Ark of the Covenant, where do we stop?
Well, the Ark of the Covenant has already been fulfilled in Jesus Christ. As a matter of fact, if you look at the Gospels, one of the things, and I heard this being taught the other day, and I thought, man, this is fascinating. It's jaw-dropping, and it's Mac Brunson who's going to be on with us tomorrow we're going to talk about some of this on the podcast this week. And he said, when the guys go in and they see what's happening in the tomb when it's empty, and then when Mary Magdalene finally goes in and gets the courage to go in herself, no surprise, Peter was the first one that ran in. The others got there and stopped. He went in, and that's so Peter-like. But anyway, these angels are sitting, one at the head and one at the foot, which just like the angels are on the Ark of the Covenant. They're saying, you've been taught this through the Scriptures, through the prophets, that this was going to happen, and it has happened. Yes, worrying about something like that, I don't think is all that legitimate of a concern. Now,
well, we covered that, Rick, in the podcast with a guy who has been in search of a lot of these.
Right. Yeah.
And he said, and I tend to agree with him, that the Ark of the Covenant no longer has any power.
It has no power. It's already been fulfilled.
Yeah, God's Spirit was in it, and you could even say that Spirit is in us now.
Yeah,
that was not available then because the sacrifice had not been made. So, interesting. from a historical standpoint, and even he said that the folks in where is it you went to visit? I can't think of the name of the country now. Ethiopia.
In Ethiopia.
He said it's there.
Yeah.
He said, they say it's there, and he said it is there. They're right.
And they think it still has power, but it doesn't. And those kind of things, a lot of times God does not allow them to come to the full public view because he knows we'll worship it.
Yeah.
As opposed to worshiping him. We continue. Let's go to Jimmy in Tennessee. Jimmy, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, Jimmy.
I joined the show a little bit late this morning, so I've missed a lot. I've missed a lot of what y'all spoke about as far as the LIV Golf and PGA, and I would like to make a suggestion, because I know Bubba and yourself have got some connections with some PGA pros that you've played with in the pro-ams and whatnot, and maybe get them to talk with y'all on the show and kind of let you know what the actual PGA means to them versus LIV Golf, because I mean there's a loyalty there that unless you're it's not just professional golfers, it's professional golfers that are pros at golf courses that give lessons. That I mean, there's a loyalty there that runs deeper than just money.
Yeah, but
I think y'all would be interested in listening to some of the pro golfers that y'all have met.
Yeah. Well, now you sound like Greg, because that's all he's talked about this morning is getting one of them on. I see what you're saying. I think it's a little bit of a conversation that would almost be reflective because the decision's already been made, right? I mean, it's
yeah. And the PGA Tour itself, players are starting to speak out. So
and we did play some of that.
I'd love to have somebody on the show, one of the PGA Tour members. But these other organizations, PGA of America, who he's talking about, those are completely different organizations. The USGA, completely different organization. Yeah. And so, there's going to be many opinion to go around for organizations this is not affecting.
I see.
At all.
Yeah, it's two different things.
It is. It's two different things. A lot of people lump them all into one, and they're not.
Okay. See, I don't know enough about it to even know that.
But, and to this guy's point, and Bubba just showed me a story, Rory McIlroy he's sticking to his guns. He's made a statement recently.
Rick, he just said, this is breaking news, I still hate LIV and hope it goes away. I feel like a sacrificial lamb.
Okay.
So he's fallen in line with the merger.
So he's not going to take the money from LIV.
Brandel Chamblee, face of the Golf Channel, he's sticking to his guns too with a statement yesterday.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
The movie that hits theaters everywhere this weekend, Hunter Killer, and as Greg said and Bubba's pointed out, Gerard Butler in it, Academy Award winner Gary Oldman will be in it. I did not know that Common had won an Academy Award. Did y'all know that? I did not know that. Also in it, and I can't pronounce the actress that's in it, her last name. Cardellini?
I bet Don.
Cardellini?
I bet Don can say it.
Linda Cardellini? But anyway,
probably when people you see him and you go, oh, yeah.
Yeah, you see him, you go, oh, wow. But anyway, so Don Keith, he wrote the book that now is Hunter Killer. It's been re-released with that title. We'll talk to him about that coming up. The book was actually called Firing Point, and now it is Hunter Killer. But we'll talk to him about that coming up, and that movie coming out this weekend. Some other projects that are coming down the pike, and this is also the person who took what we were telling him, the stories that we told him, and he was the one who actually then authored the last Rick and Bubba book about our story, We Be Big. And that must be
Don's a good guy.
Somehow I don't think he talks about that as much as these books.
No, probably not.
Right. But
and we were all hoping he was going to come in going, hey, they want to make a movie out of this one.
Probably not going to happen.
No.
Yeah, especially since John Candy's dead. But let's Bubba, you okay, buddy?
And as the country song goes, I ain't doing much better.
Are you okay over there? Summer sausage? That's what got you? Or was it? I had a gentleman last night. I had a great opportunity to go and speak on behalf of one of the chapters of Save a Life in Alabama last night. Wonderful, great people. And I actually had a guy come up and tell me that he said, if I humbly, it's what everybody says, that I make the greatest summer sausage that you have ever tasted. Now, when you're coming in for a speaking engagement and you're in a suit and you're handed a roll of summer sausage as soon as you arrive, you got to keep up with it, the whole night. But I was able to keep up with it.
Glad you did.
And he told me not to panic about the fact I didn't have a freezer. He said, because it needs to thaw, and by the time you get to the show tomorrow, it'll be ready.
And it is.
And it is. So we're eating it, and it is fantastic. So anyway, but Bubba's choking on it, sadly. But so do we want to talk bomb update before Key?
Let's just get a quick bomb update here overnight. Some more information. It appears now 10 total pipe bombs sent, and it looks like they all came from one location in Florida, in South Florida.
Mm-hmm.
So,
you okay, buddy?
Wow, buddy.
Sausage got you. Right. Has somebody sent you a bomb that you're choking on? Sorry about that.
I think it's a piece of cracker in my lung.
Oh, so you tried to put it on a cracker?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did too a minute ago. That's what it was. I thought it might be. Crackers can turn on you.
Yeah, got to be careful.
Nothing's worse than cornbread if you ever inhale some of it. But
and Rick, one of the other things, according to the latest story on this, if these sources are correct, they say that the bombs were not really they were not armed. They had the parts, they looked the part, but they were not working bombs. In other words, they were basically a prop.
That was the word that I heard being used driving back from that event last night. I dialed over to kind of get updated, see if anything else had happened, and they had some experts on in the field. And one of the experts said, first of all, stop tying the Russians to this because you're embarrassing them by claiming that they would send something like this. If they sent bombs, they would actually be, if somebody opened them, they'd actually be dead or gravely injured. He said, and he used that word you're using, Bubba. He said, for lack of a better term, he said these are props meant to scare people but not to kill anybody.
That, again, should give us some idea to the motivation of who sent it. And I'll be honest with you, I think the FBI is probably closing in on them pretty quick.
Well, you remember when we had some of the experts call in saying there's no real intensity of them getting on television, on radio, and in front of microphones telling the public and the government, please be careful about your mail, watch what you open. Hey, danger, danger, danger. They never did that, which means I think when they first started opening them up, these experts were like, these are nothing but props. Certainly you don't want this to be going on, but whoever sent these did not intend to hurt or kill anyone.
That is what it looks like right now.
Yeah, and that's the latest. I mean, that may change, but that's the situation now. And I won't pretend to know the motivation behind these because I don't know the motivation, but I will say, if we can all just, take our red and blue hats off and sit here for a minute, if you are someone who's creating theories, it would take you in a different direction if you started realizing that none of these bombs were intended to hurt anybody. Wouldn't it take you in a different direction?
Mm-hmm. I think it would.
Yeah. So we'll see.
Sure, yeah, most definitely.
But but you could still say it was somebody who intended to scare these people. I don't know, but I'm just thankful that they weren't designed to hurt anybody. And if it's all just a political move from one side or the other, it's. Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. Get some more updates for you today. I'm thankful, got my alert moments ago. Rick, your relief factor is en route, and I'm getting down to the final few packets, and I'm about to be restocked again on this all-natural supplement that features 4 botanicals. All of them had proven that they show some promise with a natural response that our body has to inflammation. It can help us with some of the aches and pains that have really, really bothered us. Peg has checked in out of Tennessee. Peggy said, I was, I had a chiropractor that I use, and I still do, but I showed them all the ingredients in Relief Factor, and they're like, looks good right there, Peg. And it's been very helpful. My pain, even though the chiropractor was helping me some, the combination of the chiropractor and Relief Factor, I can honestly say, is now made me pain-free. It helped me cross a bridge that we just couldn't get there without it. Relief Factor is amazing. Thank you, Rick and Bubba, and special shout-out to Greg. So ReliefFactor.com. Go there right now, ReliefFactor.com. 3-week supply, $19.95, all natural. The majority of people, including right here, Rickaroo. The majority of people who order the Quick Start Pack, they go on to order more because they're seeing results, and I hope you will too. ReliefFactor.com, $19.95 to get a 3-week supply, and in 3 weeks you'll know whether that's going to be working for you or not. All right, so here's a question the audience wants to know, and Adler says he has an update. Kurt, go ahead.
Well, I watch you guys on YouTube every morning with my coffee. And I was loving the celebration when you guys reached 100,000. I'm just curious if you got your plaque yet.
Adler, can you give us, thank you, Kurt, very much. And by the way, if you're watching, us on YouTube while drinking coffee, a couple of options for you. There's the 20-ouncer right there. And, Greg, you've got the standard, what, is that 12 ounces of coffee?
Yeah.
Maybe a little more. Maybe a little more. 2 different coffee
Fits
mugs.
your hand perfect.
Perfect for Father's Day. Order by this weekend so Dad gets it. All right, so, Adler, give us an update on the silver button here.
Yeah, I am in the review process. They are currently reviewing us right now. So I've applied for it.
Stalling.
I let them know that we got 100K, and we're actually at 101K now.
Watch out.
All right.
So we're solidified in the 100K realm, I would say.
Loving it.
And I'm waiting to hear back. We're in the review process right now from what I can understand.
All right, so we've made the request. They're now legitimizing and validating our claim, and then we should get the button, right?
Yeah.
Unless we get, for some reason rejected.
Yes, right. And that might happen too.
Right.
Well, why?
I've got a.
Why would they reject us?
Well, if we don't follow their guidelines on every single thing, they can pick and choose who they reject.
Do you think our chanting could be problematic?
I don't know if that's going to be it.
Where we're going, come on, help us. With that,
I think people beg. I think they do that.
I think it was good right up to a Speedy rode the Coyote.
Right, and got injured.
Yeah.
And now?
Well,
and him
I hope
had
they
a piece of PVC pipe
I hope
that he
they
was having
send
his
us
way with.
one, and if not, we'll just make our own.
Yeah, we could always do
We
that.
can make that.
Right.
I do have an
that'd make
update. I do have an update on Noah Galloway, by the way.
All right. How's that relationship
Cool.
going?
Obsession.
So
did you press for a date and a time?
We were talking about it, and I was like, well, Noah Galloway told me that he wanted to hang out with me at the Regions.
Bottom line.
I don't know if he said it like that.
And he was like, dude,
Like my
you are
little
cool.
brother.
You are cool,
Right.
bro.
He heard you got a van now.
Yeah, I heard about the sweet van. And so I brought that up on the air, and I was like, hey, guys, did he mean that? I asked y'all. And then today you guys said, no, he didn't mean that. He was just being nice.
He did not.
Well, guess what? He listens to the show.
Thanks,
he sent
Noah.
me a message, and he said, hey, next week, lunch, you and me, buddy. Tell the guys we've got a date. Ha ha. Talk soon, brother. All right. So that was on
He did
Instagram.
better than me.
Added
I've been
brother.
trying to get lunch with Adler for 2 years.
Right,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. And so
Member said he wants to have lunch with Noah.
I'm all pumped up.
There's a key word.
Yeah, that's probably.
I'm all pumped up, and I respond, ha ha ha. I gave him a lot. I'm actually pumped you are listening.
How many ha's?
Too many.
Okay.
And I go, I'm actually pumped you're listening, but I'm embarrassed you heard that too. I'm embarrassed that you
Little
heard that part of
self-deprecating
it.
humor.
Yes,
Got
yes. And Speedy sent me well, I shouldn't say that.
That's fine.
Okay, Speedy sent me his cell phone. So I was like, I'm going to text you. But I sent it early on accident, and y'all, I'm going to show you guys right here.
Oh,
This
no.
is real. I accidentally sent it with hearts.
What the crap?
What are you doing?
I didn't even know how to do that.
Take it back. Has he read it?
I don't know how to do it.
You can unsend it.
Recall it.
I sent it with hearts.
Recall it.
He served in our military, and I sent it with hearts.
What are you thinking?
My gosh.
Well,
I know what he's
Adler.
thinking.
I know what he's thinking now, too. He thinks this date, I think the date's more of a date than it is a date.
Good night.
Unsend it.
I don't know how to send it, so
Hold
I just
it down.
I just
Watch that
responded.
van.
I just responded. Oh my gosh! I just sent that with hearts. And
then you cussed.
Well,
How
I
did
was
you do
upset.
that?
I was upset.
You're out of control.
I was upset.
You're a
No,
nervous little guy.
I was nervous. I sent it with hearts on accident. I'm like, I don't even know how to do that to my wife.
You can shotgun in my van.
I didn't say it like that. I didn't say it like that.
If I had a motorcycle, you ride me.
Y'all, he's one of the coolest people I know.
Why do you do that?
I didn't say it.
What do you mean you didn't say it?
Hey, walk that out for me.
You said it. You just cleaned it up.
Yeah.
He's
just a bit.
In his world,
Greg, when you say you didn't say it after I just heard it, how does that? I didn't
say it.
So did Greg communicate with me telepathically because I heard it in my head.
Rick, as many dogs I've been around lately, it's amazing I didn't.
I know.
So you hear that a lot when you read up on it.
Justifies it.
No, this was my chance to have a cool friend, and I just blew it.
You did.
Now that'll do it.
Has he replied to any of that?
No, he hasn't replied.
Not like a dude sending you a heart emoji.
I wouldn't respond either.
Listen, here's how this is going now, because we know we live.
I didn't know it was like that.
We live in the real world. No, Greg, what he said, he's with people that he desires to actually spend time with.
Yeah,
and
not charity.
Yeah, because then he's just said to them, check this out, man. Dude put hearts on this.
My gosh, I agreed I'd go to lunch with him. Now he's in love with
Should I be concerned about the hearts? I mean, he's having those kind of conversations.
The hearts were on accident, and now I'll never have a cool, famous friend ever. So thanks a lot. My biggest
right when you got
friend.
that sweet van.
Yeah, my biggest celebrity
Plenty
friend.
of room to drive him and other friends to lunch.
2 steps up, 1 step back.
Greg Burgess is going to be my biggest celebrity friend, and that sucks.
No pain.
Dang it.
We'll be friends.
Y'all,
buddy.
when I sent the hearts, I was like, "That's it. I'm done. I'm out. I blew it."
You might have got away with that with some people, but not with him.
No, not with somebody that's done what he's done. For
He
our
said, "I'm
country.
through with this guy."
Yes.
There ain't no way he's answering that back.
No, nobody with shrapnel that likes the hearts.
No. He's got a Punisher tattoo. You think he's going to be friends with a guy that accidentally sent hearts?
That's an easy no. Sometimes no's are difficult. That's an easy no.
Not just hearts, but pink hearts.
Yes. Y'all, it's so embarrassing.
Probably the worst thing you could have picked.
Man,
you could have sent one of them little doo-doo piles, and it wouldn't have been as bad as that.
That's true.
In fact, I've called.
It's interesting where your mind goes a lot.
Yeah, I would have preferred the doo-doo.
Now you're going to have to set him free if he comes back to you. Your friends. If he doesn't, you never were.
That's right. That's right.
Rick, I do believe this will be a test.
I do. Oh,
we finna find out.
Yeah, we're about to find out. Let me just tell you something so I can say this to you because it's going to be next week's going to be emotional anyway because it's Father's Day. And you being a dad now, there's a whole new emotion that
twice.
comes. So you'll be thinking about Father's Day, and for him to never land that lunch with you on Father's Day week, you probably should have picked a different week. Because it'll be tough to take rejection next week, but it's coming.
The hearts are all cartoony.
You were going to lunch with him next week. I'm not saying you never will, but you just push that date back.
Sorry, Noah.
Right?
Yes.
You accidentally did that?
Yes, I accidentally did it. You can push a button and it pops up. I sent it with flames.
Got excited.
Could have been worse.
I sent it with flames on accident one time to another buddy.
Could have been worse. It could have been the pregnant man emoji.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, please don't try to correct it and then put flames now.
No,
I know.
Yeah,
flames would be a bad call at this point.
And then he's going to put together. Oh wow, this is the month of June.
That's
you say, you know what I mean?
Should have waited till July.
Everybody needs to stop.
Yeah, should have waited till July.
Yep.
You're really messing this up.
I know it's done. It's done.
You had a good.
I'm not going to do this for Riley Green. I promise. Speedy.
Thank you. Ask him if you can start over. All right. Would he mind if we started over?
I'm gonna start over via text.
But don't sing it like we got to get right back to where we started from.
Love is good.
Love can be.
If you
got it. It's not love. Well, I mean,
we gotta take it back.
I have a man crush. Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
Bad form, but I'm thankful that nobody's hurt.
Yeah.
You know.
Right.
So, and I think that the good news is maybe there's nothing to fear if you're yet to get one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Don Keith is with us now. Don Keith has been. Do you remember, Don, the first time you came on the show? I can't remember whether it was it Forever Season?
Probably that was the first novel.
And then you followed up with Wizard of the Wind, and those I know we talked about those two,
which
books.
is dedicated to you and Bubba.
Yes, it was, and that started out. Those were the
362 other guys. But
other than where
look, we were just glad to be in that group.
We were. It was a
we're
very
not proud.
It was a long list. I like how you underlined us though, and but we that was the first two books I read since I had read Where the Red Fern Grows in high school. So I thought to myself, I am capable of getting through a book if it's actually interesting. And then I've come a long way since then. But yeah, I want to say you played a role in me beginning to read again. Well, wait a minute, to read for the first time.
And the last time too.
Yeah. So anyway, no, I've been reading a lot since then. You kind of fired it, but I found there's a lot of things that are worth looking into. But how about the the film coming out this weekend. You've written how many books now?
32.
32.
Well, actually, I've written about 50, but I've published about 32.
Yeah, and of course, one of those I know that is your lapel, and that is "We Be Big."
"We Be Big" is right up there at the top
of the top. The mostly true story of how two men from Calhoun County became Rick and Bubba.
Right.
Yeah. So that if you that book is
true works of art though, Don, are not recognized till later in life.
Exactly.
I mean, we all may be gone when that
die.
thing goes to the top.
When we die.
Yeah, but there's a I'm with Bubba. When you first said you do know one of my books is being turned into a movie, I thought, well, here it is.
Yeah, I go.
Yep, here it
I
is.
go. All right, let's get a meeting together.
There it is.
And I know that book is available. I think if you go to Amazon, people read them and then they sell them. But it's definitely available in the the ebooks and all that. We Be Big, the mostly true story of this show, and Don Keith made sure that all that got on paper and was at least possible for you to consume.
All kidding aside, I was thrilled to be a part of that, and I think we did a good job. I think it's a very good book.
Well, we've had people say, and we never really thought about this before, that it could almost be used in colleges as a textbook.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're trying to go out and be an entrepreneur and trying to figure out how to make it all work. That especially if you're going into the radio, TV, media business, that it should be taught in communication schools.
I hadn't thought of that aspect, but I'll start pushing it. Maybe we'll sell another copy.
Yeah, get one of them hardback editions.
Yeah. So let's talk, and then we'll talk about what's happening now, and then we'll talk about what may be to come. But now, Hunter Killer is everywhere today. And I encourage everyone to go out and see it. I know that if you wrote it's fantastic.
Rick, can we watch the trailer? Full audio.
Well,
video
I got to warn you, it's going to fire you up.
I know. Well, that's what I want to do. Let's back it up, Speed. Let's watch the whole thing.
All right, is it Adler or are you doing it?
I can go here from the beginning.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
This is the most aggressive military buildup in Russian history.
I told Sixth Fleet you want a hunter killer.
We've been ordered to cross waters that no American sub has ever crossed before.
Take us along the ocean floor.
We've been keeping tabs on the Russian president and his defense minister.
It's a coup. What if we could free President Zakharin?
We rescue the Russian president.
We're going in with 4 of our boys. We're on training simulations for this one.
If we don't pull this off, it's going to be World War III.
That's a warship.
Torpedoes in the water!
Battle stations.
Ship ready! Solution ready! Weapon ready! Fire!
Wow.
Oh my
Opens
goodness.
today.
Wow.
Opens today.
Good
night. And the actress who you couldn't say her name, Rick, I recognized her then. She played Thelma in Scooby-Doo.
Thank you, Bubba. She was known for that. Thank you, Bubba.
It was a great role.
Linda Cardellini.
Yep. She's had a lot of big parts. I didn't realize she was on Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, Thelma. I think that was Thelma, if I'm not mistaken.
Only Bubba would know that.
Yep.
Gerard Butler, obviously, we've seen in many action movies. Gary Oldman just won the Academy Award for his portrayal
we
of.
got 2 Academy Award winners in this.
Yeah,
Common won the Academy Award.
I didn't know Common had won it. Okay.
For the movie Selma, for the song.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, for the song. Okay. So they're all in it. It's a great cast. But anytime these books, I assume for you are like little babies. They're your children, and when you're handing them over to movie people. Because let's face it, the written word is still it's so powerful and it really takes you there. And then movies say, all right, we're back. It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Come on with that. We'll chat with you, find out what is on your mind today at 866 We Be Big. All right, so as calls are coming in, and you got Alapuca and Cam Solo, they're ready. They're ready to take your phone calls right now, and we'll chat with you to end the hour. Bubba, did you know on this day, in 1942, the Battle of Midway ended in a decisive U.S. victory?
Yeah, we were just talking about that in the break a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
It really was a key battle and a turning point in World War II in the Pacific, and it was quite a battle. We've had a couple of movies made by it, and the really key to that was that the U.S. had broken the Japanese code and knew somewhat of what the battle plans were and how it was going to go.
So, didn't they fake like a water problem?
They faked that their water purification plant had gone out, and then they waited
to see
and looked at the Japanese messages, and they mentioned it. So they had picked it up on an open channel
from Midway.
Right, and they were missing a couple of key symbols, and that helped them put it together. And the Japanese Navy, who, Rick, prior to that had not lost a naval battle in 50 years.
Wow.
Took a very stunning defeat, lost 4 carriers, and never was the same.
Right, yeah.
Also, and another part of that was Doolittle's raid, where they bombed Tokyo, and it was militarily it didn't mean anything, but it was more of a PR campaign. Right. But it did shake the Japanese up, and they wanted to extend their area they could protect, and they wanted that Midway Island for an air base so they could, help defend long-term bombers against their mainland. Yeah. And they were unable to get it.
So big day. So that's more to celebrate in history. Also, Arnold. Have you seen this? Everyone's favorite.
Governor.
Governor. He said
Governor.
His last name
Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Schwarzenegger.
By the way, he has told all of us that that believe in an afterlife that we are silly, that an afterlife is some fantasy. He said that when you die, it's nothing. You're 6 feet under. Anyone else who tells you anything else is a blanking liar.
Oh wow!
And he says that he thinks that all of us are just clinging to something that is complete fantasy. Not good news for Arnold if he dies anytime soon. But you know what? He is unless something changes, he's decided to make a stand on this. And I will say this for Arnold: when you make this stand, you better be right.
Now they're making a documentary about him, if I remember correctly from the story, and they're letting out little bits of information. One, his dad was like a Nazi. I mean, a card-carrying, sleeve-wearing Nazi who he hated growing up and had all kind of problems with. The other thing in the story, and I did not know this, or maybe we had talked about it, did you know he was not the first pick for the Terminator? Do you know who they wanted to be the Terminator?
I did know this. I can't remember.
O.J. Simpson.
No, I didn't know that.
O.J. Simpson, and the movie people did not think he was credible as a killer. Didn't think he looked like a killer.
Funny.
Enough.
That is funny.
That is a story.
Are you making that up? Are you making that up? Are you making that up?
Is that true?
Somebody said. Check it out, boys.
Well, I can't picture.
Check it out.
The cyborg, whatever you call him, to be an OJ. I mean, Arnold's perfect for that.
Arnold was actually going to be one of the other guys that was helping to fight against him. And James Cameron, after they did some shooting and testing, said, "Man, you're such a dominating physical presence. You need to be the bad guy."
Sal Connor. That was one of his first movies, wasn't it? That and Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah. And Adler, I know that it's almost like that your wife knew you needed to bounce back.
Yeah.
That was a great movie.
I noticed in the break that your beautiful new son and lovely wife showed up to say hello. Were they coming to encourage you?
Yeah.
Feel bad for you?
Come here, babe. Come here.
Yeah.
I've got that lunch date with Noah Galloway is never going to happen.
Right.
But I do have a lunch date with a little baby.
Look at that. Little buddy. You mean?
Oh, he's drooling a little bit.
Well, isn't that great?
That's so cute.
Did Aaron feel the need to come and give you some support after that letdown? Because, I mean, she came almost immediately right after it happened.
Yeah, Aaron, your timing was great. I accidentally sent Noah Galloway a message with hearts on it, so thank you for being here, just as evidence of my marriage.
I do have a wife and children.
Yeah, there's a wife, and
that's good.
I have 2 children, including 1 son.
Yes.
I'd like to ask her if you ever send her hearts.
I was going to say the same thing, but I was a better friend.
I send hearts to her every day. In fact, and I send a message. It's very embarrassing every day to my kids. I'm like, "Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Give mommy a big kiss for me." All that stuff.
Okay.
I try to do that away from you guys, but I do. I send hearts and like that to my wife. Generally, not my guy friends.
Right. And by the way, you just told Noah now that you do that little song every morning.
Well, that's true.
Yeah,
but it's for family, you know.
You know what?
It is
Your
for family.
chances of having a successful lunch would be better if you would just hush.
You're right, Bubba.
No, good to see. I mean, I cannot believe how he's starting to just really take on his little personality now.
Say hi, Aaron.
Hey, Aaron.
Hey, Aaron.
Say hi, Ezra.
Greg is a jerk.
That was good.
That's good.
I want a puppy.
That's good.
Hey, y'all do need another puppy.
No.
The other dogs are getting old.
Is in the house.
That's true.
They need a little youth action there.
Corey in Athens, Alabama. Corey, 30 seconds, buddy. Go right ahead.
Hey guys, y'all mentioned earlier about there was a boat with the norovirus spread on.
Yes.
So affected fecal particles. So the only way that would have spread to everybody is somebody on the kitchen crew didn't wash their hands after using the bathroom and was handling all the food.
Oh, that's all.
You know, at this point, should all cruise lines just shut down? I mean, it's just, we keep all this I'm stranded. Everybody's sick. There's
we jumping off the boat.
People
What's that
jumping
all
off
about?
the boat. It's like I don't know, but so that means that thing about they put the sign up. I love when they put the sign up to tell us everybody's washing their hands. There's no guarantee of that.
No, all employees are required to wash hands.
Denise, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Denise.
Yeah. Hey, how are you, Rick?
We're good. Go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Kind of. Until I was about 45 years old, I thought that the reason Arnold Schwarzenegger talked like he did was because he was deaf.
Oh, I could see that.
I did not know he was from wherever he's from. I just thought I was literally an old lady when I found that out.
I did not. Well, that's very,
I can
very
see
interesting.
that.
Yeah.
I sent y'all the link to the story where they said, where Arnold said O.J. was the original Terminator or going to be cast as him. He also said in that article that his parents thought he was gay growing up. Did you know that?
Well, he proved they didn't.
You're really on fire with Arnold.
No, I just read the story yesterday.
Yeah.
And he said because he had posters of oiled up men all over his room.
Well, that would be
up.
concerning.
Yeah. Because he was into bodybuilding.
Emojis.
And then he mentioned, you got some text from Adler that concerned his parents.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Terry, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Austria.
I just called to say Arnold's first movie was Pumping Iron, and I believe it was 1976.
That's a documentary. Doesn't count, but okay.
Yeah, movie.
Yeah, technically, it was about him
it
being
was
a
still
bodybuilder.
at the movie theater.
But he wasn't acting.
I remember the first time I saw that. I mean, I know there's people that like to work out. I didn't know anyone liked to work out that much.
Yeah, I didn't think that was even physically possible.
I'd rather not speak any more about it.
Right.
But I remember the first time I heard that, I was like, what?
Wow.
I mean,
was really like working out.
Sure. I mean, do I feel better working out? I do. I don't feel that good.
No, right.
And I never feel good during it. You know what I mean? And
the steroids had him. Look at him that picture.
Right.
So you don't like him calling that a movie?
Well, it wasn't. I mean, I guess technically, but it was. I'm talking about him acting, playing a role.
I know what you mean.
It'd be like saying Jessica White's a movie star.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a documentary. It's not the same thing.
Yeah.
He's not acting in it.
No,
They're
he's
just
being
document.
himself.
A documentary means we document this person's life. They do that for a lot of people that aren't actors.
Yeah, but then he became an actor.
Right, he did.
And we've discussed it. He got to keep his accent for some reason, even though most actors don't.
That was a strange deal we made with Arnold.
And he's gotten to know better.
Right.
It has.
I mean, he sounds just like he did in Pumping Iron.
Some of it would rub off on him because even people we know that go live in different parts of the country, their accent changes.
Well, don't forget too, Bubba. He had access to any kind of dialogue coach you could ever want.
Yeah.
I mean,
look at that vein in his arm.
All right. So thanks for being with us today. Don't forget Wednesday Bible study back today at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, and today is the cutoff. If you're trying to get an autographed copy of the 31-day devotional, if you need it signed, today's the cutoff. So use that link at rickandbubba.com. And hopefully, if you're leaving us right now, we'll get back together again tomorrow. If you got more Rick and Bubba content today, stick around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.